What if every skull you saw was more than a ghost of the past, but a ticket to a future you dare not envision? In the heart of the jagged mountains, amidst the whispers of ancient trees and the secrets of the obsidian caves, a god rises, not from the ashes of myth, but from the bones of those who dared to defy him. A god who wears skulls as armor, each one echoing the laughter of the departed, a macabre fashion statement that screams of power and fear. The air thickens with an insatiable tension, as if the very earth trembles at his approach. Every legend hides a truth too dark to reveal, yet here, illuminated in the flickering torchlight, the Aztec death god stands, awaiting your gaze. He doesn't just collect skulls, he harvests fear, binding the souls of the brave and foolish alike, each a testament to a battle lost, a life snuffed out like a candle in the wind. Rituals paint the night with shades of crimson, high priests sweat under the weight of their own hubris, clattering bones echoing through the temple's hollow corridors. Sacrifices aren't mere offerings, they are a currency of existence, trading flesh and blood for cosmic knowledge. Can you feel the pull of destiny, the irresistible tug of power that beckons like a siren's call? Where once stood the valiant warriors, now only shadows linger, memories woven into the tapestry of despair. And yet, the god laughs, a sound that sends shivers through the bravest hearts, a cruel jest in the face of mortality. What happens when you become the hunted, when the very ground beneath your feet transforms into a trap of bone and sinew, crafted by a deity who delights in chaos? He watches, calculating, with eyes aflame like twin suns scorching the horizon. His armor tells stories, tales of betrayal and valor frozen in time, the essence of those who dared challenge him. You, with your modern comforts and soft-spoken fears, are mere playthings in this realm where agony reigns supreme. Can you feel it? The electric hum of impending doom? As the moon hangs low, a witness to this grotesque ballet of life and death, the stakes heighten. Each heartbeat mirrors the war drums in the distance, a countdown to an inevitable clash between the living and the dead. The whispers of ancient prophecies swirl in the air, tantalizingly close yet forever out of reach. What was once a forgotten tale now unfurls before you, a nightmare too vivid to ignore. The question echoes, gnawing at the edges of your mind, what price will you pay for knowledge? Each skull, a reminder that life is fleeting, each laugh a promise of chaos to come. So, stand firm, or tremble, before the Aztec death god. The choice is yours, but know this, once you step closer to him, the line between fear and fascination blurs, and escape is no longer an option. Welcome to the dance of death. A lone silhouette stands on the precipice of a jagged cliff, the night air thick with anticipation. The moon, a silver eye, watches as the shadows of the valley below writhe, whispering secrets long buried beneath the earth. The figure's heart pounds, a war drum echoing the rhythm of a world on the brink of collapse. I remember the first time I felt the weight of history pressing against my chest, suffocating yet intoxicating, like the dense humidity of a summer storm. It was here, in this unforgiving land, where dreams danced with despair, where civilizations rose and crumbled like sandcastles before the relentless tide. I close my eyes, and the sounds of the past resound, screams of betrayal, the clash of obsidian blades, and the haunting call of the jaguar. There are three of us, tethered together by fate, each wrestling with our demons. First is it Scarly, a fierce warrior with eyes like burning coals, a heart wrapped in layers of anguish. He holds the weight of his ancestors on his shoulders, each heartbeat a reminder of the blood that once flowed freely on these sacred grounds. He remembers the legends of the sun god, Mictlantecuhtli, who demands sacrifice, the fire in his spirit igniting a rebellious flame. But every kill leaves a scar deeper than any blade could carve. Then there's Xochitl, her laughter a sharp contrast to the grim reality surrounding her. She gathers herbs and sings to the flowers, coaxing life from the barren earth, yet her smile hides a chasm of sorrow, a yearning for a world where war is but a distant memory. I see her kneeling in the dirt, fingers stained with clay, whispering promises to the spirits of the land as if they could somehow mend her shattered dreams. Warriors don't cry, she tells herself, but I hear the tremor in her voice, the untruth hanging in the air like a bitter fruit. And then, there's me, an uninvited spectator in my own life, a history junkie who can't help but find the macabre humor in the chaos. They bathed once a year, I chuckle, so yeah, romance was earthy. But beneath the laughter lies a truth I cannot shake, history is a wild beast, and it will devour us all if we let it. I feel the pulse of the land beneath my feet, each tremor a reminder that the Aztecs rose from nothing but ashes, forged in the fires of their own making. The sun sets, casting a crimson hue over the city of Tenochtitlan, the heart of the empire that will one day consume us all. I can almost see the temples rising, stone giants clawing at the sky, begging for the gods' attention like children vying for a parent's love. Itzkali stands tall, his back straight, but I can see the flicker of doubt in his eyes as he prepares for the night's offerings. "If I don't return," he says softly, "remember me as a warrior, not a man." The words slice through the air, filled with a foreboding that ties my stomach in knots. I want to tell him that he's more than a warrior, that he's human, flawed, beautiful. But the words die in my throat, suffocated by the weight of history. Meanwhile, Xochitl kneels in the shadows, her hands trembling as she prepares a small altar. She lights a candle, its flickering flame reflecting her hopes and fears. To the spirits of our ancestors, she murmurs, her voice a prayer hanging in the heavy silence, "Guide us, protect us." I watch her, the delicate curve of her face illuminated by the candlelight, wondering if she knows that even the spirits may not be enough to save us from the brutality that looms like a darkened storm. The air thickens, the night pregnant with tension. I can feel the pulse of the city echoing through my bones, a cacophony of heartbeats, each one a reminder of the lives entwined in this twisted fate. The sound of drums begins to rise, an ominous rhythm beating like a war cry, calling forth the warriors to prove their worth, to claim their place in the annals of history. I remember the tales of old, of men who became gods through sacrifice, who traded their humanity for glory. But at what cost? The moon hangs low, its silver light bathing the world in an ethereal glow, revealing the broken parts of those who came before us. I see the shadows of the past, ghosts of warriors and artisans, their dreams unfulfilled, their cries echoing through the ages. Itzkali moves with purpose, a predator ready to leap into the fray, but beneath the bravado, I can see the terror flickering in his eyes. What if tonight is the night his spirit is claimed? The drums grow louder, a thunderous heartbeat that reverberates through the air, igniting a primal energy that pulls us all closer to the edge. Xochitl stands, her body taut with anxiety, and for a moment, I see her true self, vulnerable, raw, a woman caught between the desire to nurture and the inevitability of destruction. What if we could end this cycle, she pleads, searching for an answer in the depths of our souls. Her words hang like a spell in the air, and I want to believe, to hold on to that glimmer of hope, but the weight of history crushes beneath its relentless march. Itzkali's voice breaks through my thoughts, fierce and unwavering. "We are warriors. We fight for our people, for our gods." His passion ignites a fire in the pit of my stomach, but I can't shake the feeling that war is a game played by unseen hands, a cosmic chessboard where the pawns have no control. The drums reach a fever pitch, the earth trembling beneath our feet, and suddenly, the moment collapses. A cacophony of chaos erupts, the clash of swords, the cries of the fallen, and the whispers of history swirling around us like a tempest. In this maelstrom, I feel the pull of fate, each heartbeat a countdown to an unknown destiny. And as the night envelops us, I realize that we are all players in this tragic performance, actors on a stage where the script has been written long before our time. It's a loop, a cycle of creation and destruction, with echoes of laughter mingling with the cries of the dying. Each moment bleeds into the next, a haunting reminder that even in darkness, life endures, and from every sacrifice, a new beginning must rise. I clutch my heart, overwhelmed yet compelled, as the shadows carry me toward the next chapter, where the fates of Itzkali, Xochitl, and a civilization hang in the balance, a gripping tale that refuses to let go, pulling us deeper into the abyss where history and humanity collide. The night is alive, and we are its breath. The air crackled with tension, a heavy blanket of dread settling over Tenochtitlan like a storm cloud. I stood amidst the jagged shadows of ancient temples, the cries of sacrifice echoing through the stone corridors. I remember the heartbeat of the city, thrumming beneath my feet, wild and unyielding. It was the pulse of the gods, each beat a reminder of their insatiable hunger. Huitzilopochtli, the fierce god of war and sun, loomed large in the hearts of men. His image, painted with blood and glory, sparked fervor in their eyes. Beneath the relentless sun, I felt the weight of his presence, his fiery spirit igniting courage but also despair. To serve him was to dance on the edge of death, a thrilling yet terrifying balance. I could almost hear the warriors' chants, feel their adrenaline as they marched into battle, driven not just by ambition but by the fear of failure, the dread of falling short in the eyes of the god who demanded their all. Then there was Tlaloc, the rain god, whose tears could bring life or death. His storms were a reminder of nature's fury, a force we could neither control nor comprehend. I remember the stories, villages drowning in deluge, crops withering under his wrath. People whispered his name like a curse, half in reverence, half in fear. The rain fell in sheets this time, soaking the soil, turning the earth into a slick, unforgiving expanse. I felt it wash over me, the coolness contrasting with the hot flames of Huitzilopochtli's war, a grotesque harmony of creation and destruction. And then there was Coatlicue, the earth goddess, whose dual nature was as beguiling as it was terrifying. I remember the tales of her skirt made of snakes, the way she embodied both life and death. In her embrace, mortals found solace but also a chilling reminder of their own mortality. She was the fertile soil, the maternal figure, yet also the grave that awaited all. I could almost sense her watching, a mother's gaze, heavy and penetrating, filled with love yet fraught with the inevitability of loss. In that moment, I stood at the crossroads of these powerful forces, caught in the tension between duty and desire, fear and fervor. I was but a vessel, an observer of the chaos swirling around me. The warriors, fueled by a fervent need for validation, sought to appease Huitzilopochtli, knowing that their lives hung in a delicate balance, their honor weighed against the blade of an enemy's sword. The women, too, moved in the periphery, their hearts burdened with the weight of their loved ones' fates, praying to Tlaloc for the rains and the blessings they brought, even as they feared the storms that could obliterate their homes. I remember the marketplace, alive with colors and sounds, where the air was thick with the scent of chocolate and roasted maize, a bittersweet reminder of life's pleasures amidst the specter of sacrifice. Vendors shouted, their voices rising and falling like a hymn to the gods. I felt alive there, yet the darkness lingered, a shadow that tightened its grip as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting everything in a ghostly hue. As dusk settled over the temple, there came a moment, a heartbeat suspended in time, when the world seemed to hold its breath. A lone warrior staggered into the plaza, bloodied and broken, a living testament to Huitzilopochtli's demands. I felt the collective gasp of the crowd, a communal heartache twisting in unison. He fell to his knees, eyes wild with a mixture of triumph and despair. "I have slain for you," he cried, a plea that echoed against the stone walls, reverberating through the very fabric of our existence. But what did it mean to slay for a god? Was it valor or madness? Around him, the onlookers whispered, hearts racing, torn between awe and horror. The gods were fickle, I knew that much, their favor was a fleeting thing, as ephemeral as the flutter of a butterfly's wings. Tlaloc's laughter could turn into a tempest at any moment, washing away the very ground we clung to. I shivered, for I understood the nature of this cruel dance, worship and sacrifice, life and death intertwined in a macabre waltz. And just then, in the midst of that chaos, I caught a glimpse of a figure cloaked in shadows. A priestess, her face painted with the vibrant colors of life, yet her eyes held the depths of the abyss. She was an emissary of fear, a bearer of messages, her very presence a harbinger of doom. She approached, slow and deliberate, each step a countdown to inevitability. I remember feeling the chill of her gaze, the weight of her dread-laden prophecy hanging like a noose around my throat. In her presence, I was transported beyond the veil, where time twisted and curled like smoke, revealing a tapestry of emotions, regrets, and unfulfilled desires. This was not merely a story of gods and mortals, it was a reflection of every heart that had ever yearned, every soul that had ever trembled in the face of the unknown. Here, I could feel the spectral brush of destiny against my skin, the eerie echo of unheeded warnings hovering in the air like ghosts. The confrontation was imminent, the tension thick enough to slice through. I could feel it in my bones, the inevitability of sacrifice, and a part of me shuddered at the thought that we were all bound to this cycle, this unbearable loop of devotion and dread. Every heartbeat echoed the call of the gods, a relentless reminder that life was but a fleeting flicker against the vast, churning cosmos. As the tension reached a fever pitch, I found myself ensnared in this sacred web. The warriors, the priestess, the whispers of the crowd, each pulse resonated through me, a cacophony of conflict that threatened to consume us all. What did it mean to live in the shadow of such power? What did it mean to serve? And as the first stars blinked into existence, a chill swept across Tenochtitlan, and I knew we were on the precipice of something unimaginable, something that could reshape the very fabric of our existence. The gods were watching, the moment hanging in the air like a thick fog, heavy with anticipation and dread. Time blurred, and the night deepened, intertwining our fates with the gods we both feared and adored. The real question loomed, heavy and foreboding: how far would we go to earn their favor? What price were we willing to pay? In the silence that followed, I felt the stirring of something profound, an emotional tide that would pull us all under. The night was young, and the dance had only just begun. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting an eerie glow on the ancient stones of the Templo Mayor, the air thick with smoke and the scent of sacrifice. I stood there, heart pounding, surrounded by whispers of souls, lost, yearning, echoing through time. Each heartbeat pressed into the silence, a countdown to something inevitable, something terrifying. Why? I asked, but the winds carried no answers, only the flickering shadows of those who had come before. I remember the first time I saw him, a boy named Cuhtli, just on the cusp of adulthood, his spirit unbroken. He was fearless, darting through the bustling market, where colors and scents collided like 1,000 dreams. But behind his laughter lay a shadow, fear of the unknown, the relentless approach of death. Death is not the end, he would say, his voice brimming with youthful defiance. It's just another journey. Yet I saw his eyes dart to the horizon, where the sun surrendered to night. I remember the first time I felt the chill of death's embrace. I was with my sister, so chill, a flower among thorns, her laughter as bright as the sun. But even she could not escape the whispers that haunted her dreams. What if we're just shadows, she pondered one night, her fingers tracing the delicate petals of a flower she'd plucked. What if nothing we do matters? Her words hung heavy in the air, a dark shroud that wrapped around us, squeezing until we gasped for breath. Around the fire, the elders spoke of death as if it were a friend, an old companion. They shared tales of Mictlantecuhtli, the god of the underworld, whose skeletal grin could make the bravest warrior tremble. You must honor your ancestors, they said, their voices low and rhythmic. You must feed the earth with your blood. The flames flickered, casting ghostly shapes, and in that moment, I felt the weight of history, the burden of forgotten stories. I remember the day Cuhtli was chosen for the sacrifice. The drums thundered, a heartbeat of the earth, echoing in my chest. His face was pale, a mask of stoicism, but I could see the flicker of terror in his eyes, his dreams snuffed out like a candle. I will make them proud, he said, clenching his fists as if to hold on to every fragment of life. I wanted to scream, to pull him from the altar of fate, but I was paralyzed by the inevitability of it all. We were all mere actors in a play written by the gods, and the curtain was about to fall. As the sun rose, painting the sky in shades of crimson, we gathered at the temple. The air crackled with tension, the anticipation of a moment that would seal Cuhtli's fate. I watched as he stood, bound yet defiant, an offering to the cosmos. The priests chanted, their voices weaving a tapestry of reverence and dread. To the gods, we give our heart, our life, our blood. Each word struck me like a dagger, the reality of sacrifice clawing at my throat. I remember the glint of the obsidian knife, cold and cruel, as it hovered over Cuhtli's chest. Time slowed, each second stretching into eternity. My heart raced, a frantic drumbeat against the silence. I wanted to scream, to tear through the fabric of this nightmare. No! I cried, but the sound dissolved into the wind, lost to the shadows. The knife plunged, the crowd roared, a chorus of triumph and grief, and I was left standing there, shattered. Xochitl's laughter faded into the background, her flowers wilting in the heat of reality. Death is not an end, I whispered to myself, clinging to the belief that Cuhtli had transcended, that he danced among the stars. But I felt the ache in my chest, the hollow space where hope once blossomed. The memory of him echoed, a haunting refrain that would not let go. In the days that followed, I wandered the city, lost among the vibrant chaos. The market was alive with traders, children laughing, yet all I could hear was the echo of Cuhtli's sacrifice. I saw shadows dancing in the twilight, mockingly reminding me of what was lost. Each face became a reflection of my grief, my guilt. Why him? I questioned the universe, but the cosmos remained indifferent, a vast expanse of stars twinkling with secrets. I remember nights spent beneath the stars, so chill beside me, her spirit dimmed but still flickering. Maybe death is not what we fear, she suggested one evening, her fingers brushing against the soft earth. Maybe it's the unknown. I wanted to believe her, to find comfort in the idea that death was just a doorway, but the truth clawed at me, raw and unrelenting. It was an end, a severing of bonds, a darkness that enveloped all. As the seasons turned, the weight of Cuhtli's absence bore down on me. I felt like a ghost in my own life, drifting through memories and dreams. The city pulsed with life, yet I was lost in a haze of sorrow. I wandered the temple, the altar now a monument to my grief, and I could almost see Cuhtli's spirit hovering nearby, a fleeting shadow, urging me to remember him not with tears, but with laughter. But laughter felt distant. The pain of his absence was an anchor, dragging me into the depths of despair. The elders spoke of the afterlife, of the journey to Mictlan, yet all I could see were the empty spaces he left behind. I feared the night, the way it whispered secrets I could not bear to hear. I felt time slipping away, each tick of the clock a reminder of our mortality, of the fleeting nature of existence. I remember one night, the moon full and bright, illuminating the darkness that had seeped into my soul. I stood beneath the stars, heart racing, and I called out to the universe, to Cuhtli, to Xochitl. If you can hear me, show me a sign. I shouted, voice breaking against the silence. The night held its breath, and in that moment, I felt a flicker, a warmth, a whisper that brushed against my skin. In the shadows, I saw them, Cuhtli and Xochitl, laughing, dancing among the stars, free from the chains of the earth. My heart surged, a mix of sorrow and joy, and I understood then that death was not an end, but a transformation, a continuation of the cycle. I felt their presence, a reminder that love transcended even the darkest shadows. As dawn broke, I stood at the edge of the temple, feeling the warmth of the sun on my face. The world was alive, an explosion of color and sound, and I finally understood, death was not to be feared, it was a part of life's tapestry, a thread woven into the fabric of existence. Cuhtli had not vanished, he was everywhere, in every heartbeat, every breath, the echoes of the past intertwining with the present. But the shadows lingered, and I knew this was only the beginning. Night descended with a weight, thick as the silence that shrouded the small village. The moon hung low, an ominous spectre in the sky, its pale light struggling to pierce the shadows that danced along the crumbling stone walls. I stood in the heart of the village, surrounded by flickering candles that cast ghostly shapes on the ground, whispering secrets of the past, secrets of Mictlantecuhtli, the death god, who loomed like an eternal shadow over us all. I remember the taste of fear, it was metallic, like blood on my tongue as I gripped the hilt of my dagger, a simple piece of iron that felt laughably inadequate against the dark. The air was thick with dread, an almost tangible force that curled around my throat, tightening with every heartbeat, reminding me that the hour was indeed late. And there was Xochitl, her face pale as the moon, eyes wild with a terror that mirrored my own. She was my older sister, a fierce spirit yet fragile as glass, caught in the cruel web of fate. "He's coming for us," she whispered, her voice trembling as if the very sound could summon him. I can feel it in my bones. I wanted to deny her words, to laugh at the absurdity of it all, but deep down, I knew. The tales told by the elders weren't mere stories, they were warnings, etched into our souls like the scars of the past. Then came the distant wail, a sound so haunting it could slay the bravest of hearts. It curled through the night, wrapping itself around us, squeezing until it drew the breath from my lungs. It was the cry of a soul lost to Mictlantecuhtli, the god who feasted on fear, who thrived in the darkness. Panic surged through me, a tidal wave of dread that crashed against the shores of my mind, leaving only chaos in its wake. I looked at Xochitl, and she met my gaze, a flicker of understanding passing between us, an unspoken bond forged in the fires of shared nightmares. "I remember when we were kids," I said, hoping to anchor us both in a happier time, when we thought the worst thing that could happen was a bad harvest. I chuckled, but it sounded hollow, echoing back at me like a cruel joke. Xochitl's lips quirked in a ghost of a smile, yet her eyes remained wide, fixed on the darkness beyond. The villagers had spoken in hushed tones of offerings made to Mictlantecuhtli, a sacrifice to appease him, to keep him at bay. They said he roamed the earth, cloaked in shadows, eternally hungry for souls. The weight of our lives lay in the balance, a fragile thread, like the flickering flames before me. The moment they extinguished, all hope would slip away. Footsteps echoed through the village, heavy and deliberate, like the slow tick of a clock marking the end of time. I felt Mictlan's grip tighten around my wrist, her nails digging into my skin, grounding me in the present even as dread threatened to consume us. "What do we do?" she breathed, her voice a mere whisper, fear making her tremble. In that moment, I cherished the fierce spirit that was Mictlan, even as it battled the shadows of despair. "We stand," I said, surprising even myself with the steadiness of my voice. "We don't let him take us." I remember the stories of brave souls who faced Mictlantecuhtli, warriors who stood against the tide of darkness. They were not gods but men and women with hearts full of flame, who fought not for glory but for those they loved. Would I be one of them? Or would I falter, just another name whispered in the breeze? The shadows lengthened, swirling around us, and I knew the moment had come. The air crackled with energy, charged with impending doom as the earth beneath us trembled. Mictlan's breath caught in her throat, and I could almost hear the beating of her heart, a frantic drum echoing the rhythm of my own. Then, through the veil of darkness, he appeared, a figure cloaked in obsidian, with eyes like burning coals, piercing through the night. Mictlantecuhtli, the death god. He stood before us, a haunting silhouette against the backdrop of the moonlit sky, and I felt the chill of his presence wrap around me like a lover's embrace gone wrong. I could see the flicker of shadows within him, thousands of souls dancing, wailing, lost to the void. "You offer nothing," he hissed, his voice a chorus of despair that echoed through the village, shaking the very foundations of my being. "You are but fleeting moments in the cosmic dance of life and death." I remember the weight of despair settling over me like a suffocating blanket, pressing down until I could barely breathe. But then I remembered Mictlan's fierce spirit, her unwavering resolve. I stepped forward, the dagger trembling in my grasp, and for the first time, I felt the warmth of defiance surge within me. "We are more than moments," I shouted, my voice ringing against the darkness. "We are memories. We are love. You may take our bodies, but our spirits will not bow to you." Mictlan stepped beside me, her own spirit igniting like a flame. "You may feast on the souls of the lost, but we choose to fight." Our voices melded into a defiant anthem, echoing through the night, a battle cry against the encroaching shadows. Mictlantecuhtli's laughter shattered the air, a sound steeped in malice and power. It reverberated against the walls of our hearts, but we stood firm, unwilling to yield to the darkness. I felt the energy shift, the tide of fate teetering on the brink. It was a moment suspended in time, a heartbeat, just enough to ignite hope. And as the shadows twisted and writhed, I knew this was not the end but the beginning of a struggle that would echo into eternity. In the depths of fear, we had found our strength, and with each breath, we summoned the courage to stand against the death god, our souls aflame with defiance. With one last glance at Mictlan, whose eyes sparkled with determination, I felt the weight of destiny pressing down upon us, urging us to confront the darkness that sought to claim us. The village, with its flickering candles and whispers, became our battleground, and as night enveloped us, it felt like an invitation. The story was far from over, it was merely the beginning of a battle against the darkness, against Mictlantecuhtli. And so, we stood, hearts racing, souls intertwining, ready to face whatever horrors awaited in the night, knowing that no matter what transpired, we would fight together, aflame against the shadows. The air was thick with dread, a stifling fog that wrapped around the city like an embrace gone wrong. Shadows danced in the flickering candlelight, twisting into grotesque shapes that whispered secrets of the dead. I stood there, breathless, as the stones beneath my feet trembled, echoing the heartbeat of the earth itself, a warning. The clock struck midnight, its mournful chime reverberating through the heavy silence, marking an hour when even ghosts dared not tread. Mictlantecuhtli, the lord of the underworld, was no mere figure wrapped in myth. He was a heartbeat in the dark, a presence that clawed at the edges of reason. I felt the cold whisper of his breath against my skin, a chilling reminder that death was not an end, but a beginning. The anxiety gnawed at my stomach, twisting like a serpent. I remembered the stories I'd heard, the tales of his birth, a tale draped in tragedy, loss, and hunger for power. Then there was me, Xochitl, caught in the maelstrom of emotions, standing at the precipice of despair. I watched my brother, Itzkali, his face a canvas of turmoil, painted by the shadows of our past. He believed in the light, the sun that rose every morning, the warmth that chased away the cold. But I was raw with the knowledge of what lurked beneath the surface. I remembered his laughter, bright like sunlight, cutting through the edges of my darkness. But it felt distant now, like the echo of a dream that had slipped away in the night. Xochitl, are you with me? Itzkali's voice sliced through my reverie, shaking me from the depths of my thoughts. His eyes were wide, reflecting the flickering flames of our shared memories, yet they brimmed with an innocence that was almost infuriating. How could he still hold on to that childish hope? Did he not see the signs etched into the very fabric of our existence? I remember, I whispered, my voice barely a breath. I remember the first time we summoned him. The memory came flooding back with a violence that stole my breath. It was a night much like this one, a gathering of the desperate and the foolish, hearts burdened with loss and dreams turned to ash. We had conjured him, called upon the Dark Lord in a moment of recklessness, believing we could harness the power of death itself. The air had crackled with energy, as if the universe held its breath, waiting to see what we would unleash. But we were children playing with fire, unaware of the flames licking hungrily at our feet. Mictlantecuhtli emerged from the shadows, a figure cloaked in darkness, eyes like twin coals burning with ancient knowledge. There was an allure in his despair, a magnetic pull that drew me in, even as my instincts screamed to flee. I felt Itzkali's hand clutching mine, a lifeline tethering him to the light, but the darkness called to me, sang temptations of understanding, of power beyond our wildest dreams. Xochitl, please, Itzkali's voice quivered, the tremor of his fear seeping through our connection. We can't go back there. Not again. I wanted to pull him into the depths with me, to show him the beauty of the shadows, the raw emotion that thrived in the underbelly of existence. You don't understand, I pleaded, desperation rising like bile. You can't ignore what's inside you. It's a part of us. But his eyes were ablaze with fear, the flickering candlelight reflecting the turmoil within. We don't need him, he insisted, his voice trembling as he looked back into the darkness where Mictlantecuhtli lingered, ever watchful. He'll take you. He'll take everything. I remembered how he had spoken, his voice like gravel scraping against bone. All who enter my domain shall know the depths of their own souls. Each word had been a promise, and a threat. The dichotomy of his existence was intoxicating. Could it be that his birth was not merely an event, but an act of defiance against the very fabric of life itself? A rebellion against the joy that we clung to like a lifebuoy in a storm. I am not afraid, I breathed, half to him, half to the dark god who watched, waiting for my surrender. But fear danced in Itzkali's eyes, the flicker of a candle about to be snuffed out. You don't have to do this. We can find another way. His voice was raw, a plea that clawed at my heart. I wanted to believe him, wanted to escape the pull of Mictlantecuhtli's shadow, but the truth echoed in the silence, a truth I had tasted, a truth that tasted of ash and longing. Each heartbeat echoed the rhythm of an ancient drum, a call to arms that thrummed beneath my skin. I could feel the darkness whispering sweet promises, its tendrils wrapping around my thoughts, offering me a crown made from the bones of the past. I had seen it, how he ruled the underworld with the sharp edge of a scythe, how kings and fools alike bowed before his power. Do you see it, Itzkali? I asked, my voice trembling with intensity. Power is not born of light, but from the very depths of despair. The world is not meant to be simple, not without its shadows. Itzkali's shoulders slumped, the weight of my words pressing down on him. But at what cost, he whispered, his voice breaking. What if he consumes you? The thought sent a jolt through me, a stark reminder of the dangers that lay ahead. But wasn't that the essence of life? To plunge into the abyss, to taste the darkness, and emerge reborn, if one could emerge at all. I could feel Mictlantecuhtli's gaze upon me, a flicker of recognition in those ancient eyes. He knew my hunger, my desire to break free from the shackles of mediocrity. It's not just about me, I replied, my voice fierce, cutting through the fog of doubt. It's about us. It's about what we can become. Don't you see? We are tied to the darkness, and it is tied to us. In the distance, the clock chimed again, the sound echoing like a death knell, and the ground seemed to shift beneath us, a reminder that our time was slipping away. Around us, the city pulsed with life, unaware of the storm brewing in the depths. My heart raced, the fear and exhilaration melding into something intoxicating. Mictlantecuhtli was waiting, his shadow stretching into the night, a promise of power or destruction. Are you with me? I asked, locking my gaze with its scarlies, desperate for him to understand the gravity of our choice. For a heartbeat, the world around us faded, the flickering candles, the shadows, the whispers of forgotten souls, until there was only him and me, two souls caught in the web of fate. The tension crackled between us, electric and raw, a moment suspended in time, teetering on the edge of decision. And in that moment, I recognized the truth: the descent into the underworld was not merely a journey into darkness, but a reckoning with our very beings. The veil had lifted, revealing the abyss that lay beneath our existence, and I knew we stood at the crossroads of life and death, light and shadow. I could feel Mictlantecuhtli's call, the promise of eternity wrapped in despair, and as the clock struck again, I knew I would answer. The shadows beckoned, and the night was waiting. The bone-white skull lay at the center of the altar, glaring up from a bed of crimson petals, a jarring contrast that seemed to pulse with an ancient heartbeat. The air hummed with tension, thick and electric, as if the very gods were holding their breath, waiting for something terrible to unfold. I stood there, a ghost among the living, my heart pounding a frantic beat against my ribcage, a primal drum echoing the sacrifice that was about to be made. There was a flicker of movement by the steps. It was Xochitl, her eyes bright with a mixture of fear and defiance, the kind that ignites the soul even in the darkest of moments. She clutched her own skull pendant, a tiny, delicate thing that dangled from her neck like a secret. "We must show them we're not afraid, Aztec," she whispered, urgency creeping into every syllable. I felt the weight of her hope pressing against my chest, like a stone. But underneath that hope, the shadows of doubt twisted and gnawed. Aztec, my heart's shadow, stood rigid beside me. His hands trembled, fingers grazing the edge of the altar. I knew he felt it too, the heavy burden of our ancestors laying claim to this moment. The skulls, relics of a past too vibrant for the present, whispered their stories in a language only the lost could understand. They beckoned with promises of power and glory, but I could hear the warning in their silent screams. Each skull had once belonged to a soul, to a life filled with laughter, sorrow, and dreams. And here we were, on the brink of a decision that could shatter the fragile balance of our lives. "Do you think they want us to do it, Xochitl?" I asked, my voice brittle, splintering under the weight of the question. The flickering torches cast twisted shadows on the walls, the faces of our ancestors dancing grotesquely as if mocking our hesitance. "Do you think they expect us to take another life?" "Expect?" "No," she breathed, and for a second, just a heartbeat, I could see a flicker of something fierce in her eyes. "They demand it." The pull of destiny was a noose tightening around our throats, and I could feel the shadows closing in, suffocating us with their ancient insatiable hunger. Aztec turned away, his jaw clenched tight, the muscles in his face tightening like a coiled snake ready to strike. "They've taken enough from us, Xochitl. They won't take this too." His voice was a growl, a fierce whisper that seemed to echo against the stone walls, reverberating through the cracks in the ground beneath us. But in that moment, the air shifted, and I felt it, a cold breath against my neck, like a warning from the afterlife. It was a reminder that the skulls weren't just remnants of the deceased, they were vessels, each one a testament to a life that had once burned brightly, only to be extinguished by the cosmic dance of time. They were symbols of sacrifice, of rebirth, and still, the weight of their existence bore down upon us like a heavy shroud. "Xochitl," I whispered, my heart racing, "do you think they watch us? Right now?" Her gaze softened, filled with an understanding that pierced through the suffocating dread. "They do. They always have." The world around us faded, the chaotic city beyond the temple walls was nothing but an echo of life and laughter, of dreams yet unfulfilled. The skull seemed to pulse in rhythm with the heartbeats of every soul that had dared to dream and had been met with death. A lamentation hung in the air, a symphony of the forsaken. In that silence, I remembered the tales woven around the fires at night, the stories of souls caught between worlds, of gods who demanded tribute, their voices rumbling like thunderclouds. The sacrifice is not just blood, it's the essence of life, I whispered, the realization clawing at my insides. We're not just offering a life, we're offering our souls. And then, as if the universe conspired to pull us deeper into the abyss, the temple doors creaked open. A figure emerged, cloaked in shadows, the embodiment of dread. The high priest, skin painted with the colors of the cosmos, approached with an unsettling grace. His eyes glinted with something that sent shivers down my spine, a hunger that was both cosmic and terrifying. "Will you offer what is required?" he demanded, his voice a low rumble that sent tremors through my bones. The shadows danced around him, and I felt the weight of the skulls behind me. They whispered tales of glory, of a world reborn, yet all I could hear was the echo of lives lost, souls crying out in agony. Aztec stepped forward, his shoulders squared, determination etched into his features. "We will not become pawns in your game," he declared, though I could see the tremor in his hands, the doubt creeping into his resolve. Xochitl moved to him, her presence a beacon of fierce light amid the gathering darkness. "We're not afraid of death, but we will not embrace it without a choice." Her voice rang clear, a counterpoint to the haunting call of the skulls. And in that moment, I felt the unbreakable bond between us, three souls teetering on the precipice of a choice that could change everything. The air shimmered with possibilities, the weight of our ancestors pressing down, their unseen eyes pleading, threatening, demanding. Each heartbeat echoed in my ears, a drumroll leading toward an outcome unknown, a climax that would redefine us, rewrite everything we thought we understood about sacrifice, about life and death. The skulls seemed to shimmer, their power thrumming through the air, a reminder that we were not merely players in this game, we were the architects of our own fate. In the echoing silence, as we stood at the brink of our destiny, I could feel it, the weight of the cosmos, the sacrifice of life itself, and the unyielding pull of our entwined souls. The confrontation loomed, a specter of dread and possibility, and the world around us faded into a haunting stillness, pregnant with expectation. We were caught in a web of time, a moment stretching infinitely, and I knew, deep in my heart, that whatever happened next would etch itself into the fabric of our beings, forever entwining our fates with those of the skulls that had watched over us. They were more than symbols, they were echoes of our very essence, a reminder that in the dance of life and death, we were all mere players on a stage that spanned eternity. The air hung thick with dread as the sun sank behind the jagged peaks of the mountains, casting eerie shadows across the valley. Night was an impending storm, and it carried with it whispers, rumors of death. Xochitl crouched low in the damp earth, her heart hammering in her chest like a drum heralding doom. She could almost hear the echo of Mictlantecuhtli's laughter, a chilling sound that sent shivers crawling up her spine. His presence loomed like a dark cloud, a specter waiting impatiently for its moment to strike. "Xochitl!" The voice sliced through the darkness, raw and desperate, as her brother, Tlaloc, emerged from the trees, his face ghostly pale. Fear etched itself in the lines of his brow. "They say the sacrifices are too few. He hungers." The mention of Mictlantecuhtli, lord of the Underworld, ruler of the dead, sent a chill through her veins. The god was not just a figure of myth but a living, breathing terror, a deity whose appetite could devour souls whole. She remembered the haunting stories told in hushed tones, the way the earth trembled when blood was spilled in his name, the way the shadows danced, a chorus for the damned. "I remember," she whispered, her voice barely a breath, "the night they took our father." The air was thick with fear, like honey clinging to the throat. They dragged him to the temple, their knives glinting, and I could only watch, helpless. Tlaloc's eyes widened, a mirror to her own memories. "Do you think he watches us? Even now?" The question hung heavy in the air, pulling at the threads of their sanity. Mictlantecuhtli was not an abstract idea, he was the chill on the back of her neck, the rustling of leaves in an empty courtyard. In the dead of night, he was the voice that whispered promises of eternity but demanded blood in return, a cruel bargain. The darkness wrapped around them, thick and oppressive, like the very arms of the god himself, ready to pull them into his endless void. "I can't let him take us," Xochitl said, her voice trembling. "Not like that. Not without a fight." But what fight could they wage against such a force? The cries of the sacrificed echoed in her mind, an unending dirge. She could almost see those who had been claimed by the god, their faces twisted in agonizing fear, their eyes wide with the knowledge that their fates were sealed. The smoke of the burning copal wafted through her memories, mingling with the scent of blood, an intoxicating blend that twisted her stomach into knots. "Then what do you propose?" Tlaloc's voice broke through her spiraling thoughts. "We can't even offer ourselves. We are nothing but shadows in his eyes. Perhaps, if we could find the bones of the fallen, we could summon him," she suggested, voice rising with a false confidence. "If we could speak to him, plead for mercy, speak to Mictlantecuhtli." He laughed, bitter and wild, the sound of it scraping against her heart like nails on stone. "You think he would care for our pleas?" "I don't know." The words tore from her lips, raw and unrefined. "But I must try. I cannot let despair consume me, not when life is still a flickering flame." The darkness around them quivered, shadows shifting in the periphery, and the weight of their fears pressed down like an iron hand. They moved through the night, each step echoing with the thump of their heartbeats, an unsettling rhythm that called to their doom. The city was quiet, too quiet, as if the very streets held their breath, waiting for the inevitable. As they reached the altar, the moon hung low, a pale watcher in the sky, glimmering like the eyes of Mictlantecuhtli himself. Xochitl felt the air thicken, her heart racing as they uncovered the bones, remnants of past offerings long forgotten. Each cracked piece told a story of longing, of lives extinguished for one god's insatiable appetite. "Do you feel it?" she asked, voice a whisper. "He's here, watching, listening." Then it struck, an icy breath, a cold that seeped into her very bones. Tlaloc shivered beside her, his breath forming wisps of fog in the chilling air. "What do we do?" His voice quavered, gripped with fear. "Summon him," Xochitl commanded, her heart pounding in her ears. "We must confront him. Confront death." Tlaloc's laugh was hollow, an echo of despair. "And what if he answers? What if he takes us like our father? Then we die defiant. We scream our names into the abyss." The fire of rebellion sparked in her chest, warming the chill threatening to consume her. She grabbed his hand, squeezing tightly, refusing to let fear sever their bond. Together, they called out, "Mictlantecuhtli! We summon you!" Silence fell like a shroud, heavy and oppressive. They stood on the precipice of fear and courage, teetering between life and the shadowy embrace of the god. Her heart raced, beaten by the drum of their shared fate, the urgency of desperate souls seeking acknowledgement in a world that had forgotten them. "Please," she breathed, the word a prayer, a plea, a defiance against the darkness. "If you are listening, show mercy." And then came the tremors, deep, rumbling, primal. The ground beneath them shook as shadows lengthened and twisted in the flickering light, as if the very fabric of reality had been ripped apart by a gaping maw screaming for sustenance. The moon vanished behind a veil of clouds, a darkness that swallowed the world whole, and in that moment, she felt it, the encroaching void. Mictlantecuhtli was here, hungry, ready to claim his due. And as the darkness descended, swirling around them like a storm, Xochitl's breath caught in her throat, fear and defiance intermingling, a cocktail of raw emotion threatening to drown her. It wasn't merely a confrontation, it was a reckoning, the moment where life and death entwined, where they would either bow to the god's will or stand tall, trembling yet unbroken. Together, she whispered, her grip tightening around her brother's hand. "We face him together." And so they did, hearts pounding, as the shadows closed in, the night alive with the promise of chaos, the role of Mictlantecuhtli stretching like the horizon, infinite and terrifying, pulling them in deeper, deeper into the abyss where memories lingered like ghosts, waiting to be retold. The drumbeats throbbed like a heart in the chest of the earth, reverberating underfoot, a pulse that quickened the blood and quickened the breath. Smoke curled up into the sky, a dark ribbon against the backdrop of a waning sun, casting shadows that danced like the spirits of the departed. I stood there, on the cusp of the festival, surrounded by flickering torches and the scent of burning copal, thick and sweet, clinging to the air like a ghostly embrace. This was not merely a celebration, it was a reckoning, a communion with the lord of the underworld, Mictlantecuhtli. Mictlantecuhtli, the name rolled off tongues like a curse, heavy and foreboding. I remember the stories whispered in hushed tones, the tales of his obsidian throne, shrouded in the chill of the dark, where death and the living brushed against one another, fingers grazing like lovers too afraid to fully touch. I could see the figures of the townsfolk, cloaked in vibrant garments, their eyes gleaming with a mix of reverence and fear, caught between the thrill of the festival and an instinctive dread of the god who ruled over the night. In the center, I spotted Izel, her face painted to mirror the grim majesty of Mictlantecuhtli, a mask of bones and shadows. Her laughter was a melody too bright for the occasion, a sharp contrast to the samba songs that echo through the plaza. She was fierce and beautiful, with a wildness in her spirit that danced just out of reach of despair. But tonight, that wildness was tethered by a fragile string, a loss that clawed at her heart like a ravenous beast. Her brother was gone, snatched away by the unyielding grip of fate, and yet here she was, wearing the mask of a goddess while her heart bled beneath it. I took a step closer, the warmth of the torches illuminating the pain etched into her features. "Are you all right?" I whispered, but the words felt weak against the thunder of the drums. Izel's eyes flickered toward me, fierce and vulnerable all at once. "Do you think he can hear us?" she asked, a tremor in her voice. "Do you think he's watching?" I wanted to say yes, to offer the comfort of belief, to weave a tapestry of hope where despair festered. But I knew the truth, Mictlantecuhtli was not a benevolent observer. He was the abyss, an insatiable maw waiting to consume our grief. I could feel that darkness creeping in on Izel, gnawing at the edges of her laughter, pulling her into the void. Then there was Tlaloc, a shadow beneath the flickering lights, his face twisted in a scowl that reflected the storm brewing within him. He always felt like an outsider, a misfit in a world that demanded conformity. But here, among the offerings and the chants, he belonged in a way that frightened him. His family, long lost in the annals of time, had been marked by Mictlantecuhtli's hand, a fate that tethered him to the god of death like a puppet on strings. "Why do we do this?" Tlaloc's voice cut through the air, harsh and raw. "Why celebrate a god who relishes in our suffering?" His words hung heavy, each syllable like a stone dropped into the void, echoing back with an ancestral pain. Izel turned, her eyes alight with the fire of indignation. "Because we must honor those who came before," she shot back, the defiance in her voice trembling under the weight of her own sorrow. "We are their voices, their memories. If we don't remember, they vanish into the dark." And as those words hung in the air, I felt the chill of the evening settle deeper into my bones. The crowd had begun to chant, their voices melding into a haunting harmony, a prayer weaving through the darkness. With every beat of the drum, I could feel the tension spiral, like a noose tightening around our throats. We were a part of something ancient and terrifying, a ritual that danced on the edge of sanity and madness. The air crackled with the electricity of impending confrontation, hearts racing like prey sensing a predator lurking nearby. Izel stepped forward, her voice rising above the din. "We summon you, Mictlantecuhtli. We offer our pain for your pleasure." Each word was a cut, a sacrifice laden with the weight of loss. The flicker of the flames mirrored the flicker of hope, dancing in defiance against the inevitable. And then it happened, a darkness darker than night descended upon us, swallowing the laughter and the chants, silencing the drums with an oppressive stillness. The torches flickered, their flames dwindling, as if the very essence of life was being extinguished. I felt Tlaloc's hand grip my wrist, his fear palpable, grounding me against the encroaching shadows. "Is this how it ends?" he breathed, an edge of desperation in his voice, his vulnerability laid bare. Izel turned to him, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, fierce and fragile. "No, this is just the beginning." A chilling laughter echoed through the plaza, a sound that reverberated against the stone walls, clawing at the edges of our sanity. Mictlantecuhtli had arrived, his presence felt long before he was seen. The shadows twisted and contorted, forming into a figure that invoked both dread and awe. He stood before us, cloaked in the darkness of the underworld, his skeletal hands outstretched, beckoning. We were caught in a web of fear and reverence, ensnared in the chaos of our emotion swirling like a tempest. Izel and Tlaloc, once grounded in their pain, now faced the embodiment of their deepest fears and desires. I remember the moments we had shared, the laughter that had once echoed in the spaces between us, now overshadowed by the weight of our collective sorrow. It was a dance upon the edge of oblivion. The festival was no longer a celebration, it was a confrontation, a reckoning with the shadows we harbored within. Izel's mask slipped, revealing the raw anguish beneath, while Tlaloc's bravado crumbled like ash in the wind. And in that moment, we were all exposed, stripped bare before the god who demanded our darkness, our truth. As the shadows writhed and the flames flickered, we stood on the precipice, caught between the worlds of the living and the dead, the echoes of our ancestors ringing in our ears. There was no turning back, no retreating into the safety of the past. We had summoned him, and now, we must face the consequences. The festival had transformed, a living, breathing entity that pulsated with the rawness of our emotions. I could feel the weight of the night pressing down, the cosmos watching with bated breath. We were not merely participants in a ritual, we were the offering, our hearts laid bare before the dark majesty of Mictlantecuhtli. And as the darkness enveloped us, I realized that we were not alone. The spirits of the departed danced around us, their whispers a chorus mingling with our fears, binding us together in this haunting spiral of existence. We were alive, and in our aliveness, we embraced the shadows, ready to confront whatever may come. In the heart of fear, we found our strength, fragile, fierce, and undeniably human. Lightning cracked the sky, a jagged tear in the darkness, illuminating the faces of the frightened villagers below. In the heart of Tenochtitlan, the air was thick with apprehension, a tangible pulse of fear echoing against the stones of the ancient temples. I stood there, heart hammering like war drums, sweat mixing with the dirt on my brow. Time was a relentless enemy, the calendar spinning faster than the sun could rise and fall. The great stone of the calendar loomed before us, its carvings sharp and unforgiving, whispers of time etched in jagged lines. Death was not an abstract concept here, it was a spectre stalking the living, waiting behind every shadow. "Why do you all cower?" shouted Xochitl, her voice fierce, cutting through the tension like a knife. Her dark hair cascaded around her shoulders, wild and untamed, much like her spirit. "We are the children of the sun. We dance on the brink of the cosmos." Yet, even as she spoke, her hands trembled slightly, betraying the truth lurking behind her bravado. She felt it, the weight of the calendar pressing down like a heavy stone, a reminder of the sacrifices demanded to keep the world in balance. Then there was Cuauhtémoc, a warrior with scars that told tales of battles fought, each one a testament to his determination. His eyes, however, were clouded with doubt, shadows of betrayal hidden beneath the surface. "Xochitl," he murmured, voice low and grave, "the calendar is not just a stone. It is a countdown. We know what follows the end of a cycle, the death of the sun, the return of darkness. I can feel it in my bones. I remember the haunting vibrations of the drums that filled the air, echoing within my chest, a reminder of what was to come. Each beat was a countdown, a thump that reverberated through the temple walls, as if the very stones groaned under the weight of our fears. The moon hung high, full and round, a silver coin tossed into a dark void. In that moment, it felt like the universe held its breath, teetering on the edge of despair. Xochitl glanced at Cuauhtémoc, searching for strength in his resolve, but instead, she saw uncertainty flickering like a candle in a storm. "We face death, yes," she breathed, "but rebirth is our destiny. We must believe." Her words, though fierce, felt like fragile glass, beautiful yet on the verge of shattering. The air around us felt charged, electric, as if the cosmos itself was waiting for our next move, our next breath. Memories swirled in my mind, dreams of a time when the sun smiled down on us, when life flowed like honey through the streets. But those days felt like lifetimes ago, submerged in the shadows of impending doom. I remembered the stories told by the firelight, the laughter of children echoing against the stone. But now, the laughter felt distant, muffled by the weight of the unknown. The calendar's wheels were turning, each glyph a reminder of what we had to lose, what we had already lost. "Are we to be just offerings on this altar of time?" Cuauhtémoc's voice cracked, a raw edge of desperation creeping in. What if the gods no longer listen? What if we are merely echoes in the void? The fear escalated, wrapping around us like a serpent, tightening its grip with every heartbeat. Xochitl stepped forward, defiance radiating from her. Then we become the voice, she shouted, her words igniting a flicker of hope. We are not just sacrifices, we are the pulse of this land, the heartbeat of the cosmos. Death does not have to be the end. It can be a beginning. Her passion was infectious, a fire that threatened to consume us all, but deep down, I saw the flicker of doubt in her eyes. The truth was too heavy to bear. The calendar loomed larger, its surface a battleground of jagged figures and swirling symbols, a labyrinth of fate. Each mark was a reminder, time was moving, slipping through our fingers like sand. And then, beneath the weight of it all, I felt a tremor in my spirit, a whisper of a memory that refused to fade. I remembered a ceremony long forgotten, where the sun was coaxed back from the abyss with the songs of the living. We need to perform the ritual, I blurted, the words spilling forth like a desperate prayer. To bring back the sun. To show that we are alive, that we will not yield to despair. Cuauhtémoc and Xochitl turned to me, surprise and skepticism mingling in their eyes like a storm brewing on the horizon. Are you mad? Cuauhtémoc asked, voice low. The ritual demands blood, sacrifices that may be too costly. Costly? I repeated, heart racing. What is cost when weighed against the abyss of nothingness? Would you choose darkness over the light? We must fight. The air thickened with tension, a coiled spring ready to unleash. Xochitl stepped closer, the fire in her eyes igniting a spark of courage in me. Then we fight, she declared, fists clenched, resolve hardening like stone. Together. We'll prove that we are more than offerings. We are the dawn breaking through the night. The drums thundered louder, shaking the very ground beneath our feet, a primal heartbeat urging us onward. Time was a thief, stealing moments and leaving behind shadows, but in that instant, we became more than mere mortals, we became forces of nature, intertwined with the very fabric of existence. I could feel the cosmos swirling around us, the ancient gods watching with bated breath. With each passing second, we moved closer to the precipice, the line separating life from death blurring into nothingness. What lay ahead was shrouded in mystery and fear, but we faced it together, hearts pulsing in unison, determined to carve our place in the annals of time. The calendar's stone shell seemed to vibrate with our collective strength, whispering promises of rebirth, of continuity. We were not just facing death, we were challenging it. And as the thunder rumbled overhead, I felt hope flicker, fragile yet insistent, daring to pierce the darkness, beckoning us toward the light. In that moment, time held its breath, the world suspended in the heavy silence before the storm. The sun hung low in the sky, spilling crimson tendrils across the horizon, a final blaze before surrendering to the enveloping darkness. Xiuhua stood at the edge of the temple, heart pounding in her chest, the air thick with the scent of burnt copal and an urgency that whispered promises of doom. Below, the crowd churned like a restless sea, eyes glinting with fear, anticipation, and something darker, a primal hunger that clung to the stories of the dying sun. She could hear the drums beating, a war cry echoing through the valley, calling forth the souls of the departed and the promises of the living. Xiuhua, they await you. Her brother, Mictlantecuhtli, shouted, desperation coating his voice like mist. But Xiuhua feet felt rooted to the ground, as if the very stones beneath her were whispering of ancient battles waged and lost, of sacrifices made in the name of gods whose hunger was insatiable. We must appease Tezcatlipoca. The omens are grim. She remembered the night her mother had spoken of the journey, a tale laced with shadows and shimmering terror. We are born from the ashes of the sun and destined to return to them, my child, her mother had whispered, the candlelight flickering like the last breath of a dying star. But the path is fraught with peril. Do not forget the weight of your heart. Now, standing atop the pyramid, the weight felt almost unbearable. Each heartbeat echoed in her ears, a reminder of the souls that had come before her, the sacrifices made beneath the moonlit sky, the cries of those who found themselves lost in the dark. What was she to offer? Blood? Tears? What could ever be enough to satisfy the gods? Siwakotl! Mictlantecuhtli grabbed her wrist, his grip searing. We must go. Time is slipping away like sand through fingers. In his eyes, she saw a reflection of her own fear, a mirror of doubts etched deep into the lines of their childhood. What if they don't accept us? She whispered, her breath hitching. What if they've turned away? And even as she spoke, the shadows of the past seemed to coil around her, the cries of those long gone echoing through her mind, souls trapped in an endless spiral, wandering the streets of Mictlan, the underworld, pleading for release. She had witnessed it, the torment of the lost, the way their eyes glowed like embers in the night, shadows of their former selves. They will take you, sister. Mictlantecuhtl's voice was a sharp blade cutting through the haze of her fears. They will take us both if we do not act. A sudden chill slithered down her spine. Shadows danced at the edges of her vision, flickering like candle flames caught in a draught, and she felt the unmistakable weight of fate pressing down on her, an unseen hand squeezing her heart. The drums grew louder, a relentless pulse that synced with her own racing heartbeat. She could hear the mournful wails of the people, their prayers rising into the ether, their breath merging with the smoke of sacrifices past. I remember, the words tumbled from her lips, memories crashing like waves against the jagged rocks of reality. I remember the stories of the ones who failed, those who wandered too far from the light. Each syllable clawed at her throat, raw and ragged. I remember their faces, twisted in despair, calling for the sun. And in that moment, a realization gripped her. What if the journey of souls was not only a passage into the afterlife but a relentless hunt for redemption, a desperate grasping at the straws of existence? The fear intensified, coiling tight around her heart, squeezing until she could barely breathe. Siwakotl, please! Mictlantecuhtl's voice cut through her spiraling thoughts. We must go. But her feet felt weighted, the stones beneath her like lead. She felt the oppressive gaze of the gods upon her, their judgment a living thing, hungry and insatiable. What if, the words lingered on her tongue, a thought unvoiced, a fear too great to bear? What if we become the offerings? A flicker of motion caught her eye, a figure emerging from the shadows, cloaked in darkness, skin glistening like obsidian. It was Xolotl, the god of death, a harbinger of the fates awaiting them. He stood tall, an ethereal presence, and as he approached, a cold wind swept through the temple grounds, an icy breath of the underworld. You seek the path, he asked, voice smooth as silk yet heavy with foreboding. To tread upon the bones of the forgotten. Her heart raced in her chest, each thrum a desperate plea for understanding. We seek to appease the gods, to honor the journey. Xolotl's eyes, dark and endless, bore into her soul, and in that moment, she felt the weight of the universe pressing down, shadows whispering secrets of the cosmos, of dreams unfulfilled. The journey is not for the faint of heart. It requires a price. What price? The question spilled from her lips, a fragile thread woven into the tapestry of fate. Your fears, he said, a grin creeping across his lips, sharp and glistening like the edge of a jagged stone. Your attachments. Your very essence. Mictlantecuhtli stepped forward, courage igniting behind his eyes. We will give what is needed. I will stand with my sister till the end. But the end felt like a distant echo, a whisper in the wind, growing fainter with every heartbeat. The crowd below roared, a cacophony of prayers rising like smoke, a desperate plea for peace amidst the chaos. Siwakotl could feel the weight of their hopes crashing against her, a tide pulling her deeper into the abyss of uncertainty. I remember, she whispered again, voices swirling around her, the cries of the lost melding with her own. I remember the sacrifices, the blood spilled for the sun. A thunderous roar filled the air, and the earth trembled beneath her feet. The temple was alive, a living entity, and she could feel the pulse of the cosmos, a rhythm that danced in time with the beating of her heart. Then come. Xolotl's voice thundered, echoing through the night. Face the shadows of your soul. And just like that, the moment fractured, time splintering like fragile glass. The world swirled around her, shadows encroaching, and she found herself standing at the precipice of the unknown, a battleground of life and death, of dreams and nightmares. The winds howled, the drums pounded, and Siwakotl, holding tight to her brother's hand, stepped forward into the abyss, heart racing, breath caught in her throat. The journey was only beginning, and the shadows of the past danced in the light of a dying sun, whispering secrets and beckoning her onward. The path was fraught with danger, with dreams half forgotten and memories clinging like shadows, but she would face them all, if only to find the journey worth the price. The sky screams, a canvas of bruised purple and fiery orange, as the sun sinks lower, bleeding its final light across the jagged horizon. Shadows stretch like gnarled fingers over the earth, clutching at the hearts of those gathered below. The air crackles with tension, thick with the scent of fear and the weight of unspoken truths. Each heartbeat is a countdown, a pulsing reminder of the inevitable clash between creation and destruction. I stand among them, no, I kneel, dirt caking under my fingernails and a chill creeping up my spine. Around me, the people whisper, their voices trembling like leaves in a restless wind. They speak of Mictlantecuhtli, the lord of the underworld, a name that hangs in the air like a dark cloud, heavy with dread. I remember stories told by the flickering light of a fire, tales of a god who thrived in shadows, who feasted on souls and reveled in despair. He is not just a myth, he is a living presence, a spectre hovering just beyond the reach of our fragile world. Will he come for us? Someone asks, eyes wide with terror, trembling lips forming syllables that taste of ash. The question hangs in the air, a caustic truth that binds us together in our shared fear. I feel the weight of despair in my chest, a stone lodged there, heavy and unyielding. I think of my family, my friends, the lives entwined with mine. What will he take? My breath quickens, an echo of that darkness that looms closer with every passing moment. In the distance, a figure emerges, a silhouette against the dying light, sharp and cruel. It's Tezcatlipoca, the god of the night sky. They say he wears a jaguar skin, that his eyes glint like obsidian, reflecting the deepest void of existence. He strides with purpose, and where his footfalls land, the ground shudders as if acknowledging his dominion over fate itself. He is the architect of this moment, I think, a shivering realization creeping through me like ice. He is here to mold our lives in the molten fires of his design. But I am not alone in my anxiety. At my side, each cell fights a different battle. Her hands tremble as she grips a small stone, a talisman of sorts, something her grandmother once gave her, whispering incantations that still echo in the corners of her mind. I remember, she says, voice barely above a whisper, the stories of the fifth son. How it must be fed with blood, with sacrifice. Her eyes gloss over, distant, as if she's walking backward through the corridors of time. Will we and can we survive this? Survive? I reply, the word a bitter taste in my mouth. He demands more than just survival. He demands our essence. I see the flicker of fear in her eyes, the realization that we are merely pieces on a chessboard, pawns in a game played by gods. The thought sends a shiver down my spine, a reminder of our mortality, our fragility. We are tethered to this world by the thinnest of threads, and those threads are slowly unraveling. Suddenly, the ground trembles beneath us, a shudder that resonates through the core of my being. I glance at each cell, and her face is pale, but there is something fierce sparking behind her fear. We can't let them take us. We can't let them choose our fates, she cries, her voice breaking the silence like thunder. I feel the weight of her words, a call to arms that reverberates through the crowd. A mutiny against the gods, fragile yet potent. The sky darkens, a blanket of night unfurling as Mictlantecuhtli arrives, not in flesh but in shadow, a swirling mass of darkness and echoes. I can almost hear the whispers of lost souls in his presence, a cacophony of despair that chills the marrow of my bones. Bow before me, he commands, his voice a haunting symphony, chilling and commanding. Your blood shall nourish the fifth son. Panic ripples through the crowd. I feel it crawling under my skin, a raw, primal fear. Each cell's grip on my arm tightens, nails digging into my flesh. What if he takes me, she breathes, the question a dagger to my heart. The truth is, I am terrified too. I am scared of losing her, scared of the shadows that promise to consume us both. Fight, each cell. Don't let fear bind us. I shout, though my voice quivers with uncertainty. The ground beneath us trembles again, as if the earth itself acknowledges the weight of our defiance. I see the flickers of resolve in the eyes of those around us, igniting like sparks in the dark. This is not a mere sacrifice, this is a battle for existence, for the right to breathe, to love, to live. Then, in a moment of sheer audacity, I push through the throng, my heart raging in my chest. We will not be mere offerings. I scream into the churning void, standing tall against the dark tide. The flickering lights of our candles seem to pulse in response, a flickering heartbeat against the overwhelming darkness. Mictlantecuhtli's laughter envelops us, a chilling wind that sends shivers racing down my spine. You think you can defy me? I am the end and the beginning, the cycle of life and death. You are nothing. But in that moment of terror, I glance at Itzel, and I see her standing beside me, fierce and unyielding. We are not nothing, she shouts back, her voice rising above the tempest. We are the fire that burns against the dark, the light that will not be extinguished. The confrontation is electric, a symphony of defiance that surges through us, ready to spill over the precipice of fate itself. Shadows twist and writhe, and all that is left is the pulsing heartbeat of resistance, a rhythm that thrums through the very fabric of our existence. With each beat, the tension coalesces, a storm waiting to break. Mictlantecuhtli, with all his power, stands before us, but we stand together, fragile yet unbreakable, trembling yet resolute. We are the pulse of the fifth sun, and we will fight for our place in the cosmos, even if it means facing the darkness itself. And as the tendrils of night wrap around us, we prepare to clash with destiny, hearts pounding, breaths mingling in the cold air. The moment stretches, taut like a bowstring, ready to unleash its fury. Shadows gather, the world around us fading into a surreal haze as we brace ourselves for the reckoning. Blood dripped like dark rain on stone, pooling in the crevices of ancient altars that were polished by the hands of countless priests and warriors. It was a morbid symphony, the echo of drums beating like frantic hearts, the sharp scent of fear mingling with the earthy tang of sweat and incense. I remember standing there, the sun of vengeful eye above, blinding yet all-knowing, casting long shadows over a world that thrived on sacrifice. I was not just a witness, I was a part of it, a heartbeat in the pulse of an empire that danced with death. In the crowd, I saw him, Tultikpak, my brother, his face a mask of defiance and despair. His eyes, once bright with the fiery spirit of youth, now mirrored the weight of an impending doom. He had chosen this path, he marched toward the altar with a purpose that cut deeper than any blade. I wanted to scream, to pull him back from the precipice of this ritual, but the air was thick with the weight of ancient customs that demanded blood, a currency of the divine. Are you ready? I whispered, my voice barely more than a breath, lost in the cacophony of chants that filled the air like a storm gathering strength. He cast a glance over his shoulder, a flicker of doubt, or was it courage? I couldn't tell. The sun painted him in hues of gold but cast shadows that whispered of the dark fate that awaited him. Ready to give the gods what they desire, he replied, and there was a tremor in his voice that spoke of fear masked by bravado. In that moment, our eyes locked, a fleeting connection amidst the chaos, and I remembered the tales of our ancestors, of how they believed that sacrifice was not merely a transaction, it was a communion, an offering that would ensure the sun would rise again, the crops would grow, and the lives of the living would be sustained. But at what cost? I felt the crowd swell around us, faces distorted by a fervor that was both terrifying and intoxicating. The priests, draped in feathered garments soaked through with the weight of their own conviction, moved with a rhythm that seemed to echo from the very stones of Tenochtitlan. They were the arbiters of a cosmic balance, the keepers of a faith that intertwined life and death in a way that left my heart pounding, a drum in the depths of my chest. As the moment drew near, I saw Xochitl, a girl I once loved, standing at the edge of the throng. She was a vision of beauty and sorrow, her hands trembling as she clutched a bouquet of marigolds, the vibrant petals stark against the grim reality unfolding. I remembered how we'd whispered sweet nothings beneath the stars, how we had danced in the moonlight, oblivious to the shadows that loomed over us. But here she was, a silent witness to the sacrifice that would rend the very fabric of our lives apart. Come back to me, I wanted to scream, words that would never escape my lips. It was not the warriors who would fall today but the very essence of the dreams we had built, the laughter that would fade like the twilight glow. My heart ached with the knowledge that each heartbeat was a countdown, a reminder of the inevitable moment that would snatch my brother from the realm of the living. And then, silence. The world around us held its breath, the sun dipped low, casting a crimson hue over everything, as if the world itself sensed the gravity of what was about to unfold. Mictlantecuhtli stepped forward, driven by fate, duty, and perhaps a flicker of hope that his sacrifice would bring peace to our restless gods. I watched as he climbed the steps of the temple, each echoing footfall a reminder of the irreversible choice he had made. The priests began their chants, a guttural incantation that resonated through my bones, stirring a primal fear deep within. Time warped in those final moments. I was lost in a fervor of memories, fleeting glimpses of laughter shared, secrets whispered beneath the stars, the warmth of a brotherhood forged in the fires of youth. I remember the dreams that soared, wild and unbound, only to be eclipsed by the shadows of obligation and despair. The world grew smaller, the air thickened, and dread wrapped around my throat like a noose. With a swift, practiced motion, the priest raised the obsidian blade, shimmering like the stars I once believed could guide us. And in that moment, oh, that moment, everything shattered, the air exploded with the cries of the crowd, the gasp of disbelief, and the heart-wrenching wail of Xochitl as she sank to her knees, marigold spilling from her hands like the very essence of life, vibrant yet fleeting. A single heartbeat. Just one. It became a war cry, a confession, a prayer. Then the blade descended, and everything erupted in a kaleidoscope of crimson, life, love, loss, all spilling forth in an offering that would shake the heavens. I felt the heat of the sun blurring the line between sacrifice and salvation. I wanted to scream, to rage against the gods who demanded such a price, but the sound caught in my throat, a choking reminder of our duty. As Mictlantecuhtli's life poured out, I was left with the hollow ache of what had been and what would never be. Each drop of blood soaked into the stones, a testament to faith, to sacrifice, to the relentless cycle of life and death that defined us. And as the crowd roared in ecstasy, I could feel the shadows closing in, whispering that this was not just a ritual but a reflection of our deepest fears and our most fervent hopes. In that moment, it was no longer just a sacrifice, it was a paradox wrapped in a tragedy, a promise etched in blood. And as the celestial dance of the cosmos continued without pause, I realized that this was just the beginning, a thread woven into a tapestry that would stretch far beyond the horizon, a haunting echo of what it meant to live and to give, a reminder that sometimes, what we offer is not just our lives but our very souls. The air hangs heavy, a thick fog of anticipation curling around the altar like an uninvited spectre. I stand there, rooted to the spot, heart thrumming in my chest, a prisoner of this moment. The drums beat with a primal rhythm, thudding like the pulse of the earth itself, and in the distance, the cries of the sacrificed rise, a chilling melody that dances on the edge of fear and reverence. I remember the stench of blood, the way it mingled with the sweet scent of burning copal, and how, in that sacred chaos, life and death twirled together like partners in a macabre waltz. Xochitl, with her defiant spirit and tangled hair, wild like the wind, stands before the sacrificial stone, her eyes burning with a storm of emotions. Fear flickers in her gaze, but so does determination. She's more than just a girl from Tenochtitlan, she's a warrior wrapped in the skin of a maiden, caught between duty and desire. I remember the stories, she whispers, her voice trembling like a leaf about to fall, about the sun needing offerings to rise each day. The weight of tradition presses down on her, suffocating yet intoxicating. And there's Scarly, a boy barely on the cusp of manhood, his hand stained with the remnants of his last battle, trembling at the thought of facing the gods. He fidgets, the clinking of his obsidian blades a haunting reminder of what is to come. I don't want to die, he confesses, almost to the shadows lurking just beyond the flickering flames. Not like this. His eyes dart to Xochitl, desperate for strength, for hope, but he can't shake the feeling that death lurks around every corner, waiting for its moment to claim him. The atmosphere crackles, a tightrope stretched thin by the weight of the cosmos. I remember the tales of Quetzalcoatl and Tezcatlipoca, the duality of existence, life and death, creation and destruction. In this world, they are not opposites but entwined, a dance that spirals endlessly. The sun will rise, and for it to do so, blood must spill. The realization grips me, wraps cold fingers around my throat. Who are we but vessels of sacrifice, mere pawns in a game played by gods who revel in the fragility of our existence? Xochitl's voice cuts through, fierce and unwavering. We are not just offerings, she declares, her spirit igniting like a flame. We are the heartbeat of this land. It's a battle cry, a challenge that reverberates through the crowd. Yet even as she speaks, I see the tremor in her hands, the way her breath catches like a snare. She knows, oh, how she knows, that the moment of truth is upon us. It's a confrontation with fate, a step into the abyss where life blurs into death. The shadows twist and writhe as the high priest approaches, draped in feathered finery that glints like a predator's eyes. He is both terrifying and majestic, a figure mold from fear itself. The gods demand blood, he proclaims, his voice a sonorous echo in the night. Who among you is willing to offer their life? The crowd holds its breath, an invisible weight settles over us, a shared pulse of dread. I remember the stories of the brave, those who walked willingly to their doom with heads held high, believing in the glory of their sacrifice. But Itzkali's eyes betray him, wide and haunted, as he grips the hilt of his weapon, not for courage but for self-preservation. What if we refuse? He asks, a whisper barely escaping his lips. Refuse? Xochitl breathes, her eyes fierce, yet a flicker of doubt crosses her face. To refuse is to deny the gods. They will not take that lightly. The high priest's gaze hardens, and in that moment, time feels suspended, a fragile thread stretched taut. I can feel the weight of their choices, the heart-wrenching conflict that churns within them. Life is a fleeting flicker, and here, at the altar, it teeters on the edge of annihilation. The heartbeat of the city pulses around them, a reminder that beyond this moment, life continues, unyielding. But here, it is different. Here, it is raw and visceral. Do you think the gods care for your doubts? The priest snarls, stepping closer, his presence suffocating. The air is thick with tension, it presses down, wrapping its fingers around their throats like a noose. You are nothing but offerings, clay in their hands. I feel the sharp inhale of the crowd, the collective gasp that stretches through the thrumming hearts of those standing vigil, waiting for the inevitable. The shadows dance, whispering secrets of the past, futures lost in the dark void of mortality. Every soul here is a thread, woven into the fabric of existence, and yet, at this moment, they feel so achingly alone. Xochitl's voice breaks through the silence, trembling yet strong. If we are to die, let it be for something greater than ourselves. Let it be for the sun, for the earth, for the very essence of life that courses through us. Her words hang in the air like a spell, binding them all to the moment, igniting a flicker of hope amidst despair. But the truth is, hope is a cruel mistress. The high priest's eyes narrow, and the crowd shifts uneasily, caught in the throes of a dilemma that reaches deep into their marrow. I remember the warmth of life, the connections that tie us together, and how easily they can slip away like grains of sand. Would they stand for their beliefs or submit to the ancient pull of tradition? And so, the moment stretches, a taut line, trembling with potential. Each heartbeat reverberates, echoing the cries of ancestors who came before them, who faced their own dance between life and death. In this crucible of emotion, the boundary blurs, life and death forever entwined like lovers in a tragic embrace. The air crackles with intensity, a tangible force that pulls me closer, into the darkness that awaits. As they stand at the precipice, I realize, this is not just their battle, it is ours, woven from the same threads of existence. Life, death, sacrifice, they are universal truths that resonate beyond time and culture, binding us all in this frantic dance beneath the sun's watchful gaze. With every breath, I feel the weight of their choices, alive and resonant, each heartbeat a reminder that the line between life and death is painted in shades of grey, forever shifting, forever haunting. The air is thick, suffocating, like a shroud pulled tight over a pulsing heart. A cacophony erupts, the clanking of metal, the wails of the grieving mingling with the guttural laughter of the damned. Shadows twist and writhe, taking twisted shapes that seem to mock the very essence of existence. I stand in the middle of it all, a witness to the chaos, my breath hitching in my throat. This is not merely a battle, this is an unholy ritual, a cosmic clash that reverberates through the fabric of life and death. Mictlantecuhtli, the lord of the underworld, stands before me, skeletal hands outstretched, a crown of obsidian perched atop his skull. His hollow eyes burn like twin stars, filled with the weight of forgotten souls, beckoning those who wander too close. And there, against the tempest of twilight, Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, glides gracefully, a vibrant trail of emerald and gold woven into his essence. He exudes life, hope, and the promise of rebirth, but I can see the flicker of fear in his gaze. The battle is not just between gods. It's a mirror, a reflection of our deepest fears and desires, each one clawing for dominance. I remember the first time I felt their pull. It was a dream, or perhaps a memory of a life long forgotten. I stood at the crossroads, a child with dirt-streaked cheeks, wondering if I would embrace the warmth of the sun or surrender to the cold whispers of the night. Auntie used to say that only in the embrace of both could one truly understand the world. But what did she know? What do any of us truly know? But there I was, stranded between two titans of existence, feeling the weight of their depictions crawl onto my skin. Mictlantecuhtli's laughter was a haunting echo, a song of despair that seeped into my bones. Embrace the darkness, he crooned, for in shadows, all truths are revealed. I shivered, feeling the pull of his call, the alluring void that promised an end to suffering but at the cost of losing myself. Then there was Quetzalcoatl, his voice a soothing balm, a whisper of wind through leaves. Life is a cycle, he urged, embrace the light, and you shall find your wings. I could almost feel the warmth radiating from him, the electric buzz of possibilities curling around my fingertips. Yet, as he spoke, I sensed the turmoil within him, a desperate yearning that belied his calm exterior. Could a god be afraid? Could he, too, feel the crushing weight of existence? The battlefield erupted, and I was no longer a passive observer. I felt the tremors in the ground beneath my feet, the very earth groaning under the weight of the impending clash. My heart raced, each thump echoing the rhythm of their conflict. As Mictlantecuhtli lunged, the air turned icy, a palpable dread swirling around me, thick like fog. I felt it in my chest, a longing for the finality he offered, a seductive promise to escape the chaos of life. But then Quetzalcoatl soared above, his feathers shimmering like the dawn breaking through the night, and in that moment, hope ignited within me, a spark bright enough to challenge the dark. I caught a glimpse of something raw, something real in his eyes. Fight, he implored, for every breath is a chance to fly. I wanted to scream, to tell him I was nothing, a mere observer in this divine struggle, yet his fervor reached deep into the recesses of my soul, shaking me awake. I remember the moment of connection, a fleeting heartbeat shared in the chaos. Quetzalcoatl's gaze locked onto mine, and for a split second, I transcended the divide. I felt the weight of existence, a burden, yes, but also a blessing. What is life without struggle? What is light without darkness? The very thought consumed me, each syllable a flame flickering against the storm. Time felt warped, twisting like smoke around me. I was both everywhere and nowhere, a thread woven into the tapestry of battles both ancient and eternal. The air crackled around me as Mictlantecuhtli unleashed his fury, skeletal hands clawing at the heavens. You cannot escape the inevitable, he roared, and my body trembled, caught in his grip. But Quetzalcoatl countered with a force that shimmered like sunlight on water. The inevitable is only a choice yet to be made, he bellowed, a surge of life that pulsed through the air, a promise that life could bloom even in the darkest corners. The clash of their wills sent shockwaves through the realm, and I felt my heart beat in tandem with this battle of dualities. Each moment stretched like a taut string, vibrating with the tension of existence itself. I was no longer an unfeeling spectator, I was a player, caught in the web of their struggle, the embodiment of hope and despair entwined. The cries of the fallen echoed in my ears, haunting melodies of those who had danced between life and death, their stories interwoven with mine. I could almost see their faces, ghostly visages rising from the ashes of forgotten dreams. They reached out, begging for release, whispering truths buried beneath layers of fear. Their pain was palpable, yet so was their yearning for something greater, a flicker of understanding, a glimmer of light amidst the shadows. I wanted to scream, to rage against the inevitability of it all, but my voice caught in my throat, trapped by the weight of their stories, our stories. I remembered Aunt Tia's laughter, her words echoing in my mind like a gentle breeze through a forgotten garden. You must know both to truly live. And in that moment, I realized the truth. To understand existence is to embrace the duality of Mictlantecuhtli and Quetzalcoatl, the darkness that consumes and the light that illuminates. Each heartbeat is a choice, each breath a testament to the struggle of existence itself. As the gods clashed, the world shuddered, and I stood amidst it all, no longer afraid. I would carry their stories, their truths, and in that knowing, I found my voice, echoing through the chaos like a candle flame amidst a storm. The battle raged on, but I felt an awakening, a realization that life, with all its heartache and joy, was worth fighting for, an eternal dance of light and shadow. The air hangs heavy, thick with incense and the scent of earth after rain, a reminder that life, like the fleeting shadows, is mercurial. The temple looms, dark and foreboding, a jagged silhouette against a bruised, twilight sky. Beneath its stone arches, the whispers of the damned reverberate, a soft, chilling melody that beckons the curious and the brave alike. This is no ordinary night, it is a moment suspended in time, the cusp of an encounter with Mictlantecuhtli, the lord of the underworld. The very thought sends shivers down my spine, a blend of terror and exhilaration, as if standing on the edge of a cliff, gazing into an abyss. I remember the first time I saw him. A mural, vivid and grotesque, his skeletal figure adorned with a crown of bones, eyes like bottomless pits, black as the void. I was captivated and horrified, rooted to the ground as if his gaze bore down upon my very soul. He was not just a death god, he was the embodiment of all that we fear yet cannot escape, the relentless march toward oblivion, the grasping hand of fate that pulls us into darkness. In that moment, I felt the weight of my own mortality pressing against my chest, the beat of my heart echoing like a war drum. Beside me, Xochitl stood, her skin glistening under the flickering torchlight, fierce and alive, yet within her eyes, there was something fragile, a flicker of vulnerability that threatened to extinguish. "Can you feel it?" she whispered, her voice barely breaking through the tension, her gaze locked into the swirling patterns of the mural. "The hunger?" I nodded, overwhelmed by 1,000 thoughts, each one more chaotic than the last. The hunger she spoke of was palpable, a gnawing void that fed on our fears, a promise of eternal night. It was Mictlantecuhtli's essence, alive in the art around us, his presence woven into the fabric of our existence. Xochitl's fascination with the macabre had always intrigued me, she was drawn to the darkness as a moth to a flame, and I, the foolish observer, could not look away. But this night was different. The air thickened, charged with an electric sense of impending doom. The shadows danced, flickered, as if taunting us, whispering secrets of those who had walked before. I could almost hear the ghostly echoes, the many souls trapped in Mictlantecuhtli's realm, their stories entwined with longing and regret. They were paintings brought to life, each stroke of the brush, each chiseled line, a lament for the lost. "Look," Xochitl breathed, pointing toward a particularly haunting image, Mictlantecuhtli seated upon his throne, flanked by the skeletal remains of the past. "It's more than just art, it's a warning." Her voice trembled, the conviction wavering, as if she were standing on a precipice herself, teetering between fascination and fear. I remembered the tales whispered in the market, where merchants sold brightly colored trinkets and stories painted with laughter, yet there were those who dared to speak of the dread that lurked behind every corner, tales of sacrifices made to appease the gods, to keep the dark at bay. Mictlantecuhtli, with his bony hands and hollow eyes, was the ultimate harbinger, a reminder that life was fleeting, a flickering candle in the relentless grip of night. Do you think he'll come for us?" I mused, the question hanging between us like a promise yet to be broken. The thought of facing him sent my heart racing. Could I bear witness to the very embodiment of death itself? Xochitl's laughter echoed, sharp and nervous, but it was tinged with something deeper, a mixture of excitement and dread. "If he comes, I'll greet him with open arms. After all, who wouldn't want to dance with the god of the dead?" But there was a tremor in her voice, a flicker of doubt that betrayed her bravado. And in that shared moment of vulnerability, I realized our lives were painted against the backdrop of inevitability. We were but fleeting brushstrokes in a grand mural, destined to fade into the tapestry of existence. The art around us was alive, pulsating with stories untold, beckoning us to confront our fears, our mortality, to embrace the shadows instead of shying away. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath our feet, a low rumble echoing from the depths of the earth, as if Mictlantecuhtli himself were awakening. The murals began to shift, colors swirling into chaos, a kaleidoscope of madness that mirrored the turmoil within. I felt the walls closing in, the weight of the darkness pressing down, and the very essence of fear tightened around my throat. "So chill," I gasped, turning to her, my voice a frantic whisper as panic clawed at my insides. But she was entranced, eyes wide, lost in the very beauty of what terrified her. "So chill, we need to, Isha," she hissed, her voice low, as if speaking would shatter the spell. "Just look." And I did. I looked into the eyes of the god, those ghastly orbs that seemed to draw me into a vortex of despair. In that moment, I saw not just a deity of death but a reflection of my own fears, my own weakness. The truth washed over me like a cold wave. Mictlantecuhtli was not just a figure in the darkness, he was within us all, lurking in the corners of our minds, waiting for the moment we would finally surrender. The murals pulsed, a heartbeat that echoed through the chamber, melding with the rhythm of our fear and longing. I felt Xochitl's hand slip into mine, warm and trembling, a tether against the encroaching void. "We are not alone," she murmured, her voice fierce, though laced with uncertainty. "We are together." And together, we stood against the shadows, against the whispers of the past, against the fear of the inevitable. We realized that to confront Mictlantecuhtli was to confront ourselves, to dance with the darkness rather than flee from it. The art around us was a living testament to the struggles of the human spirit, the beauty found within the grotesque. As the ground ceased its trembling and the shadows receded, I could feel a sense of calm wash over me. The fear had transformed, morphed into a fire-igniting hope. I grasped Xochitl's hand tighter, anchoring ourselves in this moment, in this confrontation with the divine. But even as the light flickered back into the chamber, I knew this was not the end. The echoes of Mictlantecuhtli lingered, a haunting reminder that within every heartbeat, every breath, lay the dance of life and death. As we turned to leave, the murals continued to whisper, the tales of the past blending seamlessly with our own, creating a tapestry of existence that would never truly fade. In that moment, I understood that the journey was not about escaping the shadows but embracing them, for they were an integral part of our story, a story that continues, woven into the fabric of time, stretching beyond the confines of this world. The weight of Mictlantecuhtli would forever linger, a shadow that danced just beyond our periphery, urging us to live fully, to love fiercely, to confront the very depths of our souls. The night bled shadows across the battlefield, a thick, suffocating darkness that draped over everything like a funeral shroud. The air crackled with an electric tension, making the hairs on my neck stand tall, as if they were sentinels warning me of the chaos bubbling just beneath the surface. In the distance, the wail of a battle horn echoed, a final cry from a dying world, stirring something primal within me, a relentless urge to fight or flee, yet both felt like betrayal. There was Azrael, his hands trembling as they gripped the hilt of his sword, knuckles white against the ancient iron. He was a man of contradictions, bravery woven with cowardice, strength masking the wounds of a man who had once stood tall and noble. He had lost the very essence of himself in a war that felt as endless as the night sky, filled with stars that once held promises of victory. Now, they were cruel reminders of everything he had sacrificed, a cruel joke played by fate. "I remember the first time I saw a skull," he muttered, voice barely a whisper, a confession to the void that surrounded us. It was in the hands of a child, her innocent laughter ringing through the air before it turned to screams. "I thought then that we were all just waiting for our own skulls to become armor." His eyes flickered, haunted by memories that danced like phantoms, slipping through his fingers, leaving only cold despair. Beside him stood Lirael, her presence a flicker of light against the encroaching darkness. She was a warrior, yes, but one forged in the fires of grief. Her heart had shattered when the world had taken everything from her, a husband, a home, a future. Now, she wore a necklace made of tiny skulls, each one etched with the name of a life lost, a reminder that protection came at a price. "These bones," she said, fingers tracing the contours of one skull, "they symbolize the weight of the past, the burden of every choice, every life taken for the sake of survival. But the truth was more complex, more twisted. Each skull was a story, a scream caught in the silence, a prayer that had turned into a curse. Lirael held onto her anguish like a lifeline, an anchor that kept her tethered in a world that spun wildly out of control. "To wear them is to be reminded," she whispered, voice trembling with the weight of her sorrow. "To protect ourselves, we must bear the burden of those we've lost." In that moment, I felt the chasm of their grief, the abyss of their fears, pulling me closer. But the moment shattered as a deafening clash erupted, iron meeting iron in a cacophony that drowned out reason. Men fell like autumn leaves, their cry swallowed by the earth, leaving behind only silence and the dull thud of bodies collapsing. Adrenaline surged through me, a primal need to act, to rage against the dying of the light. I could smell the coppery tang of blood mixed with sweat and fear, a sickening perfume that clung to the air. I turned, heart pounding, searching for something, anything, that could give us a chance. Skulls flashed through my mind, the grotesque adornments of armor that had once frightened me but now felt like a twisted embrace, a shield against the brutality surrounding us. "They think we're demons, Lirael!" I shouted over the din, the words spilling from my lips like venom. "But what if we're the only ones left to protect the light? What if this armor is all we have?" Azrael's eyes met mine, a flicker of understanding behind the storm. "And what if the only light we can protect is the one hiding in our hearts?" he replied, voice steady despite the chaos around us. Yes, it was a mad world we lived in, yet the connection between us glowed like a faint ember, a fragile flame in the face of annihilation. We charged into the fray, hearts pounding like war drums, a unity forged by the weight of loss and the hope of survival. Every swing of my sword felt like a desperate plea, a cry for redemption wrapped in anguish. I could see the shadows of those we had lost, their faces flickering like candle flames, urging us forward. Each strike was a story, each scream a testament to the lives we fought for. The ground was soaked with memories, the air thick with the scent of despair and determination. Lirael fought like a tempest, every movement a dance of defiance against the darkness that threatened to consume us. The skulls hung heavy around her neck, a macabre necklace of love and loss, each one a reminder that we were not alone in this fight. They bore witness to the pain, embodying the strength it took to rise from the ashes of our past. Then there was a moment, just a heartbeat, when time stood still. I caught a glimpse of Lirael, her face illuminated by the moon, a warrior goddess amidst the carnage. Her gaze found mine, fierce and resolute. "We wear our grief as armor," she shouted, voice piercing the chaos, "because in the end, it's all we have to protect the light." And there it was, the unyielding truth. We were the remnants of our choices, the echoes of those who had gone before us. As the clash of swords faded into the night, we were left standing amidst the ruins, our hearts still beating, still yearning for the dawn. The skulls, those haunting symbols of our pain, became our shield against the night, a promise that we would carry on, no matter the cost. The battle raged on, but within us, a flicker of hope ignited. The darkness would come for us, but we would not yield. We would wear our grief like armor and let the weight of those we loved guide us through the shadows. In that moment, I understood, protection was not merely the absence of danger, but the courage to endure, to remember, to fight for the light that flickered against the encroaching night. Time continued its relentless march, but our hearts beat as one, a collective rhythm echoing through the chaos. The night sky whispered secrets, and the universe spun on, unfazed by our struggle. Yet we stood defiant, ready to face whatever the cosmos had in store for us, as the weight of our past forged our future, and the skulls became not just symbols of death, but a testament to the resilience of life. The air crackles with tension, a taut string ready to snap. Beneath the shadow of a waning sun, the ground trembles with impending chaos. I stand there, heart pounding, a spectator to the recklessness of youth and ambition. The warriors, clad in feathered capes and obsidian blades, are mere silhouettes against the fiery horizon, their faces set in grim determination. I remember the first time I saw Zoko, fierce and wild, hair whipping like a banner of defiance as she led the charge, eyes ablaze with the promise of glory. For the gods, she had shouted, voice piercing the air. She was both beautiful and terrifying, a tempest of strength and vulnerability. But behind that mask of bravery was fear, a gnawing, hollow dread that crept into her heart every time the drums of war echoed in her ears. Beside her stood Itzkali, loyal to a fault, his spirit weighed down by his father's expectations. He was more than just a warrior, he was a lost boy in a man's armor, grappling with the shadows of inadequacy that loomed over him like a dark cloud. "I will not fail you, father," he whispered to himself, clenching his fists until the nails bit into his palms. I felt his pain as he breathed, a silent promise drowning in uncertainty. The clash of metal rang out, a symphony of violence as warriors collided, rage against rage, fear grappling with honor. I was mesmerized, entranced by the chaotic dance of life and death. Blood painted the earth, and I could almost taste its metallic tang on my tongue. I remember the moment when Zoko fell, her body crumpling like a broken doll, and for a heartbeat, the world shattered around me. The air thickened, a suffocating fog as the reality of mortality hit like a hammer. I couldn't tear my eyes away, the horror rooting me to the spot. She had fought bravely, but the gods had demanded sacrifice, and now she lay still, as if asleep under the watchful gaze of the sun. Itzkali's scream pierced the fog, a raw, animalistic sound that echoed through the chaos, reverberating off the stone temples. "Zoko," he cried, the name tearing from his throat like a wounded animal. In that moment, I felt the world tilt, as if the very cosmos had shifted. He rushed to her side, cradling her head in his arms, fingers trembling as he brushed the blooded hair from her face. I saw the tears streaming down his cheeks, glistening like jewels, as the reality settled, a beautiful warrior, a friend, now mere flesh and bone, an empty vessel where light once danced. "Is this the afterlife?" he whispered, voice cracking, as if she could hear him still. "Will you meet the stars?" But the stars were indifferent. They blinked down from the heavens, cold and vast, while he wrestled with the weight of his grief. I wanted to reach out, to tell him that she had become something more, a spirit woven into the fabric of the universe, but the bitterness of loss choked the words in my throat. The warriors around us fell, one by one, lost in their cycle of valor and demise, their cries becoming a chorus, a haunting melody that would echo long after their bodies turned to dust. And here lay the truth. The role of warriors in Aztec society transcended mere battle, it was a dance with the divine, a quest for immortality through sacrifice. They were not only fighters, they were seekers of a legacy, striving for a place among the stars. Yet with every victory came a cost, and every life taken was a thread pulled from the tapestry of their own existence. I remember the tales of the afterlife, that shimmering realm where the brave would find their peace. The warriors believed that through valiance, they would ascend to the sun, bathed in brilliance, forever embraced by the warmth of the gods. But behind those beliefs lay an undercurrent of fear, a gnawing question: what if the gods were fickle? What if their sacrifices were in vain? As I watched Itzkali, I felt the pull of his despair. He was a warrior, yes, but also a boy lost in the turmoil of expectation and grief. I could see the shadows of doubt creeping into his heart, threatening to swallow him whole. "What will I become?" he murmured, staring into the abyss of his own soul. "If I cannot protect those I love, what is the point of my existence?" The ground quaked again, but the tremors were not from battle, they were the echoes of his heart, a pulse of vulnerability in a warrior's chest. He drew his sword, an extension of his pain, ready to plunge it into the depths of his anguish, to follow Zoko into the unknown. I knew then that this was not just a conflict between warriors and enemies, it was a clash of ideals, a struggle between valor and vulnerability. They fought not only for their people but for their very souls, pushing against the limits of mortality. And in the midst of the chaos, an eerie stillness enveloped us. The world faded into a blur, the screams dulled, and time stretched into eternity. It was in that moment I realized, warriors were not just figures of strength. They were the epitome of humanity, grappling with their own fragility, striving for meaning against the backdrop of a universe that often felt indifferent. As I stood there, caught in the throes of emotion, the shadows of the fallen warriors danced around us, whispering secrets of the afterlife, of honor, of redemption, of a cycle that never truly ended. I could feel the weight of their stories pressing down on me, urging me to remember, to hold on to their sacrifices. Each heartbeat echoed, binding us together in this surreal tapestry of life and death. And so, in that haunting stillness, I knew the truth would linger. The warriors would find their way to the stars, but not without leaving pieces of themselves behind. They fought for glory, but their true battle lay in the hearts of their comrades, in the memories forged in blood and tears. And somewhere in that vast cosmos, Zoko's spirit soared, a fierce reminder of what it meant to live, to fight, and to love, even in the face of eternity. The world around me faded, but their essence remained, a haunting melody that reverberated through time, echoing in the hearts of those who dared to remember. The dance of life continued, a cycle unbroken, waiting for the next warriors to rise against the night. The night was thick with a suffocating silence, punctuated only by the distant wails of grieving women, their cries a haunting melody that pierced the air like a jagged knife. I stood in the dim glow of flickering torches, the shadows of the pyramid looming above me like specters, as I felt the weight of death press down upon my chest. It was a time of mourning, a time when the soil would be stained with the tears of the living and the blood of the sacrifices. I could hear the rhythmic beating of drums, deep and resonant, echoing through the night like a heartbeat of the earth itself. I remember the first time I witnessed a funeral in Tenochtitlan. The colors were vibrant, the flowers a riotous explosion against the somber backdrop of grief. Yet, beneath that surface, there was an undercurrent of something darker, something primal. The sound of a conch shell blared, signaling the commencement of the funeral rites, and the air thickened with a heady mix of incense and the unmistakable scent of impending doom. I glanced at Xochitl, my sister, her face pale under the flickering torchlight, eyes wide and shimmering like wet stones. She was just a girl, but she wore the weight of the world on her shoulders. They'd called her the chosen one, the one to carry the burden of our ancestors. She didn't believe it. Every day, she fought against the chains of destiny. Why must we sacrifice? She'd often whisper in the dark, the question hanging between us like a noose. But now, as the priests began their incantations, I could see the fear etched into her features. The fear of what lay in the shadows, the fear that one day, she would be the one laid upon the altar. And then there was Teotl, my childhood friend turned warrior, standing proud but trembling inside. He wore the jaguar skin with fierce pride, yet I could see the cracks in his bravado. His eyes darted toward the temple, where the smoke curled and twisted, carrying the souls of the departed away. He had fought bravely, yet here he was, grappling with the knowledge that one day, he too would meet his end, a glimmer of fear lurking beneath the surface of his fierce persona. The dichotomy of life and death spun around us, a whirlwind of chaos and order. I remember the moment the first body was brought forth, wrapped tightly in a shroud of intricate patterns, the fabric telling stories of a life lived, of a soul now departed. The priest, his headdress adorned with feathers that glimmered in the firelight, raised his obsidian knife, the blade glistening with the promise of sacrifice. The crowd gasped, a collective intake of breath that echoed like the beating of a drum. I felt my heart race, pounding against my ribcage as if trying to escape the horror unfolding before us. Did they understand the gravity of what was about to occur? Did they feel the threads of the universe tightening around our throats, whispering the secrets of the cosmos, that in death there is rebirth, that in sacrifice there is honor? Remember, Xochitl, I said, my voice trembling, we are all part of this cycle. But as I spoke, I could feel the words slipping through my fingers, like grains of sand in an hourglass, useless against the tide of despair. The air crackled with tension as the knife descended, the body laid bare before the gods. Blood spilled, a crimson river, mingling with the earth, calling forth the ancient spirits. The priests chanted, their voices rising in a cacophony, the sound melding with the wails of mourners, a symphony of sorrow and reverence. I stood frozen, caught in a moment that stretched like an eternity, the world around me fading into darkness. I remember the moment my gaze caught Teotl's, his eyes wide, reflecting a horror I could not comprehend. In that instant, I saw a flicker of understanding, of shared dread. We were just children clinging to the remnants of innocence amidst the chaos of our world. But the rituals were ancient, etched in stone, bound by the very fabric of our existence. Why? Why must it always be this way? He yelled, voice cracking against the weight of tradition. But the gods demanded their tribute, we were mere mortals, powerless against the hunger of the universe. And then, like a bolt of lightning, the realization struck me that the rituals were not just rites of death, they were a celebration of life, a twisted dance between the living and the dead. My sister's voice broke through my thoughts, a fragile whisper. Will they remember us when we are gone? I wanted to scream, to tell her that the living would forget, but the dead would cradle us in their arms, forever. I remembered my grandmother, her stories weaving through the air like smoke, and I understood then that we are all threads in a tapestry, woven and frayed, yet beautiful in our imperfection. As the final incantation echoed into the night, the flickering flames cast grotesque shadows that danced like specters against the walls of the temple. The air was thick with the smell of charred offerings, smoke curling up toward the heavens, begging for forgiveness or perhaps vengeance. I watched as Xochitl's hands trembled, a flower wilting in the relentless heat of the sun. I will not be a sacrifice, she vowed, her voice steady, yet I could hear the cracks forming beneath her resolve. The weight of expectation was a yoke, heavy and unyielding, pressing down upon her shoulders like the very gods themselves. Then what will you do? I asked, desperate, the question hanging in the air, fragile as a spider's web. The drums continued their relentless beat, the night held its breath. Shadows twisted around us, the past and future merging, a haunting reminder that life is but a fleeting moment, a spark destined to fade. Teotl stepped forward, fierce and defiant. Then we will fight, he declared, his voice a low growl, a storm brewing beneath the surface. We will not let the shadows swallow us whole. The atmosphere shifted, a cascade of possibility unfurling, wrapping around us like the warm embrace of a long-lost friend. In that moment, we were bound together, not just by fear but by a shared understanding of our own mortality. The dead watched, silent witnesses to our resolve. But as the night wrapped around us, the weight of our decisions loomed heavy, a constant reminder of the choices that lay ahead. The funeral pyre flickered in the distance, a beacon of both end and beginning, and I stood on the precipice of something vast and terrifying. The echoes of the past intertwined with the whispers of tomorrow, a pulsating rhythm that thrummed beneath our feet. We were alive, yes, but tethered to a fate we could neither escape nor accept. And as we turned to face the rising dawn, the shadows of the night clung to our souls, a constant reminder that the rituals of death were only the beginning of something far more profound. The air hung heavy with the scent of burnt offerings and the sharp tang of fear, a sickly sweet perfume that wrapped around the stone walls of the temple. I could hear the cries of the crowd, a cacophony of terror and reverence, as the sun dipped below the horizon, drowning the world in darkness. In this moment, I felt the weight of centuries. I felt the pulse of Mictlantecuhtli, the lord of the underworld, thumping in my chest. I was not just an observer, I was part of something vast and terrible, a living thread in the fabric of a society that thrived on fear and sacrifice. Tlaloc, a young priest with eyes like storm clouds, stood rigid before the altar, his hands trembling as he clutched the ceremonial dagger. In his mind, a tempest raged, a tumult of doubt and dread. Today was the day they would offer up the firstborn of the noble families, and Tlaloc was to be the one to plunge the blade into flesh. I remember the first time I saw the blood, he muttered under his breath, as if speaking to the shadows lurking just beyond the flickering torchlight. It sang to me, it called for more. But this time, it felt different. The weight of tradition pressed down on him, suffocating, and he wondered if he could bear the burden of a god's wrath. He glanced at the stone effigy of Mictlantecuhtli, eyes hollow and filled with an abyss that seemed to swallow the very light around it. What if this time it's too much, he thought, heart pounding like the drums echoing through the night. Across the courtyard stood Mictlan, a fierce warrior cloaked in the scarlet of freshly shed blood. She had fought countless battles, her heart hardened yet haunted by the ghosts of those she had slain. Yet, as she watched Tlaloc struggle with his resolve, a flicker of empathy ignited within her. I remember the faces I've seen leave this world, she whispered. Their eyes pleading. What if one of those eyes is my own? Mictlan had always embraced combat with the ferocity of a lion, yet now, her sword felt heavy, a reminder of her own mortality. The night's darkness seeped into her, wrapping around her heart. She thought of her younger brother, a child of sunlight whose laughter once filled their home. Would she, too, stand before the altar, a cold statue carved by the hands of fate? The thought turned her stomach, twisting it into knots of anxiety. Face the truth, the wind seemed to hiss in her ear. What you give to Mictlantecuhtli, you also take away. Mictlan's hand tightened around the hilt of her sword, a decision forming within her. She turned back to Tlaloc, who had knelt, sweat dripping down his brow. "Don't let fear change you," she called, her voice a battle cry, echoing across the temple grounds. The crowd quieted, pregnant with anticipation, the air quivering with a tension that felt like a live wire. Tlaloc looked up, eyes wide, caught in her fierce gaze. "How can I not fear?" he shouted, the dagger falling from his grip, clattering against the stone. "What if I fail him?" "Failure?" Mictlan laughed, a sound both beautiful and cruel. "You think the gods care for our triumphs? They feast on our despair. Mictlantecuhtli waits for no one. He demands blood, but do you know what he truly craves? Our fear, our sacrifice. It is a dance we all partake in." The shadows danced around them, the flickering torchlight creating monstrous shapes on the walls, and for a moment, I felt as if I were caught in a dream, a macabre ballet of life and death. Tlaloc trembled as he rose to his feet, a storm of emotion swirling within him. "But I do not want to be the instrument of death. I do not want to be a puppet in this cruel play." Mictlan stepped closer, her eyes fierce, unyielding like the mountains. "Then change the dance. Rewrite the script." Her voice was thunder, shaking the very foundations of their beliefs. "Become the puppet master, Tlaloc. You are the one who holds the dagger. You can choose who lives, who dies." At that moment, the sky split open with a sudden clap of thunder, a reminder of the gods' anger, and I felt the air crackle with energy. Tlaloc took a step back, his heart racing. "What if the price of my rebellion is too high?" "Everything has a price," Mictlan replied, her tone softening, revealing a tenderness hidden beneath her warrior's facade. "But the price of inaction may be far worse." My breath caught in my throat. The tension between them was palpable, vibrating like the strings of a taut bow, ready to snap. Each heartbeat echoed the conflict, a rhythm of despair and hope intertwined. The crowd, once a faceless mass, now felt like a living entity, breathing and watching, hearts beating in unison with Tlaloc's and Mictlan's turmoil. Suddenly, the floor beneath them seemed to shift, as if Mictlantecuhtli himself was awakening from his slumber. Shadows crawled closer, fingers of darkness reaching for Tlaloc, pulling him toward the altar. "Do it," a voice from the crowd cried, desperation lacing the words. But Tlaloc stood frozen, caught between the weight of duty and the fire of rebellion. In that moment of unbearable tension, I could almost hear the whispers of the past, the ancestors who had walked this path before, their spirits entwined in the threads of fate. They, too, had faced the darkness, had bled for their beliefs, and had danced with death under the watchful eyes of the gods. Mictlan stepped forward, determination radiating from her like the sun breaking through the clouds. "This is our moment. We can change the course of history, Tlaloc. Together." But fear is a treacherous companion. Tlaloc's hands trembled, the dagger gleaming with potential, and I could feel the weight of his choice pressing down on him, a boulder threatening to crush him. "What if my defiance brings their wrath? What if we lose everything?" "Everything is already lost," Mictlan said, her voice low, fierce. "The only question left is, how do you want to face the end? As a coward or as a warrior?" In that charged silence, the world around them faded, and all that existed was the pulse of Mictlantecuhtli, the god lurking in the shadows, waiting for a moment of weakness, a slip, a hesitation. And as the crowd held its breath, waiting for the fateful strike, I felt my own heart racing, an echo of their struggle, a reminder that we are all cast in this cruel play. The dagger sparkled with a promise, with the weight of the past pressing down, suffocating yet exhilarating. In that heartbeat, I realized we weren't merely witnesses to their fate, we were part of the very fabric of their choices, woven into the tapestry of fear and hope that spanned generations. As the tension crackled in the air like lightning, both Tlaloc and Mictlan stood on the brink of a decision that would reshape their world, their lives forever intertwined with the dark legacy of Mictlantecuhtli. And the night held its breath, waiting. The air crackles with a tension thicker than fog, clinging to the skin. The moon hangs low, a silver coin discarded in the depths of an endless night. I hear the distant wail of a coyote, a mournful cry that slithers through the cracks of my mind, awakening shadows better left undisturbed. I stand at the edge of the village, heart racing, pulse igniting with the fear of what lurks beyond the flickering light of the fire. In this world, where the warmth of humanity battles against the chill of death, I know I am but a heartbeat away from Mictlantecuhtli himself. Mictlantecuhtli, the lord of the underworld, the master of shadows. He is the spectre of fear that seeps into our stories, the whisper in the corner of our eyes. I remember my grandmother's voice, a hushed chant wrapped in reverence and dread, as she spoke of him. He stands at the threshold, she would say, her hands trembling as if holding invisible bones. He waits for the wayward souls. Her words dripped with the weight of history, and a part of me, the part that believed in the tales of old, quaked at the thought. Then there's Amaya. She stands beside me, a fierce spirit cloaked in uncertainty. Her eyes, dark as the abyss, are mirrors reflecting a world that feels far too small. What if he's watching us right now, she whispers, her voice barely a thread against the howling wind. I want to tell her that the dead do not watch, they merely exist, tangled in their own despair. But how can I? I remember the way she looked at her father's empty chair, the place where laughter once echoed, now a chasm of loss. Mictlantecuhtli had claimed him, and she fears he'll come for her next, an insatiable hunger that drags souls into the void. Amaya, I say, trying to hold her gaze, we have to keep telling our stories. We have to fight against his silence. But even as the words tumble from my lips, doubt gnaws at me. In a world painted by the shadows of ancient gods, who are we but flickering flames? Then there's Javier. A poet, a dreamer, his heart beats to the rhythm of verses, but there's a darkness in him, a storm brewing beneath his tender surface. Every word I write is a tribute to the dead, he confesses, his voice cracking like dried earth. Every line is a plea to be remembered. I see him kneeling in the dirt, pen trembling in his hand, haunted by the faces of those who once thrived in the light. Mictlantecuhtli lurks in every stanza, he says, the weight of fear draping his shoulders. What if my words only feed him? The truth is, they do. The stories we tell are offerings, and every whisper draws him closer. I remember my own tales, the one spun from laughter and heartbreak, stitched together with the fabric of our lives. They rise from the ashes of our existence, yet they also beckon the darker things that skim just beneath reality. As night deepens, we find ourselves at the heart of the village, a gathering of souls clinging to the flickering firelight. The flames dance, casting shadows that twist and turn, mimicking the souls lost to Mictlantecuhtli's embrace. The villagers chant, their voices rising like the smoke that weaves between the trees, a desperate attempt to summon protection. I can feel the weight of their fear, the urgency in their prayers. They sing of the dead, yet it feels like they're bargaining with the very God that haunts their dreams. I watch Amaya, her face pale, her hands clenched into fists. They think they can keep him away with songs, she whispers harshly. But he only smiles at our folly. I see the truth in her eyes, a mirror reflecting our shared dread. The stories don't keep him at bay, they beckon him closer, making him a part of our lives, our very essence. Isn't that the beauty of it? Javier interjects, his voice low, almost conspiratorial. Through our pain, through our fear, we become more than mere mortals. We transcend. We reach for the stars. But as he speaks, a shiver runs down my spine. Can we truly find solace in our suffering? Or are we merely feeding the monster that lurks, eager for more? The air thickens, and the fire crackles louder, a frantic rhythm reverberating against the walls of our hearts. I remember my childhood, where tales of Mictlantecuhtli were laced with laughter, distant yet palpable. They bathed once a year. So yeah, romance was earthy, I joked with friends, using humor as a shield against the encroaching darkness. But now, the jokes feel hollow, and the laughter echoes like ghosts, a reminder of what we've lost. An owl hoots, its voice piercing through the night, a harbinger of doom. He is here, Amaya breathes, as the shadows grow thicker, darker. The stories we've spun, the words we've woven, they coil around us like serpents, tightening with each heartbeat. In this moment, I can feel Mictlantecuhtli's presence, a cold breath on the nape of my neck, a whisper that sends my blood running ice through my veins. What if we're simply stories waiting to be told? Javier says, his voice trembling, a fragile flicker against the dark. What if he holds our fates in his skeletal hands, laughing as we writhe? The thought is wild, absurd, yet it clutches at my heart, squeezing tight. We are echoes, fragments of what once was, and yet here we stand, a tapestry of life, unraveling. I reach for Amaya, squeezing her hand, hoping to anchor her, to anchor myself. We can't let fear consume us, I plead, but the words feel feeble against the weight of the night. Each heartbeat echoes louder, a reminder that the darkness is always waiting, always hungry. Mictlantecuhtli's influence wraps around us like a shroud, and as the fire sputters, the shadows stretch, promising an eternal dance between life and death, light and dark. I remember the tales, the legends, the way they flowed like rivers through time. They are our salvation and our curse, binding us to the past while drawing us into the abyss. The fire crackles, and I know that even as we fight, we are bound to tell our stories, to weave them into the very fabric of existence. Each word is a sacrifice, a reminder that we live and breathe and shout against the void, even as Mictlantecuhtli grins in the shadows, waiting for his moment to consume us all. And in that moment, as the village rises to chant, as the shadows swirl and dance, I realize that the tale is never really over. In every heartbeat, every whispered prayer, every anguished cry, Mictlantecuhtli lives on, a thread woven into the tapestry of our lives, a story that will never end. The night was heavy, thick with anticipation. In the heart of Tenochtitlan, the air crackled as if the very heavens held their breath, waiting, watching. The drums echoed through the sacred city, a heartbeat pulsing with fervor, a call that ignited both the spirit and the dread of the people. Cihuacotl, high priestess, stood at the temple's edge, her heart a storm of confusion. Shadows danced, flickering in the torchlight, as she peered into the abyss of the incoming dawn, a dawn that would shatter everything she knew. "Do they come for us?" she whispered, her voice barely cutting through the cacophony. She could feel the ancient gods pressing close, their presence a weight on her soul. Huitzilopochtli, the sun god, blazing with fury, his demands echoing through her veins. Blood was needed, sacrifice was required, but what price could possibly satisfy the insatiable hunger of the divine? In the distance, the horizon began to bleed orange and crimson, a cruel omen. Cihuacotl tasted the acrid flavor of fear on her tongue. She remembered the tales of the ancient ones, the whispers of the stars, how they spoke of a time when the sky would crack open and the earth would tremble at the arrival of strangers. "I remember," she murmured, but her voice felt hollow against the weight of prophecy. Then there was Moctezuma, the emperor, his face a mask of resolve and despair, his crown heavy as guilt. As he stood atop the grand temple, overlooking the vast expanse of his people, the city thrummed with confusion. Confidence unraveled like old thread, he felt the eyes of the gods upon him, judging, demanding. "I remember," he muttered, an incantation against the encroaching darkness. He had sacrificed so much, so many lives, believing in the power of the ancients. But now the very earth trembled beneath his feet, as if it too sensed the impending doom. The Spanish ships glinted in the distance, vessels made of wood and steel, a haunting reflection of the chaos on the horizon. The sun caught the sails, transforming them into specters of ambition and greed. Each wave they crashed against seemed to mock him, a reminder that destiny was no longer in his hands. The visibility of their approach was like a slow unraveling of fate, and Moctezuma felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cool morning air. And what of the gods? They were distant echoes, lost in a cacophony of fear. In his heart, Moctezuma clung to the belief that the gods would protect them, that they could not be swayed by foreign hands. But doubt grew like a weed, choking the light. He remembered the prophecies, the ominous tales of gods turning their backs on their people. What if they've forsaken us, he thought, the realization a shard of ice piercing through his resolve. As the sun crested the horizon, illuminating the faces of his people with its ominous glow, a strange figure emerged from the shadows, Cortez, the conqueror, eyes glinting with ambition and madness. He stepped on sacred ground, uninvited, unholy, each footfall resonating like a war drum in Cihuacotl's soul. Her heart raced, an animal caught in a snare, thrumming with the rhythm of a dawning terror. She could smell the salt of the sea on him, the foreignness of his being, a taunting reminder that the gods were no longer just above them but among them, twisted in forms they could not comprehend. I remember, she said, a desperate mantra as she cast her eyes to the heavens, seeking guidance, solace in the chaos. I remember the offerings, the blood. I remember the prayers, the incense that curled like tendrils of hope. But her memories felt like ghosts now, fading echoes of a past that no longer had meaning. And what of Cortez? He was a man driven by ambition, blinded by the shimmering promise of gold and glory. Every step he took felt like a ripple in the fabric of their reality. He saw the city before him, a jewel nestled in the heart of a vast lake, but all he could envision was conquest, a crown upon his brow, a place in history. In his mind, the gods of the Aztecs were mere figments, shadows to be crushed under the weight of his destiny. To the victor go the spoils, he chuckled, a hollow sound against the backdrop of a culture poised on the brink of annihilation. But what did he know of sacrifice? What did he understand of the weight of a life taken in reverence? Cihuacotl could feel her heart thundering, each beat a plea to the Ancient Ones. Protect us, guide us, she implored, her voice rising in desperation, a prayer swirling with the smoke of incense, drifting toward the heavens. With each passing moment, the tension grew, an electric charge that crackled in the air. Moctezuma stood, heart pounding, mind racing, as he gazed into the eyes of his people. He saw fear mirrored in their faces, a reflection of his own. I cannot fail them, he thought, a desperate plea echoing in his heart. Yet the weight of prophecy loomed over him like a dark cloud, suffocating and relentless. Cihuacotl's gaze pierced through the encroaching chaos, searching for clarity. The gods demand blood, she raged silently, clenching her fists. The drums pounded a relentless rhythm, each beat a reminder of the sacrifice that awaited. But what would they gain in return? Would their cries echo in the hearts of the gods, or would they fall into the void, unheard, unheeded? And then, as if time itself held its breath, the moment shattered. The clash of swords, the cries of anguish, the horrors of a world colliding. Cihuacotl felt the world spin, a dizzying whirlpool of anguish and confusion. The gods watched, silent and indifferent, as the sacred city began to unravel, a tapestry torn asunder by the merciless hands of fate. I remember, the words hung in the air like a ghost, a lament for what had been and what was yet to come. Each heartbeat echoed a desperate plea, a prayer spoken to the void, as the sun rose higher, casting harsh light on a fate that would forever alter the course of history. The shadows danced in the corners of the temple, whispering secrets that would remain untold, as the clash of gods and men began, a ritual steeped in blood and despair. The air is thick with the smell of damp earth, the night heavy with a silence that feels almost alive. A shiver runs down my spine as I clutch the ancient relic, a jagged skull, its empty eye sockets hollow like the void of forgotten dreams. I remember the tales whispered under the flickering light of candles, tales of Mictlantecuhtli, the lord of the underworld, who waited patiently in the shadows, his presence a chill that seeps into your bones. He was more than a deity, he was an echo of dread, a reminder of mortality that clung to the heart like a lover's embrace, or a thief's dagger. In this moment, I am not just a spectator, I am a pawn in a cosmic game. I can hear the distant drums, a heartbeat pulsing through the earth, summoning the spirits of the past. They thrash and wail, hungry for recognition. I glance at Xochitl, her eyes wide, reflecting the flickering flame of our candle. She shivers, but not from the cold. Her fear is palpable, an electric current that crackles between us. Do you think he's watching us? She whispers, her voice barely a tremor above the cacophony of the night. Who? Mictlantecuhtli. I chuckle nervously, trying to dismiss her fear with bravado, but the words taste bitter on my tongue. I don't think he cares about us. We're just another page in a forgotten history. But even as I speak, I feel the weight of his gaze, a spectral presence that drives needles of ice into my heart. I remember the stories, how the colonizers arrived with their Bibles, their swords, and their insatiable greed. They saw Mictlantecuhtli not as a nuanced god, but as a monster to be vanquished, a being whose every shadow was a reminder of their own fragility. They painted him in grotesque colors, a caricature of fear, twisting his essence to justify their conquest. He's just a myth, they'd scoff, while clutching their rosaries tightly, as if the mere presence of holy symbols could shield them from the reality of death. But here we are, Xochitl and I, standing on this precipice where the ancient and the modern collide, our very existence an affront to the erasure of our ancestors. Around us, the city is alive with ghosts, echoes of blood-soaked rituals, laughter that reverberates through time, mingling with the cries of those who were silenced. I can almost hear the whispers of the Aztec priests, clad in their feathered cloaks, offering sacrifices to appease the darkness, their faces painted with the colors of the earth. We are their descendants, burdened with the weight of forgotten knowledge. Do you think they will come for us? Xochitl asks, her voice trembling like a leaf caught in the wind. She has always been the brave one, yet now her spirit feels fragile, a candle flickering in a tempest. I reach out, placing a hand on her shoulder, grounding us both in this thin veil between the living and the dead. No, I say, though doubt gnaws at me. We're too small, too inconsequential. But the truth is, I am terrified. The colonizers, those who wielded their power like a child with a magnifying glass, burning ants for the sake of amusement, they took something from us, something sacred. They viewed Mictlantecuhtli as a relic of a savage past, but in doing so, they condemned themselves to the shadows. I remember the night when I first felt his presence. It was a fleeting dream, a vision of a towering figure cloaked in darkness, skull-like features illuminated by a ghostly light. I had awoken, heart racing, breathless, as if I had just escaped the grip of death itself. What did he want from me? Why did he haunt me? The question swirled like smoke, intoxicating and terrifying. A sudden rustle breaks the tension, pulling me from my thoughts. I turn, and there he stands, an apparition in the dark, half-formed and brimming with raw power. Mictlantecuhtli, the embodiment of all I fear and yet crave to understand. I feel Xochitl's breath hitch in her throat, our shared pulse quickening as though we are being sucked into the vortex of time itself. In that heartbeat, everything shifts. I remember the stories of the sacrifices, how they danced with death, vibrant and alive in their final moments. Mictlantecuhtli was a lover to them, a necessary intersection of life and death, a cycle that promised rebirth amidst despair. But the colonizers had twisted the narrative. They stripped away the beauty, replacing it with horror, and now his laughter echoes in the hollow spaces of their minds. Do you hear it? I ask, the revelation crashing over me like a tidal wave. The rhythm of the drums? It's not fear, it's life. It's a celebration. I turn to Xochitl, but her eyes are wide with terror. The drumming intensifies, a primal beat that reverberates through the earth, and I know in the depths of my soul that Mictlantecuhtli is calling for us, entwining our fates with his. I won't let them take you. I shout into the swirling darkness, feeling the echoes of my ancestors surge through me, and as I stand against the tide of history, I can't help but wonder, what if we are the ones who have been misinterpreted all along? What if the true horror lies not in the god of death, but in those who fear him most? Xochitl. I grasp her hand, my fingers laced with hers, a lifeline in a tempest of confusion. We have to reclaim this moment. We are not victims, we are the bearers of a legacy that defies erasure. The air around us thickens, charged with the electricity of our shared defiance. And just like that, the night trembles with the weight of our resolve, the shadows begin to dance, and Mictlantecuhtli does not seem so monstrous anymore. The stories we thought belonged to the past surge forward, a tide of history reclaiming its voice. In that breathless moment, we stand on the precipice, not just of a confrontation, but of a revelation, an acknowledgement that history, though twisted, is alive, breathing, yearning for recognition. And as the drums continue their relentless beat, I know we are not alone. The shadows whisper secrets of resilience, and for the first time, I wonder if perhaps Mictlantecuhtli is not here to haunt us, but to guide us through the darkness. As the night unfurls around us, the veil between the living and the dead blurs, the air thick with anticipation. And in this moment, suspended in time, we feel the pulse of our shared heartbeat, a rhythm that echoes the past, a promise of what is yet to come. The air was thick with unspoken words, a palpable tension. It wrapped around me like a shroud, pressing down, squeezing until I could hardly breathe. The flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows on the walls, whispers of the past flitting through the dimly lit room. The scent of copal hung heavy, filling the air with echoes of a time long gone, yet all too present. I stood in the heart of the city, where the ancient met the modern, where the bones of the past were woven into the very fabric of life. Carlos, with his weathered hands and haunted eyes, stood beside me. He was a believer, a man who wore his faith like a second skin. Every line on his face spoke of loss, of loved ones gone, of his grandmother's stories of Mictlantecuhtli, the lord of the underworld. He believed that each candle lit was a message sent into the dark, a plea for guidance, a bridge between this world and the next. I could see it in the way he placed the candles on the altar, his fingers trembling slightly, almost reverently, as if he were afraid the very act of setting them alight could awaken something too powerful to control. "Do you think he's listening?" Carlos asked, his voice barely above a whisper, yet it crackled with desperation. I could feel his need for reassurance, as if the gods might still care, even in this fractured world, where lives were as disposable as the petals of a marigold. I wanted to say something comforting, but the truth hung heavy in my throat. We were not alone in this struggle, the shadows loomed large, and they carried the weight of the forgotten. Then there was Sophia, vibrant yet shadowed, her laughter a fragile thing, like glass on the brink of shattering. She paced back and forth, her mind racing. She was a storyteller, a seeker of truths hidden beneath layers of myth and reality. Her grandmother, too, had whispered tales of Mictlantecuhtli, and Sophia felt the pull of those stories, an inexorable tugging at her heart. But unlike Carlos, she was not certain. Her faith was riddled with doubts, the cracks in her belief widening with each passing day. The thought of confronting the specter of death filled her with an equal measure of fear and fascination. "Sometimes I feel like he's just a story, you know," Sophia mused, her voice a haunting melody that drifted through the air. "What if he doesn't care? What if all those offerings are in vain?" In that moment, I saw the tears glistening in her eyes, saw the weight of generations pressing down on her shoulders. The stories that had once brought her comfort now felt like chains binding her to a fate she didn't understand. I wanted to reach out, to tell her it was okay to question, to doubt, but the words got lost in the chaos of our swirling thoughts. We gathered under the thin veil of darkness, and the city outside hummed with life. Cars roared by, oblivious to our struggle with the past. The laughter of children echoed in the distance, but here, in this sacred space, the world felt suspended, as if time had forgotten us. I glanced at the altar, adorned with vibrant orange marigolds, their petals like drops of sunlight against the shadows. Those flowers were believed to guide the souls back to their resting place, yet I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that they might also be a cruel reminder of the fragility of life. Carlos lit the candles one by one, his lips moving in silent prayer. I could feel the heat of the flames, the flickering light illuminating his face, casting a halo of gold around his worn features. I remembered the stories he had told me, how the Aztecs honored death, how every soul was a thread in the tapestry of existence. Mictlantecuhtli is not just a god of death, he is a guide, a protector, he had said. But in this moment, I wondered if he was a guardian or a predator, lurking in the shadows, waiting to collect the lost. "Do you think he watches us?" I asked, my voice trembling. The question hung in the air, heavy and foreboding. "Every moment," Carlos replied softly. "Every heartbeat he watches." Sophia's gaze drifted to the shadows dancing along the walls. "Maybe he's just waiting for us to remember," she whispered, fear lacing her words. I felt the chill run down my spine, the echo of her statement reverberating in my mind. What if he was waiting for us to acknowledge him, to offer our fears and sorrows at his feet? What if our silence was an affront to a power we could not comprehend? The tension in the room crackled like electricity, and in that moment, something shifted. The boundaries between our world and the next felt thin, like a veil pulled taut, ready to tear. I closed my eyes, allowing myself to sink into the darkness, to embrace the uncertainty that enveloped us. Images flashed behind my eyelids, echoes of lost souls, the laughter of the living mingling with the cries of the departed. "Can you hear them?" Sophia asked, her voice trembling with intensity. "They're here, aren't they?" In the darkness, I felt a stirring, an unsettling sense of presence, like a breath on my neck. The weight of the unacknowledged pressed down upon us. I opened my eyes and met Carlos's gaze, and in that moment, we understood, Mictlantecuhtli was not just a figure of history but a living entity woven into the very essence of our lives, a reminder of the cycle we were all part of. The candles flickered wildly, illuminating our faces with a ghostly glow. Carlos's hand shook around a small bone he had kept, a relic of his ancestors, a tangible connection to the past. "We must remember," he urged, his voice fierce, filled with a raw urgency. "For if we forget, we lose them all over again." And there we stood, three souls tethered to the weight of history, the echoes of the past pressing in around us. The city pulsed outside, alive and unaware, while we faced the spectre of Mictlantecuhtli. In the heart of modernity, we grappled with our fears, our doubts, our histories, a dance with shadows that whispered of mortality and meaning, of love lost and memories cherished. As we lit the final candle, a gust of wind swept through the room, extinguishing the flames one by one until only one flickered defiantly against the encroaching dark. We were left with a single glow, a fragile light fighting against the inevitable, and in that moment, I understood, the struggle for meaning, for connection, for remembrance was a haunting dance we would continue to engage in. The question lingered in the air, unanswered: how do we honor the dead while living fully? How do we keep their stories alive amid the chaos? Time continued its relentless march, but in that moment, I felt the weight of eternity pressing down, binding us together in a tapestry woven from the threads of hope, fear, and the shadows of those who had come before. The line between the living and the dead blurred, and the dance had only just begun. I remember the ground trembling beneath my feet, a low, rumbling growl that felt like the very heart of the earth shuddering awake. The sun hung heavy and pregnant above me, a wilting beacon against the oppressive weight of the atmosphere. The air smelled of sweat and blood, an ancient scent intermingled with the acrid tang of fear. My hands trembled, fingers sticky with crimson, a reminder of everything lost, every choice haunting me like a spectre. The ancient city loomed around me, its jagged silhouette a jagged scar against the twilight sky. "Keep moving," I whispered to myself, but the words were swallowed by the silence of the night, thick and choking. It was a silence that carried echoes of drums, the thud of a heart beating too slow, too fast, like the frantic rhythm of my own pulse. Somewhere in the shadows, the ghosts of Aztec warriors danced, their laughter mingling with the whispers of defeated souls. Across the square, Sophia watched, her eyes wide, reflecting a haunting blend of terror and curiosity. She was a beacon of vulnerability, her dark hair tumbling down her shoulders like an inky waterfall. An artist, always seeking beauty in the grotesque, she had painted nightmares onto canvas, but now, here in the flesh of reality, she was frozen, the brush of fate poised but unpainted. I could see the conflict flickering in her gaze, fear wrestled with fascination, and the desire to understand met the instinct to flee. I wanted to reach out, to pull her back from the edge of this abyss, but it was too late. "Do you feel it?" she breathed, her voice trembling like the fragile wings of a moth drawn to the flame. "It's like they're here, watching." Every word hung heavy in the air, each syllable a nail driven deeper into my consciousness. I remembered stories passed down through generations, tales of gods and sacrifices, where the sun demanded blood in exchange for warmth, where life was a delicate thread woven with death. The myths clawed at my mind like a ravenous beast, the chilling reality of their truth sending icy tendrils down my spine. I wondered if we were simply puppets on strings, dance partners in a macabre performance orchestrated by unseen hands. "Don't let them take you," I said, desperation creeping into my tone. My heart raced, a wild stallion galloping towards the unknown. "Sophia, we must," but the words fell away as a figure emerged from the shadows, a man cloaked in obsidian, his presence like a dark omen against the fading light. Ethan, my brother, the one who had sought answers where I had sought refuge. His obsession with the past had led him here, into the maw of danger, where history and horror entwined. I could see the fire in his eyes, a determination that both terrified and exhilarated me, a hunger for knowledge that mirrored the ancient thirst for sacrifice. "Stop," he commanded, voice low yet resonating with authority, as if he were channeling something far greater than himself. "You don't understand. They're calling us. Calling us." Those words echoed through my mind, wrapping around my heart like a vice. I thought of the countless sacrifices made upon those altars, souls offered up in desperate pleas for favor. What had my brother become in his pursuit of truth? A seeker, or a pawn? My chest felt tight, a noose of dread constricting with each heartbeat, each breath that came heavier, darker. "Ethan," I whispered, but the plea fell on deaf ears. He was already entranced, stepping forward as if pulled by invisible strings. I wanted to scream, to pull him back into the light, but the shadows enveloped him, whispers weaving a tapestry of temptation and terror. Suddenly, the drums began to beat, a deep, resonant thud that thrummed through the very marrow of my bones. It was an echo from centuries past, a call to arms, a summon to surrender. I watched as Sophia stepped closer, a moth ensnared in the web of enchantment, her artistic soul hungry for the macabre. "This is history," she gasped, eyes glazed as she began to sketch in the air, fingers dancing like the flames of a pyre. "This is art." But in that moment, I saw not beauty, but the gaping maw of an ancient monster, ready to consume them both. I could feel the fabric of reality fraying around us, threads of time unraveling to reveal the grotesque and the beautiful intertwined in a dance of despair. "Run!" I shouted, a primal roar ripping from my throat, and the sound shattered the reverie, slicing through the darkness like a beacon of hope. Ethan turned, confusion etched across his face, and for a fleeting moment, I saw the boy he once was, the dreamer, the adventurer. I lunged forward, grabbing his arm, pulling him back from the precipice of an abyss that threatened to swallow him whole. "This isn't a game. These aren't just stories, they're warnings." But as the shadows writhed and coiled like serpents around us, I felt the cold grip of despair. The past clawed at our throats, whispering secrets of blood and bone, and I realized we might never escape. Sophia turned to me, eyes ablaze with a fervor I could scarcely comprehend. "What if we're meant to be a part of this? What if our stories can change theirs?" Her words hung in the air, a challenge laced with danger, a siren's call that resonated within the crevices of my heart. We were caught in a web of stories, of myths swirling around us like a tempest, making our souls tremble in anticipation of what was to come. "Do you really want to know?" I asked, my voice trembling, torn between dread and allure. "Do you want to dance with the dead?" The drums grew louder, the heartbeat of the earth resonating with an ancient sorrow, pulling us deeper into its embrace. As we stood there, caught between the weight of history and the fragility of our lives, the night stretched infinitely before us, the stars above witnessing our fate. Our breaths mingled, heavy with desperation, as the shadows whispered promises, and I felt the walls closing in, a labyrinth of souls waiting for us to step beyond the threshold. The myths were alive, breathing, crawling under our skin, and I could feel the chill of their presence wrapping around us as we spiraled into the heart of darkness, unknowing yet undeniably drawn to the haunting allure of the unknown. And in that moment, I realized, this was only the beginning. The world around us spun, twisted in a dance of time, and the echoes of our choices collided with the very fabric of destiny itself. The tales of the Aztecs weren't just echoes of the past, they were alive, beckoning us to join the dance, a terrifying waltz with the specters of death and glory. Would we succumb to their call, or would we forge our own path through the darkness? The answer lay just beyond the shadows, waiting, watching, whispering our names in the stillness of the night. The ground vibrated beneath me, an echo of something ancient, something alive. I could feel it clawing at my chest, a heartbeat from the depths of Mictlantecuhtli's domain. The wind howled, a mournful song, as if the spirits of the dead were warning me not to tread too close. And yet, here I stood, heart racing, pulse quickening, caught between the thrill of discovery and an overwhelming dread that curled like smoke in my veins. "Are you sure about this?" Clara's voice shook, a fragile whisper lost in the shadows. She was my partner, my friend, but in moments like these, I saw more of her fear than I cared to. We had come to this forsaken place, the remnants of a once great city, lured by tales of the god of the underworld, Mictlantecuhtli. The stories had electrified me, and now they felt like a curse. "Just a little further," I replied, forcing a bravado I didn't feel. The air grew thick, heavy with the weight of unspoken histories. Clara squeezed the flashlight, its beam flickering uncertainly, as if it too were afraid of the secrets lurking in the dark. I couldn't blame it. Shadows danced along crumbling walls, whispering fragments of ancient sorrows, a cacophony of voices lost to time. Then there was Marco, the skeptic, standing just behind us. His arms crossed like a fortress against the fear he wouldn't admit to. "You know what they say about disturbing the dead, right?" he challenged, a smirk twisting his lips, but it was a mask, barely concealing the tremor in his hands. "We're not here for a ghost hunt. This is science." But even he couldn't shake the feeling that we were trespassers on sacred ground. "Science?" Clara echoed, her voice trembling. "Or madness?" I glanced back at them, their faces pale in the dim light, eyes wide with the unspeakable. Clara's brow furrowed, and I saw the hurt in her eyes, a reflection of my own. We had come here seeking truth, seeking answers, but what if the truth was a curse? What if we were chasing shadows, only to find our own souls trapped in eternity? A sudden chill swept through the air, the kind that wraps around your spine and whispers forgotten fears. The silence that followed felt alive, thick with tension as if the universe held its breath, waiting. I stepped forward, compelled. I had read about the obsidian treasures, the ceremonial masks that once adorned the faces of the dead, crafted with exquisite detail, reflecting the duality of existence. But in this moment, all I felt was dread. "Look!" Marco's voice rose, breaking the stillness. He pointed toward a jagged opening in the stone, a burial crypt, partially unearthed, its secrets barely contained. I felt my heart stumble. This is wrong. We shouldn't be here." His bravado had slipped, revealing a glimpse of the boy who once feared the dark. But it was too late for hesitation. I stepped closer, drawn by an invisible thread, my heart pounding in rhythm with the pulse of the earth. The air felt electric, crackling with electricity and the remnants of ancient rituals. I could almost see the shadows shifting behind me, the ghosts of the past urging me forward, pulling the weight of history into my very bones. Clara lingered at the edge, her eyes wide with fear and something else, curiosity. Or perhaps a longing to connect with the lost souls who had once walked this very ground. "What if we find them?" she whispered, her voice trembling. "What if they are still here?" An answer hovered in the air, unsaid, haunting us like a specter. What if they were? What if we were the ones disturbing their eternal rest? I felt the warmth of doubt creep in, wrapping around my thoughts like a serpent, squeezing tighter until I could scarcely breathe. I knelt by the opening, the dark maw of the crypt beckoning. My flashlight pierced the darkness, illuminating the remnants of an ancient offering, skulls, adorned with flowers that had long since wilted, an offering to the god of death. The sight sent ripples of revulsion and fascination through me, a cruel reminder of our mortality. Should we leave? Clara's voice trembled, but I could hear the whisper of her heart. She wanted to stay, wanted to know. No, the word escaped my lips like a promise, a plea. We can't turn back now. Before I could stop myself, I reached down, fingers brushing against the cold stone. The chill seeped into my skin, igniting a fire of terror, yet within it flickered a strange exhilaration. It was as if the past was reaching out, pulling me into its embrace, and I couldn't resist. But then, something shifted. A sound echoed, a low rumble that felt more alive than the whispers of the wind. My heart raced, a frantic rhythm as dread coiled within me. Clara's breath quickened, and I could see the fear reflected in her eyes. "We need to go," she insisted, panic rising in her voice. "Just a moment more," I urged, but the ground shook, a warning that sent us reeling back. Shadows twisted, clawing at the corners of my vision, and an icy chill gripped my spine. We weren't alone. Marco stumbled, the bravado stripped from him, eyes darting around, searching for an escape. "This is a mistake," he cried, his voice cracking, filled with unrestrained terror. But I couldn't move. I was tethered to the darkness, caught in a web of ancient promises and fears, my heart echoing in time with the pulse of the underworld. Echoes of past lives filled the air like whispers, and I felt, no, I knew, that we were being watched, judged by the very essence of those who had walked before us. I remember the stories of Mictlantecuhtli, his skeletal form, the embodiment of death and rebirth, the keeper of souls. As I knelt in that crypt, I became a conduit between the living and the dead, a bridge stretched thin over the chasm of eternity. "These offerings," I murmured, words spilling from my lips, "they're more than remnants. They're a connection, a plea. I could feel Clara's gaze on me, searching, pleading. We have to go, now. But I didn't want to. I craved the knowledge, the connection, something deeper than fear. The shadows were alive, pulsing with energy, and I yearned to understand. I wanted to know why they had been sacrificed, what they desired in death, what it meant for us in life. Can't you feel it? I whispered, voice trembling with the intensity of the moment. They're here with us. The darkness answered with a sigh, an exhale of centuries. And in that breath, I caught a glimpse of eternity. The ground shook once more, a violent tremor that shattered the fragile stillness. Clara screamed, Marco stumbled back, and I felt the pull of fear, but the pull of understanding was stronger. In that moment, I was no longer afraid. I was alive, surrounded by the whispers of souls, each echoing the stories of their lives, their loves, their losses. I was a witness to the past, a fleeting moment in the endless tapestry of time. And yet, the shadows were tightening, drawing closer as if demanding tribute. The air thickened, heavy with promises unkept, and I could hear them calling my name, the haunting melody, a reminder that I was nothing more than a visitor in their realm. But I couldn't leave. I wouldn't. Help me! Clara cried, pulling me back to the present, her fear flooding my senses. The world shifted again, and in that moment, I saw it, the silhouette of Mictlantecuhtli, a figure looming behind a veil of darkness, watching, waiting. I felt the weight of his gaze, and my heart raced. I remember the urgency, the need to understand, to connect. The stories were alive, pulsing with emotion, but I could feel the boundaries blurring. Leave! Marco shouted, panic gripping his voice, but I remained, caught in the inescapable pull of the past. And then, like a shattering glass, the vision broke. The shadows retreated, the whispers faded, and the reality of our world returned, crashing down like a wave. We stumbled back, breathless, hearts heavy with the weight of what we had felt, what we had encountered. The darkness whispered still, an echo in the depths of our souls, and I realized, this was just the beginning. The ground beneath us was more than just earth, it was a promise, a reminder that some truths are best left buried, and that Mictlantecuhtli's realm was not just history, it was a living, breathing entity, entwined with our very existence. As we turned to leave, the shadows flickered, and I felt the pulse of the underworld, a heartbeat that would forever echo in the chambers of my mind. The night swallowed us whole, but I knew, deep within, that we hadn't escaped, we had merely stepped into the darkness, and it would follow us, always. The air was electric, crackling with the weight of unspoken words and memories that clung to the walls like restless spirits. In the dim candlelight, shadows danced, flickering in eerie patterns that seemed to echo the heartbeat of the city. Anna stood at the edge of the gathering, her fingers trembling as she clutched the fragile paper of an ancient Aztec ritual. It felt like a lifeline, a tether to a past she both revered and feared. The whispers of the ancestors throbbed through her veins, urging her to remember, to connect with the lives lost and the stories woven into the very fabric of her being. I remember the cold night spent hunched over dusty books, tracing the jagged lines of history that led me to this moment. I remember the trepidation that hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. I remember the way my heart raced as I read the accounts of sacrifices, wailing priests, the glint of obsidian knives, and the pulse of a victim's final breath. The words were alive, a cacophony of chaos that sent shivers racing down my spine. In those fevered readings, I felt a strange kinship with the long-gone souls, their stories intertwining with mine, a haunting connection I couldn't shake. Across the room, Marco watched, his eyes clouded with the weight of his own demons. He had come seeking solace, a distraction from the darkness that loomed in his mind like an ever-encroaching storm. The ancestral echoes filled him with dread and fascination in equal measure. He'd lost his brother to a senseless act of violence, death had become a relentless specter, shadowing him. Now, here he was, grappling with the remnants of a culture that reveled in the very thing he despised. Every beat of the drum resonated with a pulse that seemed to align with the thudding of his heart. I remember the rhythm of his breaths, ragged and uneven, caught between the desire to flee and the need to understand. This was not just a performance, it was a confrontation with the past that dared him to consider the beauty amidst the horror, to see the reverence in the act of remembrance. But could he allow himself to feel it? Could he bear the weight of ancestral blood on his hands? As the ritual unfolded, the air thickened with incense and sorrow, each chant reverberating in the marrow of their bones. I remember the chilling harmony as the participants swayed, their voices rising in a crescendo that felt both sacred and terrifying. It was as if the dead were waking, their presence palpable, their stories tangling with the living. Anna found herself lost in the moment, the world outside slipping away, leaving only the primal connection to something greater, a cycle of life and death, love and loss. But the spectre of doubt gnawed at Marco. Could he reconcile his grief with the ancient practices that had once celebrated death as a passage, not an end? I remember the way he squeezed his eyes shut, fighting against the torrent of emotions that threatened to drown him. In that moment, he wanted to scream, to rage against the injustice of it all. Yet, beneath the fury lay an insatiable hunger for understanding, a desperate need to bridge the chasm between his pain and the reverence Anna found in the rituals. Do you feel it? Anna's voice cut through the haze, her eyes glistening with tears, reflecting the flickering glow of the candles. Do you feel them? They're here, Marco. They want us to remember. The urgency in her words pulled at him, a lifeline extending into the depths of his turmoil. I don't want to remember, he spat, his voice fraying at the edges. I want to forget. I want to forget the way death feels like a thief, stealing everything I loved. Her gaze softened, the rawness in his voice slicing through the thick fog of the room. But forgetting means losing them all over again. We're bound to the past, Marco. It's a part of us. If we don't honor their memory, what do we become? He felt the sting of her words, sharp and relentless. I remember the way silence unfolded between them, heavy and unyielding. The echoes of the past swirled around them like a tempest, threatening to consume them if they didn't confront their own shadows. Every heartbeat echoed a truth they couldn't ignore: the legacy of death practices wasn't merely historical, it was an emotional battleground, a living tapestry that threaded through their lives, stitching together joy and heartbreak. As the final chant rang out, reverberating in the stillness, a wave of emotion crashed over Marco. He felt the walls of his denial shatter, exposing the raw, bleeding wounds of his grief. The realization hit him like a tidal wave: death did not end a story, it transformed it. In that moment, he understood the importance of remembering, of standing on the precipice of life and death, acknowledging the beauty in the heart-wrenching. Anna reached out, her fingers brushing against his, a gentle tether pulling him back from the brink. Let it go, she whispered, tears streaming down her cheeks. Feel it. Honor them. Honor us. And as the ritual closed, the space around them thrummed with the energy of the past, the living and the dead intertwined in an eternal dance. The legacy of those who came before surged through them, a reminder that love and loss were inextricable, two sides of the same coin, spinning on the edge of eternity. In the shadowy corners of the room, the whispers lingered, beckoning them into the depths of remembrance. The walls held their breath, poised at the juncture of history's embrace, waiting for the next heartbeat to echo. Like the relentless march of time, the cycle would continue, leaving them to grapple with the questions that haunted their souls. What does it mean to remember? What does it mean to live with death? And as the night deepened, the answer remained elusive, shimmering just out of reach, an intoxicating mystery, a haunting legacy, woven into the very essence of existence. The night was thick with silence, an eerie stillness that pressed down like a weight on the shoulders of those who dared to breathe. Above, the moon shone like a spectral eye, casting long shadows that danced across the cobblestone streets of the town. I stood there, heart pounding, pulse quickening, wrapped in the chilling embrace of uncertainty. It was the Day of the Dead, a time when the veil between the living and the dead wore thin, and the whispers of Mictlantecuhtli, the lord of the Underworld, echoed through the air. I could feel it, the pull of the past, like a tide drawing me into the depths of my own memories, my own ghosts. Lucia was there, too, her face pale under the luminescent glow of the marigold candles that flickered like the souls they were meant to guide. She clutched a photo of her beloved grandmother, fingers trembling, lip quivering, caught between joy and sorrow. I just want to feel her again, she breathed, and the ache in her voice was palpable, a raw wound in the stillness. The scent of copal incense hung around us, thick and sweet, mixing with the earthy aroma of the offerings laid out on the altar, a startling reminder that death was not an end, but a twisted thread woven into the fabric of life. I remembered the stories my grandmother told me, tales of Mictlantecuhtli, a skeletal figure draped in darkness, his eyes glowing like embers in the night. They said he was both feared and revered, a guardian of the forgotten souls and a harbinger of inevitable fate. "You must respect him," she whispered, her voice a creaking door swinging on rusty hinges. "He holds the keys to the afterlife." I felt the weight of that truth now, as the night closed in around us, a suspenseful heartbeat echoing in our chests. As we moved through the crowd, I caught sight of Ramon, his gaze distant, lost in some inner turmoil. He had always struggled with the loss of his brother, a gaping hole in his heart that never truly healed. "What do you see when you think of him?" I asked, desperate to bridge the chasm of grief that lay between us. His eyes flickered, haunted, and for a moment, I saw the reflections of a life unlived, moment stolen by the cruel hands of fate. "I see shadows," he murmured, always just out of reach. The world around us pulsed with life and death, laughter and tears entwined like lovers in a macabre dance. Musicians played haunting melodies, their notes weaving through the air like whispers from the past. But even the music felt tinged with sorrow, as if it were mourning alongside us. The vibrant decoration seemed to mock our grief, sugar skulls grinning with an unsettling cheerfulness, a stark contrast to the somber reality that clung to our souls. Death is a joke, I thought bitterly, the irony twisting in my gut. A dark, absurd comedy where we're all just players wearing masks. The laughter of others rang in my ears, a cacophony of celebration, while I felt like an outsider looking in, a ghost among the living. The Day of the Dead was meant to be a tribute, a celebration of those who had walked this earth before us, yet all I could feel was the tightening of my chest, the desperation clawing at my insides. "Do you think they watch us?" Lucia asked suddenly, her dark eyes glistening with unshed tears as she placed the photo on the altar. "Do you think my abuela sees me now?" Her question hung in the air, heavy with longing, echoing my own unspoken fears. I wanted to comfort her, to tell her that yes, they were here, that the spirits flitted around us, but what if they weren't? What if all we were left with were memories and shadows? The candles flickered violently as if responding to the growing tension. Shadows lengthened and twisted, and I felt the breath of Mictlantecuhtli on the back of my neck. The air grew colder, thickening with an unshakable sense of dread. I could hear the whisper of his name in the wind, a sinister caress that sent shivers down my spine. "We're not alone," I muttered, half to myself, half to the others, but my voice felt swallowed by the darkness that surrounded us. Ramon's gaze grew fierce, a storm brewing behind his eyes. "I don't fear death," he declared, his voice rising against the backdrop of the revelry around us. "I fear being forgotten." The weight of his words hung in the air, palpable and real, like the pounding heartbeat of the earth beneath our feet. We all shared that fear, didn't we? The gnawing dread of being lost to time, of fading into nothingness like a candle snuffed out too soon. The night wore on, and as we gathered around the altar, I could feel the energy shifting. A heartbeat quickened, a breath drawn in anticipation. The spirits were here, I could feel their presence like a cool breeze grazing my skin, like the gentle tug of a familiar hand on my shoulder. Lucia's eyes glimmered with hope, and I wanted to believe, to share in that moment of connection, but the shadows still loomed large. "Let's light the candles," I suggested, my voice trembling as I reached for a match. The flicker of flame danced to life, illuminating the space around us, and for a brief, terrifying moment, I thought I saw him, the skeletal grin of Mictlantecuhtli in the flickering light, a reminder of the balance between life and death. I held my breath, knowing that in this moment, we stood on a precipice, teetering between celebration and despair. "Together," Lucia said, and her voice pierced through the tension like a beacon in the dark. We took each other's hands, a circle of warmth in a night that threatened to swallow us whole. In that solemn moment, as the candles burned bright, I felt the ghosts of our loved ones swirl around us, their laughter mingling with our own, a reminder that we were never truly alone. And as the night deepened, I surrendered to the haunting beauty of it all, Mictlantecuhtli watching over us, a ruler of darkness, yet strangely comforting in his embrace. The line between life and death blurred, and I understood in that moment that to celebrate was to remember, to honor the love and loss etched in our souls, an eternal dance between shadows and light. "Let them come," I whispered, a defiant smile tugging at my lips. The night was far from over, and the celebration of life and death had only just begun. A pulse, a rhythm, a never-ending cycle, echoing through the cosmos, binding us together in an eternal embrace. The air crackled with tension, a palpable silence hanging heavily over the temple of Mictlantecuhtli, as if the very stones were holding their breath. Candles flickered in the gloom, casting ghostly shadows that danced on the walls, whispering tales of the dead. A chill crawled up my spine, and I could taste the coppery scent of fear mingling with something far more ancient. It was the scent of fate. I remember the way Xochitl stood, trembling, her hands clenched tighter than a vice. The goddess of flowers, once vibrant and full of life, now felt like a wilted petal, caught in the grip of a storm. Her eyes glistened, mirroring a stormy sky, reflecting not just fear but an aching sorrow. "He's calling for me," she murmured, and the words hung in the air like a death knell. Across the dimly lit chamber, Mictlantecuhtli loomed tall and foreboding, his skeletal visage a mask of darkness, a reminder of the inevitable. His voice echoed like the tolling of a distant bell, deep and resonant, a chilling sound that rattled the bones. "Xochitl," he beckoned, his tone both inviting and terrifying. "Come, dance with me in the shadows. Embrace your fate." Every heartbeat felt like a countdown. Xochitl hesitated, caught in a web of conflicting emotions, a battle of light and dark. She was a goddess of life, yet here she stood, teetering on the precipice between existence and oblivion. I felt the weight of her turmoil, the suffocating pressure of her choice. The darkness whispered promises of power, of unity with the dead, but delivered only despair. "I can't," she pleaded, voice breaking like fragile glass, a tremor of defiance rippling through her. "I can't abandon my flowers." In the corner, Tezcatlipoca, the god of the night sky, watched with an expression that was both amused and bitter, a dark smile curling at the edges of his lips. He thrived in chaos, in the tension of duality, and now he reveled in this moment, his presence a reminder that even gods were not free from the bonds of emotion. "Ah, little flower, the shadows are not the end," he taunted, his voice silky smooth like oiled silk. "They are merely an extension of existence. Embrace them. You'll see." I shivered, the air thick with despair and longing. The weight of Xochitl's choice pressed down upon me, and I felt the thrum of her heart, a relentless drumbeat of fear and hope. I remembered the stories of how she had once bloomed in the sun, vibrant and wild, a beacon of beauty. Yet now, faced with the chilling allure of Mictlantecuhtli, the shadows crept closer, curling around her like hungry vines. "Don't you see?" Mictlantecuhtli's voice was a seductive whisper, piercing through the shadows. "Join me. The dead are not an end, they are a beginning. You, too, can be eternal in darkness." Xochitl gasped, a flicker of curiosity igniting within her. A part of her wanted to reach out, to touch the void, to taste the eternity that lay in the embrace of death. But another part, a desperate, beating heart, held her back, wrapped in memories of laughter, color, and life. I could see the battle raging in her chest, the push and pull of light against dark, warmth against the icy fingers of death. "Xochitl," I whispered, though I knew she couldn't hear me. The walls were closing in, the shadows deepening, and I felt my own heart race in sync with hers. "Don't let them take you." Tezcatlipoca, always the trickster, flickered like the flame of a dying candle, casting doubt with every word. "What is life without death, little flower? You've already tasted the petals of loss. Why not embrace the full cycle? Dance with him, and you will bloom anew, even in the dark." The laughter in his voice felt like icy fingers running down my spine. But Xochitl stood frozen, her brow furrowed, caught between the allure of Mictlantecuhtli and the remnants of her vibrant spirit. The ground beneath her seemed to tremble, shadows curling up to caress her, offering a deceptive comfort. I could see it, the moment of choice looming before her, the chasm between worlds yawning wide. "Life is not merely a cycle," she finally spoke, her voice steadying. "It is a gift. I have given everything to the earth, to the sun, to my people. I will not surrender to darkness. Mictlantecuhtli's laughter was low, a rumble that reverberated through the chamber, echoing like the final toll of a bell. Ah, but life is fragile, dear Xochitl. It is a flicker, and soon, the flame will extinguish. Do you not want to be remembered in the hearts of those who follow? With each word, I felt the tension tightening, a coiled spring ready to snap. Xochitl's resolve began to falter. I saw the flicker of doubt in her eyes, the shimmer of grief waiting to take root. Mictlantecuhtli offered a chilling promise wrapped in dark velvet, a hint of immortality that sent a chill through my bones. In that moment, I remembered. I remembered the way the sun kissed the earth at dawn, bringing forth new life. I remembered the laughter of children playing among the flowers, the vibrant colors swirling in a dance of joy. I felt the weight of the world, heavy with expectation and longing. The clash between Mictlantecuhtli and the essence of life itself hung in the air, ripe with tension, demanding resolution. Xochitl's breath came quick, a rhythm of desperation and hope, as she stepped forward, the shadows parting just a fraction. I will not let you win. The defiance in her voice shattered the stillness, a sharp, piercing note amid the darkness. But Mictlantecuhtli was unfazed, a cosmic being beyond the trivialities of mortal emotions. Then prepare to face the darkness alone, he murmured, the chill of finality creeping into every syllable. In that moment, everything felt suspended, the world around us blurred, time stretched thin like a fragile thread, ready to snap. I watched, breathless, as the confrontation unfolded, tension crackling like static in the air, the dance between mortality and eternity teetering on the edge. Shadows swirled, whispers of the past and future intertwining, and I knew, this was not just a struggle for Xochitl's soul, this was a cosmic clash of existence itself. And so, the stage was set. The confrontation loomed, a tempest of raw emotion, ready to consume all that stood between light and dark. In the heart of that oppressive silence, I felt the pulse of the universe, fear mingling with hope, despair clashing with defiance. There, at the crossroads of divinity and mortality, the echoes of their fates intertwined, beckoning me into the depths of their unresolved struggle, their story still waiting to unfold in the shadows of that eternal night. The air hangs heavy with tension, thick as the shadows that claw at the edges of the crumbling temple. It's night, and the moon is a sliver of silver, barely illuminating the jagged stones beneath my feet. I remember the first time I felt death's cold breath. It wasn't in a graveyard, but here, where the echoes of the past still resonate with every heartbeat. The weight of 1,000 whispered prayers blankets the ruins, and I can almost hear them, lost souls calling from beyond, demanding to be remembered. A scream pierces the silence. Clara! Her eyes, wild and glistening with tears, reflect the flickering torchlight. She's crouched over the body, a man dressed in the tattered remnants of what was once a vibrant robe. His skin, pale as the bones that lie beneath the earth, tells tales of sacrifice and despair. They say he was chosen, she gasps, clutching her chest as if the very act of breathing is an affront to the dead. What do they want from us? I want to comfort her, to tell her that death is a simple thing, a release. But instead, I'm paralyzed, caught between the living and the dead, the whispers of the Aztec god swirling in my mind like a storm. It was never simple. I remember the myths, the jaguar and the serpent, the fiery hearts torn from chests, the relentless hunger for blood that stained their altars crimson. The past is alive here, and it smells of fear. Across the room, Marco paces, his hands running through his disheveled hair. He's always been the rational one, the skeptic, but tonight, he's unraveling. This isn't just about the old gods, he mutters, his voice laced with disbelief. What if they're still watching? What if this isn't a myth? I can see the shadows twisting around him, feeding off his fear, and it sends a chill down my spine. He's right. Death has never been just an ending, it's a beginning wrapped in shadows, an evolution of myth that changes and consumes. Clara, we have to go. I urge, but the words come out hollow, echoing against the stone walls. The corpse is a reminder, a harbinger of the dark narrative we've stumbled upon. I can feel the weight of history pressing down on us, and the realization hits like a cold wave. This isn't just a story, it's a living nightmare. I remember the night Marco first told me about the evolution of death myths, how the Aztecs revered their dead, how they believed that dying in battle or sacrifice was a passage to a glorious afterlife. They bathed just once a year. I had joked, trying to lighten the mood. So yeah, romance was earthy. But the laughter faded as I saw the darkness in his eyes, the fear of what might linger beyond the veil. We laughed then, but it was a desperate laughter, a way to mask the truth. Death doesn't care for humor, it feasts on the living. Now, standing here in the remnants of what once was a vibrant civilization, I'm haunted by the weight of our ancestors' beliefs. The myth evolves, whether we want it to or not. Clara's sobs cut through my thoughts, pulling me back to the present. They say the dead walk among us, she whispers, looking up at me, her eyes wide with terror. What if he's not really gone? The air shifts, electric with an unseen force, and Marco's eyes dart around, searching for something, or someone. We need to leave, he says, urgency spilling from his lips. Before it's too late. But I can't move. I can't look away from the body, from the stories waiting to be told, the myths screaming to be acknowledged. I take a breath, and suddenly, I'm drowning in the memories of the past, of men whose hearts were offered up to the sun, of women who wept for the lost, of a civilization that believed in the power of death to transform. I remember the tales told in hushed tones, the warnings that hung heavy in the air, the world is not as it seems. The gods are watching. The moon casts a ghostly glow as Clara reaches out, trembling fingers brushing against the man's cold skin. What if he's calling us, she murmurs, and the words send a ripple of dread through me. Could it be true? Are we merely players in a story written long before we drew our first breath? I feel the threads of fate weaving tighter around us, binding us to this moment, this place. Marco shakes his head violently, the disbelief etched in every line of his face. This isn't real, he shouts, voice cracking, but even he knows the truth now. The air is thick with the scent of earth and decay, a reminder of what lies beneath, bones, memories, and a haunting call of the past. The myths don't die, they evolve, shape-shifting into something more terrifying, more profound. In the dark, the echoes of our fears weave together, a tapestry of sorrow and dread, binding us to the histories we can't escape. I can feel it tightening around my throat, this fear, this recognition that death is not an ending but a cycle, an evolution of belief that grows more intricate with each telling. I want to scream, to run, but I'm rooted to the spot, paralyzed by the weight of unfulfilled promises and unacknowledged fears. The myths of the Aztec swirl around us, demanding to be felt, to be understood. The earth shifts beneath us, a gentle reminder of the lives that came before, and I know in my heart that we are not just witnesses, we are participants in this cosmic dance. Clara's eyes lock onto mine, and in that moment, I see the raw, unfiltered truth. Death is not just their story. It is ours, too. As the shadows gather, I sense the evolution of what comes next, and it chills me to the bone. And I remember, there's no escaping it. No reckoning. Only the haunting echo of what was, what is, and the dark promise of what remains. The clock strikes midnight, echoing like a harbinger through the empty streets. Each chime reverberates within the hollow chambers of my chest, and I can almost taste the metallic tang of fear. A figure stands at the edge of the graveyard, silhouetted against the silvery glow of the moon. She shivers, though it's not the bite of the cold that grips her but something darker, a chill that seeps into her bones. Her name is Eliza, a woman woven from threads of rebellion and pain, her face a canvas of defiance painted by the ghost of her past. I remember the first time I saw a death shroud, she whispers, her voice trembling like the leaves in the wind. It was on my mother. Our family thought it was an honor, a sacred dress for the journey she would take. But it felt like a cage. She's lost in that moment, the memory swirling around her like smoke, curling into the night. I can see the shadow of that shroud, and it clings to her still, the fabric that wrapped her mother, the weight of expectation, the suffocating silence of a female destiny. A few paces away, Thomas stares at her, eyes wide, heart racing, as if caught in a storm of his own making. He carries a burden heavier than any stone, a secret that gnaws at his insides. I remember, he murmurs, sitting on the edge of the bed, clutching my sister's hand as she slipped away. They said it was for the best, that her spirit, free from the shackles of flesh, would soar. But all I felt was the void, an empty space where laughter used to bloom. He grips his hands, knuckles white, like they're trying to hold onto the fragments of a life that slipped away too soon. The air thickens, a palpable tension binding them in this dance with death. Eliza and Thomas, two souls battling the ghosts of their pasts. Their worlds collide, each representing a side of a story, a narrative of gender woven through the fabric of mortality. Eliza, forever the caretaker, the nurturer, expected to cradle the dead and the living alike. Thomas, the boy forged in the fires of expectation, caught between a duty to protect and a desire to break free. Outside, the wind howls like a banshee, a haunting lullaby that carries the whispers of the forgotten. Eliza feels it tugging at her, pulling her towards the gravestones where promises lie buried. They always told me that women were the keepers of the afterlife, she says, her voice cracking under the weight of unspoken truths. That we must prepare the bodies, lay them down, guide them into the beyond. But what of our own souls? Who guides us? And in that moment, the world around them holds its breath. Time seems to stretch, the shadows of the trees bending towards her, listening, absorbing her words. She throws her head back, laughing bitterly, and it echoes across the graveyard, startling the night creatures into silence. They bathed once a year, you know, she adds, a hint of absurdity creeping in, her humor a lifeline thrown into the darkness. So romance was earthy. Thomas laughs, a small sound that breaks the tension like shattering glass. And yet, here we are, expected to carry the weight of the world on our shoulders. His voice trembles, a mix of anger and sorrow swirling inside him. Men are meant to be strong, but they never tell you that strength can drown you, too. He clenches his fists, the shadows playing tricks on his mind, filling him with doubt. The moonlight casts eerie patterns on the ground, illuminating the graves like a stage set for a play that will never be performed. Around them, the stories of countless lives echo, each stone a testament to the choices made, of love, of loss, of the relentless march of time. Eliza takes a step closer to him, her breath mingling with the night air. Maybe the afterlife isn't just for the dead. Maybe it's for us, the ones left behind. The words hang between them, tangible and raw. The cosmos spins above, indifferent to their struggle as the clock ticks on, a reminder that time waits for no one. Both of them are grappling with their own ghosts, Eliza, the weight of motherhood and sacrifice, and Thomas, the unyielding expectations of masculinity that suffocate him. I want to scream, he admits, the honesty like a knife twisting in his gut. Scream until the heavens shatter and the stars rain down. But what good would it do? They bury me alongside their forgotten dreams. Her heart aches for him, for the pain they both share yet cannot articulate. What if we didn't have to conform, she asks, a spark of rebellion igniting in her chest. What if we could reimagine our roles in death, in life? What if we could decide who we wanted to be without the chains of gender? The shadows seem to lean closer, eavesdropping on their confessions. Thomas's eyes widen, hope flickering like a candle in the draft. You think we could change the narrative? Yes, she breathes, every word heavy with the weight of possibility. But we have to face our fears, our histories. And in that moment, a silence falls, thick, suffocating, and yet somehow liberating. Each heartbeat is a drum, a call to arms against the ghosts that linger. Together, they stand at the precipice, ready to confront the darkness, ready to wrestle with the very essence of existence. Around them, the night holds its breath, a universe waiting to be rewritten. The clock continues its relentless race, but they're not afraid anymore. Eliza and Thomas are no longer simply figures in a story, they are the authors of their own fate, ready to tear down the walls that bind them. With every heartbeat, they prepare to leap into the unknown, where gender and death intertwine, where beliefs collide, a world teetering between the pain of the past and the promise of rebirth. Shadows dance, whispers stir, and the night stretches on, echoing their resolve, as the dawn waits to break. The wind howled like a banshee, slicing through the night, and in that moment, everything felt wrong, profoundly, terrifyingly wrong. I had come to this desolate place, not for reverence, but for reckoning. The air crackled with unspoken words, pulse quickening as shadows danced around the ancient temple, crumbling yet defiant against the encroaching darkness. the city hummed behind me, oblivious, wrapped in glittering lights and superficial joy, while here, at the threshold of Mictlantecuhtli's domain, I found myself shackled to a past I could never quite shake off. I remember the first time I heard his name, whispered in hushed tones, a chant steeped in fear, Mictlantecuhtli, the lord of the underworld, and I'm not sure if it was awe or dread that twisted in my gut. I'd always been drawn to the macabre. There's a strange comfort in darkness, like curling up in a tattered blanket, its frayed edges whispering secrets of those long gone. But now, standing before the altar adorned with bones and forgotten offerings, I felt the void within me echo back, a gaping more hungry for understanding. Beside me stood Clara, fierce yet fragile, her eyes wide with equal parts courage and trepidation. She had taken the path of a spiritual seeker, yet tonight, she was merely a girl facing the abyss with a shaky breath. "What if he sees us?" she murmured, glancing over her shoulder, as if the shadows themselves might spring to life. I wanted to comfort her, to promise her safety, but the truth was, I was terrified too. Then there was Javier, the skeptic, rolling his eyes at the ancient myths while we stood surrounded by their weight. "It's just a story, a relic of a bygone time," he scoffed. But I caught the tremor in his voice, a subtle crack that betrayed his bravado. The moonlight caught the lines of worry on his face, painting him in shades of silver and uncertainty. I remember thinking how absurdly human he was, how our fears tethered us to the past like chains, dragging us into a morass of history we could not escape. In the dim light, I could almost hear the heartbeat of the earth beneath us, thump, 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 like the frantic pulse of a caged animal. A chill crept through the air, a warning that something lurked just out of sight, eager to swallow us whole. "Do you feel that?" Clara's voice quivered, echoing my thoughts, her breath fogging in the cold. I nodded, the instinct to flee battling against the magnetic pull of the ritual we had come to witness. As the last remnants of daylight slipped away, I felt the weight of tradition pressing down on me, heavy and suffocating. Mictlantecuhtli's influence had seeped into our modern spirituality, a creeping vine entwining itself around our hearts and minds, and here we were, fumbling for answers in a world that no longer made sense. I remember reading about him, the dark god who ruled over the dead, his skeletal visage etched into the fabric of our fears. Was he the keeper of our secrets, or merely a reflection of our own mortality? The corners of the temple seemed to stretch and twist as if the very stones were alive, mocking our ignorance. Clara took a step forward, fear morphing into resolve, and I felt a rush of warmth through my veins. Her courage ignited something deep within me. "If he exists, we have to face him," she declared, her voice steady as she raised a small offering of flowers, a fragile gift to a god who feasted on the living. Javier scoffed again, but there was a flicker of curiosity in his eyes, a silent acknowledgement that we were about to cross a boundary that should have remained untouched. The air thickened, a tangible sensation as if the universe held its breath. Shadows lengthened, creeping towards us, and suddenly, I was struck by a memory, a dream, perhaps, of a funeral procession, of vivid flowers resting atop a casket, of whispered goodbyes that faded into the void. Time felt warped, flitting between past and present, and in that moment, I understood, we were not just invoking the dead, we were calling forth our own demons, our regrets, our long-buried fears. "Let's go," Javier said suddenly, unease creeping back into his voice, but Clara stood her ground, the flames of determination flickering in her eyes. "We can't run from him. We have to know." I could feel the electric tension pulsating around us, a frayed wire about to snap. I glanced at Clara, her jaw set, and as if sensing my hesitation, she reached for my hand. Her grip was a lifeline, one that pulled me into the chaos we had dared to summon. And then, the moment came, a gust of wind, a shriek that echoed off the stone walls, and there he stood, or rather, did not stand, an absence so profound it hollowed out the space around us. Mictlantecuhtli was but a whisper of shadows, a grotesque reminder of all we refused to confront. I felt my heart pounding in my chest, an animal caught in a trap, and I realized with chilling clarity that this was not just an encounter with a deity, it was a confrontation with ourselves. "Why have you come?" His voice slithered through the air, a haunting melody that chilled me to the bone. I wanted to scream, to run, but Clara's unwavering grip held me steady. "We seek the truth," she shouted against the rising tide of panic that threatened to engulf us. And in that moment, I understood, This was not just about ancient gods, it was about the choices we made, the lives we led, and the truths we buried. The darkness swirled, wrapping around us like a shroud, each heartbeat echoing the undying influence of Mictlantecuhtli, a reminder that death is not an end but a transformation. Here, at the crossroads of the living and the dead, we were bound together by our fears, longing for answers that might never come. I remember feeling both insignificant and infinite, the tension electric, the potential for revelation sharp enough to cut. With every breath, I could taste the dust of centuries past, and I wondered, as shadows danced and whispered secrets, if perhaps Mictlantecuhtli was not merely a god of death, but a mirror reflecting our very souls, a reminder that in facing the shadows, we might finally find our light. The moon hung low above Tenochtitlan, a cracked shell of a city teetering on the edge of life and death. Shadows danced against the jagged stones of the temple, flickering like the last breaths of the dying. I could hear the frantic pounding of drums echoing in the distance, an ominous heartbeat that warned of a world caught between the living and the dead. The air thickened with incense, each waft a whisper of fear, a call to Mictlantecuhtli, the god of the underworld, whose name sent shivers down the spines of even the bravest warriors. I stood among them, fear clawing at my throat, hands clenched so tight they turned white. They were preparing for a ceremony, a sacrifice, a young warrior named Izel who had dared to challenge fate, his heart swelling with dreams of glory. Now, he faced the spectral coldness of the god's gaze, the promise of darkness creeping closer. Izel's mother, Quicatl, stood nearby, her face a mask of desperation, the lines of her life etched deep into her skin. I could feel her pain, a tangible thing, slicing through the air. She had lost her husband to the obsidian blade of sacrifice, and now her only son stood teetering on the edge of the abyss. I remember, I murmured, almost to myself, when life was simpler, when laughter echoed through the stone corridors. But the laughter had faded, replaced by the whispers of the dead. It was always the dead, watching, waiting. With each beat of the drums, I felt the earth tremble beneath me, a pulse that synchronized with my own racing heart. Izel's eyes were wide, not with fear, but with a fierce determination that made my chest ache. I will not go quietly, he had told me before, his voice a steady flame amidst the storm. Yet now, as the priests moved closer, their obsidian knives gleaming like hungry teeth, I could see doubt flickering in his gaze, a candle almost snuffed out. He was still a boy, clinging to dreams in a world that offered only darkness. I remembered the tales, how the ancients spoke of Mictlantecuhtli with reverence and terror. The god ruled the land of the dead, draped in a cloak of shadows, his skeletal hand eternally reaching for the living. You will face him, Izel, I wanted to scream, you will confront the madness of a world that has forgotten how to live. But my voice caught in my throat, a fragile bird unable to take flight. Quicatl stepped forward, a fierce motherly instinct igniting in her eyes. You will not take my son, she shouted, her voice trembling yet resolute. The priests recoiled, the power of her love crashing against them like a wave against the rocks. I felt it too, the raw energy vibrating through the air. It was a reminder that life clung stubbornly to hope, even in the face of inevitable despair. But Mictlantecuhtli was unyielding. The earth shuddered beneath the weight of ancient rituals, the stone temple thrumming with the pulse of forgotten gods. Izel, caught between the warmth of the living and the icy grip of the dead, closed his eyes. I remember, he whispered, when my father taught me to fight, when the sun felt like a promise, not a funeral pyre. And in that moment, the world split open. I could see the shadows gathering, the faces of the forsaken flickering in and out of existence, a parade of lost souls, all clamoring for attention. They were not merely figments of myth, they were the memories of those who had come before, their stories woven into the fabric of the night. Each ghost cried out for recognition, their voices rising, a cacophony of longing and sorrow that enveloped us all. Quicatl reached out, her hand trembling, as if she could physically grasp the fleeting essence of her son. Izel, fight, she cried. Fight for us, fight for your dreams. And for a moment, the world paused, a breath held tight in the throat of the cosmos. The drums stopped. Silence blanketed the square, a shroud of anticipation. Ghostly figures hung in the air, waiting for the moment to descend, to claim what was theirs. Izel opened his eyes, and I saw the flickering light of defiance ignite within him. It was a spark, a glimmer of something that could not be extinguished. "I remember the stories," he said quietly, "and I will not be another tale." With a surge of power, he broke free from the grip of fear and stepped toward the altar, a defiant silhouette against the backdrop of the stars. The priests recoiled, uncertainty replacing their zeal. Izel cried out, a war cry that shook the very foundation of Tenochtitlan, and in that instant, he was both boy and legend, warrior and ghost, straddling the chasm between life and death. I could hear Cuicatl's heartbeat, a symphony of love and anguish echoing in the darkness, threading through the air like a lifeline. "Mictlantecuhtli," she screamed, rage and grief mingling into a primal roar, "you will not have him." But the god was unyielding, the shadows thickening as if they had a will of their own, pulling reality into the depths of despair. Izel's feet moved like lightning, an embodiment of hope racing against the tide of fate. I held my breath, the energy crashing around us, filling the void with a desperate longing for survival. The confrontation was not merely between a god and a boy, it was a clash of dreams and nightmares, of love and sacrifice, of light and the darkness that threatened to swallow us whole. "I remember," I whispered, my heart pounding with the weight of destiny. Time slowed, the world narrowing to the pulsating beat of our hearts, the clash of ancient myths and very human truths colliding in a breathtaking dance of chaos and light. And as the shadows surged forward, I knew we were all intertwined in this moment, the living, the dead, the dreams that once were, and those yet to come. The air crackled with an electric charge, a reminder that even in darkness, there was always the possibility of light. And in that instant, I realized, we were not merely characters in a myth, we were the essence of a story that refused to end, a cycle that would continue to spin, weaving through the fabric of time, echoing through the ages forever. The confrontation, the heart-wrenching choice, the bittersweet embrace of love and loss, it was all just the beginning. The air crackled with tension, a pulse beneath the earth, and in that moment, the world felt like it was on fire. The sun hung low, casting a crimson sheen over the sprawling city of Tenochtitlan, where the echoes of drums beat like the hearts of the living and the dead. I remember the scent, smoky, sweet, and sickly, a blend of burnt copal and something heavier, darker. It was the smell of sacrifice. It gripped my throat like a vice, as if warning me to turn back, to flee from the shadow that loomed over the great temple. In the center of it all stood Xuchotl, a warrior sculpted from obsidian and fear, his eyes pools of molten night. The crowd swelled around him, a sea of faces painted with the colors of the earth and sky, earthy browns mingling with vibrant greens and the blood red of sacrifice. But behind the raw excitement, I could see it, the apprehension, the fear, the knowing. They were all here to pay homage to death, yet the thought of it twisted in my gut like a serpent. I remember the cold gleam of a knife, the way it caught the fading sun just before it plunged into flesh. It was a dance of desperation and devotion, and I was but a spectator, an unwilling participant in this macabre ballet. Across the way, there was Izel, a girl caught between worlds. I could see her, dark-eyed and trembling, her hands clenched into fists at her sides. She was terrified, yet drawn to the spectacle like a moth to flame. Death was an old friend to her family, she had seen its face before, watched as it claimed the lives of those she loved. I remember her mother's laughter, a haunting echo lost to time. But now, Izel stood on the precipice of grief and rage, wanting to protect the one she had left, yet knowing that sacrifice was the only way to appease the gods. "Izel!" I called, my voice barely a whisper against the fervor of the crowd. She turned, searching for me, her brow furrowed in uncertainty. I saw the conflict in her eyes, fear warring with the need to honor her ancestors, a need that coursed through her veins like wildfire. I could feel the weight of her decision hovering between us, a palpable thing, almost alive. "Don't let this consume you," I urged, but even as the words escaped my lips, I knew they were useless. The tide of tradition was too strong, the pull of the past too relentless. And then, there was Huitzilin, a boy with the spirit of a hawk, fierce and wild. He had always been the one to challenge the night, to taunt the shadows that clung to our lives like ghosts. But today, as he watched the unfolding ceremony with gleaming eyes, I sensed something darker within him. A thirst, perhaps, for blood, not just the kind that spilled from the sacrificial knife, but a deeper kind, one that sought to conquer the very essence of death itself. "You can't escape it," he said, his voice gritty like gravel. "We are all just offerings, ready to become part of the tapestry of the cosmos." He laughed, but it was a hollow sound, reverberating against the stone walls that surrounded us. Death was a canvas in Aztec society, painted in shades of reverence and horror. Each stroke told a story, one of love, loss, and the relentless cycle of life. The murals that adorned the temple walls were vivid, grotesque, and yet achingly beautiful. I remember a mural depicting Mictlantecuhtli, the god of the underworld, crowned with skulls, his skeletal hands beckoning the souls of the departed. It was both mesmerizing and terrifying, a stark reminder that every heartbeat brought me closer to the end. As the ceremony continued, Isel stepped forward, driven by a force beyond her control. "I will not let them take another," she cried, her voice breaking, raw with emotion. In that moment, she became the embodiment of every sacrifice, every life snuffed out to appease the gods. Her cry sliced through the air, a desperate plea that echoed in my chest. I felt the world shift, the ground tremble beneath us, and I knew we were standing on the precipice of something monumental. The crowd hushed, a collective intake of breath, as if even the gods paused to listen. But Huitzilin remained unfazed, his gaze fixed on the altar. "You think you can change fate?" he spat, the fire in his voice igniting a spark of rebellion deep within me. "Death is inevitable. We are all mere shadows, flickering against the light." His words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of truth, yet laced with the bitter taste of resignation. I could feel the darkness creeping in, wrapping around us like a shroud, suffocating any glimmer of hope. Time twisted and turned, and I found myself caught in a vortex of memories, the laughter of lost friends, dreams unfulfilled, whispers of love that faded into oblivion. I remembered my own sacrifices, the choices that had led me here, to this moment, where death transcended mere existence and became an art form. The paintings, the sculptures, the very essence of life itself, were reflections of our greatest fears and deepest desires, molding the very fabric of our reality. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the plaza, I felt a surge of defiance coursing through me. Izel's courage ignited something within, a primal urge to stand against the tide of fate. "We are not just vessels for their whims," I shouted, my voice trembling yet resolute. "We are the masters of our own destinies." But as the words left my lips, I felt the weight of centuries pressing down, the echoes of the past whispering in my ears, warning me that the gods do not take kindly to defiance. Izel's eye searched mine, a flicker of hope igniting in the depths of despair. "Together," she said, her voice steady now, "we can change the narrative." And in that moment, I believed her. We were more than just names etched into the annals of history, we were the storytellers, the weavers of fate, and perhaps we could paint our own canvas, one that didn't end in death but in rebirth. But as the drums began to rise again, the oppressive weight of tradition bore down upon us, and I felt the chill of the cosmos wrap around my heart. The shadows danced, mocking our resolve, and the spectre of death loomed large, reminding us that every choice had a price. The world spun around us, vibrant and chaotic, a storm of emotion and color that threatened to consume everything in its path. In that fleeting moment, I realized that the artistic representations of death were not merely images on a wall, but reflections of our own fears, our own struggles. They were alive, breathing entities that connected us to the past and whispered promises of the future. And just like that, I understood, death was not an end, but a continuation, a loop that seemed to stretch into infinity. As I looked at Izel and Huitzilin, I knew the confrontation was only beginning. The air thrummed with unresolved tension, a force that would pull us deeper into the heart of our fears. The city around us pulsated with life and death, a constant reminder that in the world of the Aztec, nothing was ever truly finished. The dance of sacrifice continued, an eternal waltz between the living and the dead, and we were caught in its haunting embrace. The sun hung low in the sky, a blood-red orb casting its haunting glow over the fields, where the scent of damp earth mingled with the sharp tang of impending rain. The air vibrated with tension, thick like the tales of old whispered by the elders, tales of duality, the dance of life and death, forever entwined. I stood there, heart pounding, drenched in a sweat that felt like fear. A cacophony of crows cawed from the trees, their black silhouettes cutting against the vibrant hues of twilight, warning of the inevitable. The ground beneath my feet trembled, not from the weight of my own dread but from the pulse of the earth. I could hear it, a heartbeat, steady and relentless, echoing through the valleys of the past. As I turned, I saw her, Xochitl, her dark eyes glinting with an intensity that could pierce stone. The name meant flower, but here she was, a tempest, a storm of emotion wrapped in a fragile frame. She clutched the ceremonial dagger, its blade gleaming with a sheen that made my skin crawl, a relic of our ancestors, a harbinger of doom. "Do you feel it, too?" Her voice trembled, a whisper barely carried by the wind, yet it thundered in my chest. I nodded, though I couldn't bring myself to speak. The weight of our ancestors hung heavy, a shroud of expectation pressing down on us. We were farmers by day and priests by night, navigating the precarious balance between feeding our people and appeasing the gods. The harvest moon loomed above, a reminder that the cycle of life and death would not wait, not for us, not for anyone. "Tonight, we honor them," she said, her words laced with desperation. She had always feared the wrath of the gods, a fear that burned in her core like a relentless fire. "If we do not sacrifice, the crops will wither, and our people will starve. You know this, don't you?" Her gaze pierced me, and I felt that primal fear clawing at my insides, threatening to pull me under. I remembered the stories, the droughts, the plagues, the whispers of death that crept through our villages like shadows, lingering on the edges of our dreams. In the depths of my heart, I understood the truth: agriculture and death were woven together, inseparable. But there was also Miguel, my brother, standing at the edge of the field, his figure silhouetted against the fading light. He was the dreamer, the one who found warmth in the sun and solace in the soil. When the world screamed for blood, he screamed for life. I could see the conflict tearing at him, the turmoil written across his brow. The dagger in Xochitl's hand was a specter, haunting us, and I felt the pull of their opposing forces, the need to survive against the instinct to nurture. "Xochitl," Miguel called, his voice a soft plea that cut through the tension. "We can't do this. There must be another way." His words hung in the air, heavy with hope and desperation, clashing against the dark reality that loomed over us. "There is no other way," she shot back, her voice rising, echoing off the surrounding hills. "Look around. The corn is dying, the earth is parched. You think the gods will spare us? They demand blood, Miguel, our blood, their blood. It's the only way." I felt a chill crawl up my spine, a realization dawning that this was not just about crops, it was about power, about control, about the ancient dance of life and death that we were forced to participate in. I was caught between two worlds, two lives, one of sweat and toil, the other of blood and sacrifice. As twilight deepened into darkness, shadows stretched long across the ground, yearning, creeping toward us. The wind shifted, carrying with it the potent aroma of damp earth, of newly turned soil, and something more sinister, like decay. A shiver raced through me, and I knew, deep in my bones, that death was never far. "I won't stand by and watch this happen," Miguel's voice cracked, filled with anguish. "We can plant seeds of change, we can invoke the gods without bloodshed. Let us pray, let us commune with them, show them our devotion through harvest, through love, not fear." But even as he spoke, I could see the cracks in his resolve. The weight of history bore down on him, on all of us. The tales of sacrifices lost to time echoed in my mind, and I felt the tension coil tighter, a noose of inevitability. Xochitl stepped forward, her fury igniting the air. "You think they care about your love? They don't want love, they want offerings. They want what is owed to them for the bountiful harvests of last year. Do you not see? We are at the mercy of their whims, and it's either blood or ruin." The moon rose, casting an ethereal glow on the scene, a spotlight on our turmoil. I could feel the pulse of the earth beneath me mimic my racing heart, an unending rhythm that spoke of ancient sacrifices and the ghosts that lingered in the shadows. And then it happened, a crackle in the air, a distant rumble as the storm clouds began to gather, dark and heavy, swirling ominously above. The heavens themselves seemed to echo our primal dilemma, a harbinger of chaos entwined with the promise of life. I stood there, caught in a web of fear and desperation, my heart a chaotic drumbeat, racing toward the unknown. The intensity of our conflict surged, electric and palpable, spiraling toward an inevitable climax. I could feel the ancestors watching, their ghostly fingers gripping the threads of fate, pulling us toward a choice that would echo through eternity. In that moment, the line between life and death blurred, our fate hanging in the balance, threading the needle of existence between the blood-stained earth and the promise of a new dawn. The storm was coming, not just in the sky, but within us, an unstoppable force, echoing the ancient cries of the land. The air is thick, cloying, almost suffocating, each breath a struggle against the overwhelming dread that looms. Shadows flicker, stretching like fingers across the damp earth, whispering promises of despair. Beneath the surface of the city, in the dark underbelly where the light dares not touch, I hear the distant echo of drums, a heartbeat from the depths of Mictlan, where the god of death waits, a figure draped in black, eyes like burning coals, alive with eternal hunger. I remember the night she first spoke of him, eyes wide and voice trembling, "Maria, my sister, a wild spark in a dim world." "There are things beneath us," she murmured, her breath hitching. "Things that hunger." I laughed then, a nervous chuckle that masked the chill creeping up my spine. "You're being dramatic," I said, but the words hung heavy in the air, like smoke, hard to clear. Now, as I stand here, the drums thudding in my chest, I wish I had listened more closely. The city has been restless, shadows creeping in every corner, as if Mictlantecuhtli himself has sent his minions to gather the lost souls, to remind us that we are made of flesh and fear. I find myself drawn to the graveyard, a place where whispers float like butterflies, landing softly on graves that ache for stories that will never be told. I see Maria there, kneeling, fingers tracing the inscriptions of the dead as though she could pull them back from the void. "I can't stop thinking about him," she says, her voice barely above the wind. "He's calling us, you know." I shudder, caught between the warmth of her presence and the cold terror that fills the space around us. "It's just a myth, Maria," I insist, but even as I say the words, a tremor runs through me. I remember my own fears, the shadows that follow me home, the nightmares that claw at the corners of my mind. "Stop playing with fire," I plead. But the truth is, we're both drawn to the edge of that abyss, fascinated, terrified, desperate for the answers only the dead can provide. Mictlantecuhtli, the lord of the underworld, a cruel trickster with a heart as black as night. I can almost see him now, standing tall with his skeletal frame, adorned with the bones of those who dared to challenge him. His laughter, oh, how it echoes in my dreams, a haunting melody that intertwines with my very essence, dragging me into the chilling embrace of the unknown. I want to run, to scream, but the pull is magnetic. Maria, with her wild heart, feels it too. I can see the fire in her eyes, the reckless abandon that comes from flirting with danger. As the wind howls, I catch a whiff of something decayed, something foul. It permeates the air, thick and cloying. "Do you smell that?" I ask, my voice trembling. She nods, but there's a smile on her lips, a twisted joy at the chaos wrapping around us. "It's the calling of those who have passed," she whispers, almost reverently. "They want us to remember." What do we remember? The sweet laughter of friendships lost? The warmth of sunlight fading? The fear of being forgotten, of not leaving a mark before the drums of death drown us in their relentless rhythm? I look at Maria, and it strikes me, she is flawed, yes, but so alive, so eager to dance with the shadows that lurk at the edges of our lives. I want to protect her, to shield her from the dark, yet I'm terrified of what that dark might reveal about myself. And then, a figure emerges from the darkness, cloaked in shadow, obscured, yet a presence so palpable it steals my breath. With each step, the ground quakes beneath our feet. I can hear my heart pounding in my ears, the echo of life against the omnipresent stillness of death. Mictlantecuhtli, I gasp, the name tumbling from my lips like a sacrilege. "Why do you fear me?" he asks, his voice a symphony of despair and mockery. "Isn't it the living who crave what I offer? Isn't it the flesh that yearns for release?" The words wrap around me, squeezing tighter, an embrace laden with the weight of eternity. I glance at Maria, who stands, mesmerized, as if entranced by the god himself, her spirit reaching toward the very essence of mortality. In that moment, I realize, this isn't just a confrontation with a deity, but a reckoning with our own fears, the darkness within us all that whispers that we too will one day answer the call. "I don't want to die," I admit, voice cracking like brittle bones. I don't want to be forgotten. Mictlantecuhtli chuckles, a sound like breaking glass, sharp and shattering. Yet here you are, caught in my web, yearning for the forbidden fruit of knowledge. You want to understand loss, but can you bear the burden of knowing? In his eyes, I see my own reflection, the horror of inevitability staring back, and I stumble back, the truth splintering my resolve. But Maria steps forward, daring, defiant, eyes ablaze with a wildfire of dreams. Tell us. Show us. Her voice rings clear, piercing through the suffocating darkness. We want to feel alive. We want to understand. The tension hangs thick, a taut wire ready to snap. I want to pull her back, to shield her from the truth that flickers like candlelight on the edge of existence. But there is a part of me that craves the same understanding, the same intoxicating fear. We both stand at the precipice, two souls intertwined, teetering between the living and the lost. The earth beneath us shifts, as if the world itself holds its breath. Mictlantecuhtli raises an arm, and the shadows swirl and dance, forming ephemeral shapes, lost lovers, forgotten children, the echoes of laughter and cries intertwining in a haunting waltz. It feels like a dream, surreal yet achingly real, and in that moment, I see the truth: death is not the end, but a beginning. An infinite cycle where we are eternally bound to those we've loved and lost. Can you feel it? He asks, and I realize the question is not just for us, but for all of humanity, a reminder that we are all connected, all dancing on the edge of oblivion. Embrace it. Let it consume you. And as the shadows close in, I can't help but wonder, what will we become when the drums of Mictlantecuhtli finally silence? What echoes will remain? The air shudders, and I hold Maria's gaze, both terrified and exhilarated, caught between the living pulse of fear and the soft, dark promise of the eternal. The clock struck midnight, the sound echoed through the silence like a gunshot. In that single moment, everything shifted. I stood in the darkened room, the air heavy with dread, a chill weaving through the shadows. The walls seemed to pulse, alive with whispers of the past, each creak of the floorboards beneath my feet a reminder that death lingered just beyond my reach. I could hear her, my sister, Lila, murmuring in her sleep, lost in a world that felt closer to the grave than to life. Clutching the edge of the nightstand, I held my breath, the weight of unsaid things pressing against my chest, tight like a noose. I remember, I whispered, pulling the memory closer. I could still see her, smiling with the light of the sun dancing in her hair, a spectre of joy before the shadows crept in. But now, as dreams twisted and turned like smoke in this house of memories, all that remained was a hollow echo of who she used to be. It was the dreams that haunted us, those vivid night terrors that tore through the fabric of our souls. Lila's dreams had shifted, they were no longer filled with laughter and light. Instead, they morphed into dark omens, images of decay and despair that plagued her nights. I had seen her wake, eyes wide with terror, breathless whispers escaping her lips like the dying gasps of a fallen bird. Death is waiting, she'd say, clutching her chest as if she could ward off the approaching horror with sheer will. It was then that I felt the world tilt, a shiver racing down my spine, as if the universe itself conspired against us. In the other room, Sam, our brother, paced like a caged animal. He wore his grief like a shroud, a dark cloak that enveloped him, heavy and suffocating. I could see it in the way he ran his fingers through his hair, pulling at the strands as if trying to yank the thoughts from his mind. He had always been our protector, the sturdy oak amidst the storm, but now he was splintering, branches cracking under the weight of uncertainty. What if it's true? He shouted, the sound reverberating through the house, a raw edge to his voice that cut deeper than any blade. Stop! I shouted back, the desperation clawing at my throat. Stop giving power to those dreams. But my words hung in the air, heavy and ineffective. The truth was, we were all trapped in a web of fear, spun by nightmares that echoed our deepest anxieties. It was as if we were caught in a loop, a dark carousel of visions and premonitions, unable to escape, our fates entwined with the ominous shadows that loomed over us. I remember, I said softly, the words slipping into the silence. I closed my eyes and the images flooded back, our father, gone too soon, his face pale and lifeless, the cold embrace of death lingering in the room. I could see the way Sam had crumbled then, a mountain turned to dust. This was the legacy of our family, loss after loss, each one more visceral than the last, each dream more foreboding. What if these dreams are trying to tell us something? Sam's voice pierced through my reverie, trembling with a raw urgency. His eyes shone with unshed tears. What if Lila's seeing something we can't? No. I screamed, the walls rattling with the fervor of my denial. We cannot succumb to this madness. They're just dreams. But deep inside, a cold fist tightened around my heart, squeezing until I could hardly breathe. I too had seen the shadows flickering on the edges of my dreams, faces contorted in anguish, beckoning me to join them in their eternal waltz. It was the night we dared to confront the visions, the night when the veil between life and death thinned to a whisper. Lila's voice cut through the darkness, a fragile thread woven from distress. I saw her again, she said, her eyes wide, reflecting the flickering candlelight like shards of broken glass. The woman in the veil. She's coming for me. In that moment, time stretched. The air turned electric, charged with an unspeakable tension that held us captive. I could feel the pulse of the universe, a heartbeat that echoed in my ears, a frantic rhythm urging me to act, to protect, to save. Tell me everything, I urged, desperate to unearth the hidden meanings buried deep within her nightmares. Her hands trembled as she reached out, fingers brushing against my skin. She was standing at the edge of the forest, eyes like black holes. I could feel her pulling me toward her, dragging me into darkness. Those words sank into my bones, igniting a firestorm of fear. The forest, the place we used to play, now a territory of terror, an expanse where lost souls whispered in the night. The very thought of it sent shivers down my spine, a chill that felt like frost creeping through my veins. We need to face this, I said, my voice steady despite the tempest in my heart. We have to understand what it wants. As we stood on the precipice of that decision, I realized how fragile our grip on reality was. The dreams were more than mere figments, they were the harbingers of our fate, a thread woven through time, connecting our past, our present, and the unknown that lay ahead. Another pulse of the clock, and the world seemed to hold its breath, waiting for our next move. Lila's eyes glimmered with an unsettling mix of fear and resolve, while Sam's worry hung like a fog around us. We were bound together in this moment of impending confrontation, three souls grappling with the unknown, forever haunted by dreams that blurred the lines of existence. Whether we fight or flee, I thought, the shadows will always linger. And as I took a step forward, the darkness surged around us, pulling us deeper into the labyrinth of dreams and omens, where death danced on the edge of our consciousness, forever entwined with the rhythms of our hearts. The air hangs heavy with the scent of burnt copal, a shroud of smoke curling upward, winding its way through the jagged teeth of the temple's stone facade. I stand in the echoing silence of Tenochtitlan, the pulse of the city beneath me, a heartbeat thrumming with dread and reverence. Shadows flicker, dancing against the stones, each one a whisper, a promise, or a curse. A chill creeps along my spine as I witness the gathering. Priests, their faces painted in the gruesome likeness of death, their eyes bright with fervor, speak in voices that pierce the veil of night. It isn't just a debate, it's a reckoning. I remember the first time I felt the pull of Mictlantecuhtli, a figure cloaked in the obsidian darkness of the underworld, his skeletal hand reaching toward me, offering something more than fear. The god of the dead, they say, the lord of the lost souls. But to me, he was a haunting melody, a song written in the language of loss. How do you argue with a deity who holds your heart in his bony grasp? Mictlantecuhtli stands near me, a young priestess, her brow furrowed, eyes darting like fireflies caught in a jar. I see the conflict within her, the desire to honor the gods, to uphold the ancient traditions, battling against the flickers of doubt that dance in her heart. She clutches a dagger, its edge glistening, the only thing separating her from the sacrificial altar, a bridge between life and the abyss. What if he doesn't want our offerings, she whispers, a tremor in her voice. What if he craves something more, something we cannot give? Beside her, Xolotl, a seasoned priest with a face weathered by the weight of his devotion, turns sharply. His eyes, once bright with conviction, are now clouded with uncertainty. Mictlantecuhtli thrives on our fear, he argues, his voice a low growl, reverberating with the echoes of countless sacrifices. He feeds on our dread. If we diminish that fear, do we not diminish him? His hands, calloused and stained, clench and unclench as if to grasp the fading essence of his faith. But who am I in this storm of belief and doubt? Just a wanderer caught between worlds, keenly aware of the weight of the past. I remember the stories whispered by firelight, the tales of the restless dead. Each of those souls, trapped in the liminal space of Mictlan, the place of the forgotten. Do they find peace, or do they scream in the silence, longing for the warmth of the sun, for a breath of life? The thought gnaws at me, tearing at the seams of my understanding. An unexpected crackle of thunder rumbles in the distance, a portent, perhaps, echoing the tension building within the temple. The priests rally around their sacred altar, a blood-stained stone that has witnessed countless offerings. They chant, their voices rising and falling like the tide, words woven with desperation and devotion. Mictlantecuhtli, Mictlantecuhtli, the name reverberates, each syllable a hammer striking the anvil of belief, shaping the contours of their reality. Myctlantecuhtli's gaze meets mine, and in that moment, a silent plea passes between us. Her fingers tremble around the hilt of the dagger, and I catch a glimpse of her fear, fear of failure, fear of betrayal. What if he demands more than we can give? The question hangs heavy, an ominous cloud, threatening to burst. My heart echoes her sentiment, a drumbeat of uncertainty. What do the gods desire? Sacrifices, yes, blood spilled on the altar, but at what cost? Are we bartering our very souls for his favor? Xolotl steps forward, voice trembling with a mixture of rage and sorrow. We cannot let fear dictate our offerings. To bow before the darkness is to invite it into our hearts. His fervor ignites the air, crackling with intensity. We are not mere vessels for his appetite. We are warriors of the light. But his words, though powerful, are laced with the tremor of doubt, a plea to the cosmos as if the stars themselves might answer. But the stars remain silent, distant pinpricks of light in a vast, unfathomable darkness. I find myself lost in that darkness, the shadows whispering secrets, pulling me deeper into the abyss. The debate rages on, each voice a thread woven into the tapestry of faith and fear. I feel the weight of their convictions pressing down on me, a storm brewing, an avalanche waiting to tumble into chaos. Myctlantecuhtli's breath hitches, and I watch as her resolve teeters on the edge of despair. What if we are wrong? What if Mictlantecuhtli is not the monster we imagined, but a reflection of our own fears? Her voice quivers, breaking with the weight of possibility, a darkness that could swallow us whole if we dare to look inside. In that moment, I see it. The truth shimmering beneath layers of tradition and expectation. Mictlantecuhtli is more than a deity of death, he embodies the fears we refuse to face, the shadows lurking in every corner of our souls. He is the mirror reflecting our mortality, our fragility, and the inevitable descent into the unknown. I want to scream, to release the anguish wrapped around my heart, to cry out against the silence that suffocates us. The temple trembles, stone shifting as if the world itself is listening. The air thickens with tension, a tangible force that binds us, and I know, this is a moment that could shatter everything. I glance at Myctlantecuhtli and Xolotl, the fire of their convictions blazing against the encroaching night. They stand at the precipice, each breath a battle, each heartbeat a question that echoes through the ages. As the thunder crashes again, the sky tears open, and raindrops fall like blessings, or curses. The darkness closes in, a living entity, wrapping its tendrils around us, drawing us into the embrace of our own fears. I stand at the center of this storm, feeling the pulse of history vibrating in my bones. The debate continues, voices rising like a tempest, carrying with them the weight of our ancestral cries, the echoes of sacrifices made. I can't help but wonder, as I stand in this crucible of belief and doubt, what will emerge from the shadows? Will we emerge unbroken, or will we be consumed by the very darkness we seek to confront? The air crackles with the promise of a reckoning, and I know this is only the beginning. The night is long, and the conversation has just begun. I remember the smell of blood in the air, thick and cloying, like an old memory clinging to the walls of a forgotten temple. The sun hung high, a merciless eye burning down on the sacred grounds of Tenochtitlan, where a crowd gathered, faces twisted in a haunting dance of fear and rapture. I could barely breathe, as if the weight of the world pressed down on my chest, forcing me to witness the ritual, a ceremonial slaughter that sent tremors through the very bones of the earth. The priest, draped in vibrant feathers, raised the obsidian blade, its sharp edge glistening with promises of life and death, and in that moment, I felt the pulse of existence itself thrumming beneath my skin. 3 figures emerged from the throng, each caught in their own tempest of emotion, their lives entwined like the complex patterns of a woven tapestry. Xochitl, fierce and fragile, with eyes that burned like the sun, stood at the forefront, her heart battling between love and terror. She had come for him, an offering, a sacrifice, and there he was, Cuauhtémoc, bound and helpless, the very embodiment of her nightmares. His life was a candle flickering in the wind, and she could feel the darkness creeping in, ready to snuff it out. "I can't do this," she screamed, the words tumbling from her lips like stones, heavy with anguish. Tears streamed down her cheeks, each drop a silent prayer to the gods for mercy. She reached for him, her fingers stretching out, desperate to grasp hold of the fleeting moments before they slipped into the abyss. But the crowd roared, an ocean of bloodlust crashing against her resolve, urging the priest onward, urging the blade to fall. And then there was Itzcali, standing in the shadows, a jester with a broken smile. He wore the masks of humor and despair, flipping between laughter and tears like a coin tossed into the air, never quite landing. He had witnessed too many deaths, too many friends turned to offerings, their lives reduced to mere echoes. "What is life if not a cruel joke?" he whispered to himself, but the words tasted bitter on his tongue. Today, the punchline felt like an execution. He watched Xochitl, the way her heart broke in real time, and it gutted him. How could he lighten the weight of her despair when his own spirit hung in tatters? He longed to hold her, to wipe away the tears that fell like autumn leaves, but he felt like a ghost, wandering through a world that had forgotten him. Death had a way of doing that, didn't it? It left a trail of lost souls, each one clinging to their own grief, their own memories, as if holding on could somehow rewrite the narrative of their lives. "Xochitl, it's not the end," he called out, but his voice, laden with uncertainty, got lost in the cacophony of the crowd. His words felt hollow, like the echoes of laughter in a tomb. The priest raised the knife high, and everything seemed to freeze, time hung suspended like a breath caught in a throat. The crowd gasped, a collective intake of air that crackled with anticipation, then exhaled as one, a wave of excitement crashing over them. "To the gods, to our people," they shouted, but did they truly believe? Or were they merely actors in a tragic play, reciting lines written by fear? I remember how the sky darkened, clouds swirling like the thoughts in my mind. Death was a constant companion in Aztec thought, a swirling enigma that whispered promises of rebirth as it beckoned from the shadows. It was the cycle of life, they said, the endless dance of the cosmos. But to Xochitl, to Itzcali, and to Cuauhtémoc, it was an uninvited spectre, looming over them, taunting them with its inevitability. The blade fell. Time shattered into a million pieces, each fragment a memory, a heartbeat, a gasp of life. The scream that erupted from Xochitl's throat echoed through the ages, reverberating against the stones of the temple, a haunting reminder of love lost in the face of duty. Itzcali closed his eyes, but he could still see the blood, how it pooled upon the earth, a crimson flower blooming in the heart of their despair. In that moment, the cosmos shifted. The very fabric of the universe trembled, as if responding to their anguish. The air vibrated with the energy of 1,000 souls, weaving an intricate tapestry of pain and love, desire and loss. Each heartbeat resonated with the weight of sacrifice, the irony of existence, how life and death intermingled in an eternal waltz, a rhythm that echoed in the chambers of their hearts. Xochitl fell to her knees, her cries a lamentation, raw and powerful, reverberating through the crowd. The people turned, eyes wide, some in horror, others in awe, the line between reverence and revulsion blurred, as if they were all caught in a dream they could not escape. Itzcali stepped forward, his heart racing, a reckless pulse of urgency driving him. He wanted to drown out her sorrow, to fill the void with laughter, but the sound died on his lips. "Remember, remember," he shouted, voice cracking, "we live, we die, but we love. Even in death, we must remember." His words hung in the air, fragile and trembling, echoing in the silence that followed the chaos. The crowd shifted, uncertainty swirling like smoke, and Xochitl looked up, her tear-stained cheeks a canvas of emotion, vulnerability etched into every line of her face. In that moment, something shifted within her. She could feel the weight of her ancestors pressing down, their whispers melding with the cries of the living. "I will remember, Cuauhtémoc," she vowed, voice steady now, a fierce light sparking in her eyes. "I will carry your spirit with me like a flame, an unquenchable fire in a world that seeks to extinguish it." Itzcali stepped back, heart pounding, realizing that perhaps laughter and tears were not so different after all. They were merely two sides of the same coin, spinning endlessly, caught in an eternal struggle. The crowd held its breath, a collective heartbeat, suspended in the liminal space between life and death, and in that moment, the cosmos whispered secrets only they could hear. Death was not an end, but a beginning, a doorway to something vast and unknowable, a shift in the fabric of existence that beckoned them toward the stars. The temple loomed above them, an age-old witness to their pain, their love, their desire to remember. And as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, shadows danced across the ground, weaving the stories of the living and the dead into a single, haunting melody, echoing through time. The air is thick with anticipation as the sun dips below the horizon, casting shadows that stretch like the fingers of the dead. A drumbeat pulses through the ground, reverberating in my chest. I stand at the edge of the Templo Mayor, the sacred heart of the Aztec world, where the living and the dead dance a fragile tango. The scent of burning copal fills the air, sweet, smoky, intoxicating. My heart races, each beat echoing the chants that rise like ghosts from the stone. I remember the first time I felt the weight of death here. I was with Alejandra, her dark hair swirling around her like a raven's wings, her laughter bright yet hollow. We were young, naive, believing ourselves invincible, playing at life as if it were a game. Yet death has a funny way of creeping in, doesn't it? It slinks through the cracks of our bravado, and suddenly the game becomes a grim reality. Her brother had been taken too soon, sacrificed on a night when the moon bled red. I remember how she screamed, a sound that clawed at my soul, a sound that echoed in the stone walls long after it was silenced. Ricardo stands beside me, his face a mask of conflict, an echo of what I feel inside. He has always been drawn to the rituals, the ancient ceremonies that seep through the cracks of time. They honored their dead, he says, voice trembling as if the very words could conjure the spirits that haunt this place. They believed the gods demanded blood. His eyes shimmer with a mix of reverence and horror, he's a moth drawn to the flame, yet terrified of the heat. I want to shake him, to pull him back from the brink of obsession. Honored. I whisper, the word tasting bitter on my tongue. Or enslaved. But Ricardo's gaze is far away, lost in the flickering shadows of the past. He sees the warriors, the captives, the pyres of flesh that once lit the night sky. I see the agony etched on Alejandra's face, the way her spirit folded in on itself, as if her heart had been cleaved in two. The drumbeat intensifies, a heartbeat of the earth, a call to the lost. I glance at the altar, the blood-soaked stone where so many have met their fate, and my stomach churns. It feels like witnessing a gruesome play, the actors long gone but their roles forever imprinted in the very fabric of this place. Do you think they felt fear? I ask, my voice trembling. Or was it just acceptance, a belief in the afterlife that made the blade easier to bear? Ricardo turns to me, his expression a mixture of longing and despair. Maybe both, he replies, grappling with his own demons. Maybe they were terrified of dying, but also relieved. Their lives were hard, disease, famine, sacrifice. Maybe they welcomed the end. A shiver runs down my spine as I recall the time I found Alejandra beneath the stars, her eyes wide with the weight of the cosmos. There has to be more than this, she had whispered, her voice barely a thread above the wind. We can't just exist to die. Yet here we are, standing at the precipice of an ancient death ritual, grappling with the remnants of a world that thought blood was the currency of the divine. The shadows lengthen, and with them, the memories of those who came before us. I can almost hear their whispers, a cacophony of joy, fear, and hope spiraling through time. I remember the first time we visited the local museum, where a jagged obsidian blade lay encased in glass, glinting in the sterile light. I laughed nervously, pointing out how it looked like something out of a horror movie, a relic that belonged to the dead. But Alejandra, eyes wide with fascination, had reached out to touch the glass. "It's beautiful," she said, a hint of longing in her voice. "It tells their story." "Or ends it," I countered, but the words fell flat. I could see the allure in her eyes, the pull of history that wrapped around her like a shroud. Now, as the drums beat in a fever pitch, I feel the walls closing in. The air thrums with energy, an electric pulse that tingles against my skin. I glance at Alejandra. She's gone now, lost to the tides of time, but her spectre lingers, a reminder of what was and what could never be again. "Are we any better?" I ask Ricardo, the question hanging heavy between us. "Do we not sacrifice our own?" He nods, a defeated acceptance in his features. "We're just as lost," he admits, the light in his eyes dimming as he envisions a world that never truly understood the value of life. "We trade our souls for comfort, our humanity for safety." And in that moment, the past crashes into the present, an explosion of grief and shame. The ghosts of the Aztecs swirl around us, their laughter and screams resounding in a symphony of chaos. I want to scream, to break free from the chains of history that bind us to a violent legacy. But instead, I feel the tears welling in my eyes, the weight of generations pressing down on my chest. We stand together, two souls caught in a cycle that spins faster and faster. The moon rises high, casting an eerie glow on the altar, illuminating the truth we cannot escape. Death is not an end, it's a relentless wheel that keeps turning, dragging us along, forcing us to confront our own shadows, our own mortality. Is there meaning in this? I ask, my voice barely a whisper against the pounding rhythm. Or is it just a dance with death? Ricardo's gaze pierces through the darkness, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. "Maybe we have to find our own meaning," he says, grasping my hand, grounding me in this moment. "We owe it to them, to ourselves." The drums pound on, and in that heartbeat, a moment stretched across eternity, I feel it. The weight of the world settles on our shoulders, and yet I am not afraid. Together, we stand in defiance of the shadows, ready to carve our own stories amidst the echoes of the past. The night swallows us whole, a cycle unbroken, a rhythm eternal. And as we face the abyss, I know this is only the beginning, the pulse of history that carries us forward into the unknown. The wind howled through the crumbling ruins, an anguished wail that carried echoes of ancient voices, muffled chants and desperate prayers. I stood amid the shadows, heart racing, every nerve tingling, as if the very ground beneath me remembered. The sun dipped below the horizon, a blood-red orb sinking into the earth, casting long, skeletal fingers of darkness that seemed to claw at the remnants of a once mighty civilization. "I remember," whispered Alondra, her voice shaky, barely cutting through the cacophony of cicadas. She was my sister, but in that moment, she felt like a spectre, her eyes glazed with the weight of unspoken fears. "I remember the stories our grandmother told us, how the gods tasted the hearts of men." A chill ran down my spine, not from the cool night air, but from the truth in her voice. Each word was laced with the heavy aroma of smoke and sacrifice, an intoxicating blend of reverence and horror. She crouched, tracing patterns in the dirt, lost in memories more vivid than the vibrant murals that adorned the ancient temples. "It's all fading," she murmured, urgency coating her tone as she dug deeper, her fingers brushing against something hard, a shard of pottery, a relic of the past. I could see it in the lines of her face, the way her brow furrowed as if she were battling the very gods themselves. "The stories are all we have left, and soon they'll slip away like water through our fingers." In my heart, I felt a tug of fear, fear of losing her, fear of losing the past, fear of losing what it meant to be Aztec in a world that had forgotten the weight of the sun on ancient stone. But as vivid flashes of ceremonial bloodshed danced in my mind, I could not shake the feeling that we were standing at the threshold of a great reckoning. A shudder ran through me, as if the spirit of Huitzilopochtli himself stirred in the shadows. I turned, my breath hitching as a figure emerged. It was Emiliano, our estranged cousin, whose passion for history was rivaled only by his reckless ambition. He had always been the one to insist that the past is not a burden but a weapon. In his eyes, a flame flickered, a wild, almost dangerous light. "You're both wrong," he declared, stepping into the dying light with an energy that bordered on manic. "The stories are not fading, they are transforming into something more powerful. We can resurrect them, make them breathe again." His words poured out with a feverish intensity, and I could feel Alondra flinch beside me, caught between admiration and dread. The weight of his ambition hung thick in the air, almost tangible, like the incense that filled the sacred temples of old. But what did he truly mean by resurrection? Was it enough to recite ancient stories, or did he crave the raw, visceral experience of sacrifice, that spine-tingling ecstasy of life and death entwined? "Emiliano," I said, trying to pull him back from the precipice of obsession, "what will it cost us to bring them back? What are we willing to sacrifice?" The questions crashed over us like waves, each one crashing harder than the last, stirring something primal in the pit of my stomach. The moon hung heavy in the sky, a voyeur watching our turmoil, casting an eerie glow that made our shadows dance. "I'll do whatever it takes," he rasped, fingers trembling as he held up a small obsidian blade, the very kind used in those ancient rituals. "This is a tool for remembrance, not just bloodshed. We can honor them without the violence." Yet, I felt it, that unspeakable tension, the thrumming pulse of history that whispered dark promises in my ears. Alondra took a step back, the fear blossoming in her eyes like the petals of a night-blooming flower. "You think it's just stories? Just shadows," she said, her voice trembling. "You don't understand what you're playing with." Her words hung heavy, a gothic fog seeking to smother the flame of Emiliano's fervor. "I understand perfectly," he shot back, his eyes blazing with fervent conviction. "This is our legacy. We cannot let the world forget what we were. The gods are watching, and we owe it to them to keep their stories alive." Silence filled the air, thick and suffocating, punctuated only by the cicada's relentless chorus. What was it about our shared blood that had led us to this moment? A web of dreams, fears, and ancestral burdens wrapped around us, pulling tighter with every heartbeat. I could see now how history danced on the edge of a knife, gleaming with potential, yet so easily dulled by neglect. I thought of the blood once spilled on these stones, the hearts offered up in devotion, the prayers echoing through the ages. What if we became the bearers of that legacy, not just in memory but in action? I felt the weight of 1,000 ancestors pressing down on my soul, their eyes watching my every move, waiting for me to choose. "Maybe," I whispered, voice trembling, "maybe we could tell their stories in a different way. Show the world who they were, not just in their glory but in their pain. Capture the essence of this place in a way that doesn't tread on the graves of our ancestors." Alondra's expression shifted, a flicker of hope breaking through the fear. "Yes," she breathed. "We can preserve the essence of their spirit without losing ourselves." Emiliano's expression flickered like a candle in the wind, caught between dreams of glory and the gravity of our shared history. "But how?" he challenged, the fire in his eyes dimming, replaced with a dawning realization. "Can we truly honor them without recreating their pain?" In that moment, the air thickened, a palpable tension swirling around us. The past, present, and future collided, much like the Aztec calendar's intricate design, a perpetual reminder of time's unyielding march. I could feel the universe shifting, a cosmic dance of shadows and light, as if the very stars conspired to bind us to the legacy we sought to uphold. A sudden gust of wind swept through the ruins, the haunted whispers of the past swirling around us, carrying with it the weight of lost souls. Time was folding in on itself, stretching and twisting, leaving us standing at the brink of something vast and unknown. As the moon hung high above, illuminating the path ahead, I realized we stood at the cusp of something much greater than ourselves. The heart of our ancestors beat beneath our feet, urging us onward, beckoning us to remember, to honor, to create anew. The shadows coiled tighter, but in that darkness, I felt the flicker of a flame, hope, raw and unyielding, pushing against the encroaching night. The pulse of the cosmos echoed through our veins, intertwining with the legacy of the Aztec spirit. We were no longer just the remnants of a forgotten past, we were the embodiment of its fire, ready to ignite a new chapter, one that would reverberate through eternity.